There we go. It should be working. We good now, baby. I really like how Jason Tatum's been playing. All right. Good shot. I'm gonna make those. Oh, he missed. What? How did he miss? Oh, they're looking sloppy. They're letting them play. You gotta attack the rim. Oh my goodness, Jason Tatum. Good left hand. Good boy, baby. Pull up. Oh my goodness, Jason Tatum, baby. Bang. The boys are back in town. It won! Bang! Oh my goodness! Oh, you can't let him get to the rim. Good defense, bro. Oh. The boys are back in town. Oh, wow. Mm. Oh, wow. Good board. Three ball. Oh. Good skip. Good skip pass. Hit it. Oh. Fuck. Who are they calling that on? Nine for 23. Good drive. Hit it. Shoot it. Oh, no way. Oh. Exactly. Shoot the ball. Oh, he missed it. Good move. Good pass. Good ball movement. Good ball movement. What's going on, brother?
What's up? Another Tatum and one, it appears. That's a terrible call. That's a charge.
Jason Tatum is not letting them. He's not letting them lose today.
Oh, actually, I don't know. I thought that was a charge, but he was sliding late, so I don't know. You can be moving. You can be moving as long as you're in legal guarding position. I just don't. He didn't extend that arm or anything though, so I don't know. I hope
Yeah.
not. I need Tatum to put up 40. Yeah, the 40 was the number I put on Tatum today. So like I've been saying 40 all day, so I need him to get to 40. I think he's got like 26, so with like a quarter left.
I really like this game.
Yeah, this is what I expected Boston to do. They kind of needed to have one of those shooting outlier games where they just make absolutely everything. And it's not even like Milwaukee's. I mean, Milwaukee hasn't shot well, but they haven't like missed everything.
Drew Holiday's actually played a lot better than I expected him to.
He's been way too. He's been way too out there. Like I feel like some of the shots he's taken, I've been like, "Hey, man, like you know your role." It's what like Marcus Smart used to be.
Yeah.
Hey, did you tweet this out by the way?
Huh?
Did you tweet this out?
I did, but nobody. I'm not sure who saw it, honestly.
I'll go find it. I'll copy the link and then send it in the content room.
Giannis is so good. It is crazy.
Damn, Tatum again.
You're a little ahead of me.
I was streaming it on my TV. That's why I was like, oh, like.
Yeah, oh my goodness, what a shot. You're a little ahead of me.
Yeah, he's been so good tonight, man. Like, this is what your superstars do, though. Like, that's what they're here for, or that's what you pay them a lot of money to do.
Is he still on a rookie contract?
I think so. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I think he got drafted. He got drafted in. I don't remember when he got drafted. I think Jaylen Brown's older than him, and I think Brown just got extended or is about to get extended.
I know Tatum's like 24.
He got drafted at like 19 or 18. I don't know. I'll look it up in just a second.
This may be his.
I think he's like in the next round of like super maxes. But or either that or he just got it. No, he just got it.
Okay.
He got it in 2021. He got 163 million. That's
okay.
That's low-key a steal given the bunch of dudes are getting over 200.
Well, I think it depends on how many years. Like I think after this contract, he'll be able to get that like 260 whatever.
Yeah. It's a 13-point lead headed to the fourth.
My buddy is a big Bucks fan, and I know he's hating this. Derek White's been playing really good, actually.
He's been exactly what he was in San Antonio, and that's really all they need him to be, which is just be good at defense and make a couple threes here and there.
This game is kind of playing out exactly how we said it was earlier. Like Giannis is doing his thing, but then everybody else is kind of getting shut down.
Yeah, I never really. I thought the Bucks role players would have to play really, really well for them to beat Boston because I think Boston's the better team. And they haven't done that. I mean, Grayson Allen's been unplayable.
Oh, for sure.
Grayson Allen's been completely unplayable.
As much as I love him,
he's been. I think I saw that he was like a -21 in the first half.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's horrifically bad. Like you just can't have some. You can't have that. I mean, yeah, and then like outside of Drew and Giannis are the only double-digit scorers on Milwaukee's roster right now. Everyone else is single digits. Brook Lopez has 6 and Connaughton has 7, but other than that, Giannis and Holiday have combined for 46 of their 70.
When Grayson Allen and Bobby Portis are 3 for 14, and those are your third highest volume shooter right now. They've both taken 7 shots.
Yeah.
And that's the next highest. It goes Giannis at 25, Holiday at 15, and then Bobby and Grayson Allen both at 7.
I just really had a feeling that we hadn't gotten one yet, and like we were due for a Jason Tatum game. Like he'd been getting the volume of shots and he'd been getting the looks he wanted to get. He just hadn't knocked him down, and like he was due. He's too good of a player and too good of a shooter to continue to miss those looks over the course of an entire series. And we were due for a big game, and he has that mentality and just the way that he plays that he's gonna show up and not close out games, but elimination games. Or
when he came out and started 3 for 3 on threes, I knew he was gonna have a good game.
I texted Mo privately and said when he started really hot, I knew right then and there. I was like, all right, we're there. We may get something special, and I don't know. I mean, we haven't gotten anything like crazy special, but we've gotten 31 in 3 quarters. He's got 31 and 8 and 4 after 3 quarters. He's 12 for 25. So, I mean, he hasn't been like crazy efficient, but the difficulty of shots he's taking has been kind of wild. And so
something I've noticed in the playoffs, efficiency, like it's so weird. It's almost like not as important. Like,
yeah, it's not because, I mean, defenses play so much harder and defenses are so much better this time of year. And then the other thing, too, is he's just been creating so much for other people. Like, there's been shots that haven't gone in. He could easily have, like, 31, 8, and 8. He's just been creating such good looks for the rest of that roster. And he's also had some – like, I thought Grayson fouled him on the 3 earlier. I thought he got fouled at the rim a couple times that didn't get called.
Oh, for sure.
I think he could easily be sitting close to 40 after 3 had he gotten those calls. But he's not at the level yet where he's going to get superstar whistles the way Giannis has or will continue to get. Giannis is on the floor to start the 4th for Milwaukee. I think if you're Boston, you have to try to go at him with Tatum out and see if you can't draw a foul. Like, give him try to get that 5th foul on him and see if you can't get him out of the game for a stretch. Because if you can get him out of the game for a stretch, then, you can put this thing away. And if they don't take him out, then you try to foul him out.
For sure.
God, Derek White's so crafty. Yeah, the little steal was great. They took a point off the board for Boston, so I guess somebody had a toe on the line somewhere.
Yeah. That's a good drive.
Yeah, so it's 14 after the Jaylen Brown drive at 84-70. Al Horford does such a good job on defense. He's such a winning basketball player.
I honestly thought that Al Horford, where was he before Boston?
He was in Philadelphia, but he just didn't fit there.
When he was there, I really thought that, like, I thought, one, that his minutes were just going to continue to drop, and I thought he was going to become almost like a Udonis Haslem type of player. But
yeah,
he's
got so much left in the tank, and he does so many things. He's so crafty and does so many things well.
I think he almost caught like a second wind. Like,
oh my God. Yeah. You gotta go get that 5th foul. You gotta find a way to foul this cat out.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, you can't let this guy get hot. You gotta find a way to foul him out. And whatever, I don't know what Pritchard was doing there. That wasn't gonna be a charge. He didn't even try to draw it. He just kind of stood there. Like, I think that's who got the foul call. I don't think Grant was the one that got the foul call.
He literally pushed him and fell over.
He just kind of pushed him and fell over. You either got to take it or get off the runway, and he didn't do either. So, yeah, I'm Boston. If I'm Boston, I'm trying to get to like the 8-minute mark before I bring Tatum back on. Like, I'm trying to steal as much time as I can here. And trying to maintain the lead.
I do think if this game gets like 7-8 points, though, you got to put him back in.
No, I think if it gets to single digits, you have to look down there and get it to him. But you just hope Brown can get you enough buckets over the next couple minutes to keep him out. And I'd imagine Udoka goes back to him pretty fast. Yeah, I just think they got to keep throwing bodies at Giannis. You got to keep. They're basically double teaming him. That's a charge. Yep, there's the fifth.
Oh.
They want to challenge that, but I thought that was a charge.
Oh, that was a charge.
Yeah, they're gonna challenge it, but I thought that was an easy call.
Grant Williams was right there.
Yeah, they're gonna challenge this, but I thought that was an easy call.
The way Grant Williams has played Giannis with how much of a height difference, I've been so impressed.
What did he think that was? It was shoulder to his right shoulder, and Grant Williams didn't he was in legal guarding position, and he ran over him. I'm not really sure what he wants.
I think that was more of a, that was my fifth foul.
I think that may be a little bit of a, for Milwaukee, that may be oh God, we need to get this overturned. We can live without the timeout, but if we can get a foul back, we need to get a foul back. I'll be interested to see what the discourse is on some of the people I respect on social media. I'd be interested to see what they think.
That's crazy. Yeah, but Grant Williams' defense through this entire series has just been with how he's just such a bot. He's so solid that when Giannis tries to do his little overpower, back you down thing, Grant Williams just doesn't move.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some opinions on this block charge, but I thought it was for sure. Everybody's mixed on it right now. There's people saying it's not enough to overturn. A couple people say it's a block. Other people don't think it's likely. Yeah. Yeah, I'd leave it as a charge. I thought a charge contact is supposed to be square. Charge contact is supposed to be square to the chest, but I just think that's a really hard.
And it's not always going to be perfect.
Steve Javi apparently thinks it should be overturned, so I'll defer to him. I'll defer to him.
I don't know. I feel like some of those old refs that are on TV now just kind of guess. Because sometimes I don't know. I may just be a hater, but.
Yeah, I have no earthly idea as far as what this call is going to be.
I don't know if it's. I don't know.
It's also taking away too long. We've been in the commercial break for 5 minutes now.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm kind of building up the decision as best I can, but. Okay, they overturned it, so Giannis still only has 4 fouls.
What?
I don't know what you go on there, but it's fine. I don't know.
Is it because he's – I mean, if you're allowed to move, then he's in perfect position.
Well, charge contact is supposed to be square. You're not actually in legal guarding position if you're not in the path of the offensive player. And I guess they felt like he wasn't in the path of the offensive player. He just kind of threw his – I don't know. I thought it was a charge, but apparently the rule book says otherwise. So that's Grant Williams' 4th foul. He's now one that you have to pay attention to. Derek White back on the floor. Or he may have already been back on the floor, but it's Pritchard, White, Brown, Williams, and Horford for Boston. And then it's Drew, Giannis. I think Bobby's
George,
on the floor.
no, it's George Hill.
It's George
Wes
Hill, Wesley
Matthews.
Matthews, Drew, Connaughton, and Giannis on the floor. Giannis is at the 5 right now for Milwaukee. They're going really, really small.
If I'm Boston, I try to do a drive.
It's a big, yeah. This is a big defensive. We may be looking at a timeout if they, the Connaughton for 3. You got to call a timeout. Udoka's not going to call a timeout. Boston by 6. Tatum's going to the scores.
If I'm Boston right now, I pour Al Horford in the corner, do a pick and roll with Grant Williams, and if Giannis helps, you kick it. Oh my goodness, they're blowing it. You gotta get Tatum in the game.
Yeah, he's at the scorers table. He's going to check in right now. That's a great defensive play by Holiday. It's clean. Off Tatum or off the knee. Tatum back in the game. No changes for Milwaukee. Marcus Smart also back in the game for Boston.
Too.
So this is probably going to be our starting lineup or our lineups the rest of the way. Okay. That's a big defensive possession for Boston. They got the stop and kind of quieted the place down for a minute.
If I'm Jason Tatum, I try to run whoever offense on George Hill right now.
Jason Tatum's being guarded by Wesley Matthews and George Hill in the pick and roll. This has got to be a Tatum possession. Yeah, there it is. He drew the foul and got to the line. It wasn't even really a good drive or a good look, but
you just got to go at it when you got that small of a guy on you.
Yeah, I mean you have to. And George Hill really didn't allow him to turn that corner. He just kind of stuck his chest out there and bodied him. So Boston's had some, and I don't have the percentages in front of me. I'd have to look, but I feel like Boston's had some problems at the free throw line tonight, so that's going to be important down the stretch. Bobby Portis coming on for Wesley Matthews, so a true center coming on for Milwaukee to close the game out. Bobby's been a little bit of an issue for Boston in terms of blocking out. Bobby's made a lot of hustle plays, and that's a pretty good sub. And right on cue, Tatum misses the second free throw. He's had some problems at the foul line tonight.
He missed his very first one too.
Yeah, He made. Oh wow, yeah. If Giannis is going to make that shot, then this is going to get interesting. Giannis.
Oh, he traveled.
Yeah,
he traveled going into that shot. They called that same call on Al Horford earlier.
Yeah, this is a big sequence of events here, or a big stretch for Boston because it feels like they're in trouble. Okay, I was about to say you better give them that call. Yeah. Out of bounds on Connaughton, but Boston now up 85-81, 8:19 to go after Connaughton fell out of bounds with the ball. 3 on the shot clock after Tatum kind of got double teamed and got blitzed there. Tatum's going to have to bring this thing home, and they're going to have a timely shot or two from a few people. It appears that Connaughton was not actually out of bounds based on the reaction, unless his hand was out of bounds.
Well, he said that his back was, because as soon as he laid down, his head and back went over the line.
They've now taken a second off the shot clock, so there's now 2 on the shot clock. Oh, my God. Tatum just making dumb shots.
Oh, that means he makes this.
Yeah, Tatum with a dumb fadeaway.
Oh! I'm telling you, Tatum has...
I think 33 now.
Tatum has so much Kobe in him.
Yeah, he does. This is where your superstars win the game, and Tatum has not really won these games for Boston in the stretch. So, wow. Here come the role players for Milwaukee. Boston's got their hands full.
Oh my goodness. If I'm Boston, I'm living with that, honestly. That's a tough guy at the rim. You can't really do much about that.
It's a really interesting decision from Milwaukee here. Drew has been on Tatum the last few possessions, and then they're screening him off of him. Like they're just screening him. They're screening. Oh my God, Tatum is on another planet right now. Oh, geez. Tatum's on another planet right now.
Oh!
Yeah. This is a huge stretch from him where it felt like Milwaukee was starting to take over on their home floor, and Boston could have easily
Oh,
folded.
good
Jason
fucking
Tatum just wouldn't
defense.
allow him. Jason Tatum won't let him fold.
I'm
This is
telling
it.
you, the game plan for Boston right now needs to be whoever offense with Jason Tatum, whoever George Hill is guarding needs to come set a
See,
screen so they
Bud's
switch.
got to adjust though. He's got to put like Connaughton on Tatum or something right now, and then when they come and set that screen, you've got to switch someone else onto him. Like
Either
then
that
you
or
put Giannis
you,
or Drew on there.
you
You
either
can't take whoever you. Tatum's got 36 now on 14 out of 27. You can't
if,
take Drew though. You can't put Drew on him. They're just gonna run that high pick and roll. They can get him the ball. Getting him the ball hasn't been a problem. It's you have to
if you're
have
going
someone
to
on the
get the
switch
ball,
here that can.
if you're
Yeah,
going to get the
Tatum,
ball out of Tatum's
30,
hands,
38 for Tatum after he hits a little Dirk fadeaway off the right block. Tatum with like the last 8 to 10, I think.
oh. If Milwaukee's going to adjust here, if they run pick and roll with Tatum, you have to double team right away.
Yeah. Giannis bodies Marcus Smart, but honestly, hot take. I think Marcus Smart made the right play right there. He very clearly flopped to try to draw the charge.
That might
what
be
else
that,
can you do?
That might, yeah, I was going to say that might be that's the only play you can really make right there.
So Wesley Matthews is back on. Wesley Matthews is back on for Milwaukee. So I think I actually really like that. I really like that sub. He gives you a shooter. He gives you a shooter and a bigger body to defend. Matthews just drilled a 3, but it appears somebody got fouled before.
They're
very Tatum's really unhappy. He thought he got fouled there.
I think he did.
I thought he got fouled, but he's not going to get those calls. Not in this game. He may get him at the Garden if they go to Game 7, but he's not going to get him here.
Oof.
Yeah, Connaughton's killing him. Another little reverse for Connaughton. 92-87 Boston. We're just inside 6 minutes remaining. It feels like we're in crunch time because we are, but like it feels like we're in the 2-minute area, not the.
This is gonna go all the way to the wire.
Tatum with another massive triple.
There's your 40.
There's the 40.
Oh, he waited for him too. No way.
Bobby Portis gets a triple blocked. Boston's going to slow this thing up by 8.
That's a bad shot.
Yep, that's a really bad shot. Timeout, Boston. They're going to call timeout and kind of collect thoughts, maybe make some subs, just slow things down. Tatum has crossed the 40-point mark with 5 minutes left. This is a superstar level basketball game from Jason Tatum, and he broke down Connaughton. You could tell he went into that triple threat, waited to see how Connaughton was going to close. When he kind of hesitated a few steps before, you pull that triple, and you let it go.
The soft close. Jason Tatum is. I love this. I've been saying this for like 2 years now. I think as soon as LeBron retires, I'm hopping bandwagons to the Jason Tatum bandwagon.
Yep, it's he's one of my favorite players in the league right now. I enjoy watching nobody more than I watch Jason Tatum playing. And yeah, Tatum has 41 on 16 out of 30.
Tatum may get 50.
He's got 41, 9, and 4. Giannis, on the other hand, has 42, 18, and 5 on 14 out of 29 from the field. So both superstars just absolutely going nuts.
Tatum may get 50 in this game.
He may. They're going to have to rely on him. He's the one making all the shots.
Now, what can happen?
Stretch. He may get 50 and he may get 50 on some like cheap free throws at the end of the game or something. I hope he gets 50. That's good for my brand.
What can't happen is he go cold in the last 3
minutes.
I
just think as long as he keeps getting good shots, then Milwaukee's going to have to adjust, and that's all you want. Like I think that as long as he's getting good shots, then you're going to have to they're going to have to adjust, and Tatum can start distributing if he needs to. So
100%.
but Jason Tatum is absolutely him. And I don't think he's going cold. I think this dude's about to close this thing out loudly.
I hope so.
I am a Jason Tatum. I'm a Jason Tatum stan.
Oh, I love these close games.
Kind of reset. Yeah, Horford's played really bad tonight. Actually, not like well offensively, he's been horrible tonight. He's been really good on the defensive end, which is really all you ask out of him. He's been a +4, but as far as offensively, he's contributed nothing. The only 3-point shot he's made, he traveled on, and then he's 1 for 6 from the field. Just really haven't gotten a lot out of anybody. Marcus Smart's played really well. He hasn't taken a lot of shots. He's got 19, 6, and 5 on 7 out of 13 and 5 out of 8 from 3. Jaylen Brown 6 out of 15 from the floor. Not exactly what you want. So I think you're relying on Marcus Smart and Jason Tatum on the stretch, and you don't really want to rely on Marcus Smart.
No. See, what's good about what's a positive out of Al Horford not necessarily being great offensively is you don't run your offense expecting Al Horford to be great on offense. So when he is, it's just a bonus.
Really, all I want out of Al Horford on my roster is I want
rebounds and defense.
Yeah. Jaylen Brown gets a wide open look from 3 out of the timeout and buries it. Celtics by 11. What an ATO drawn up by Ime Udoka. That was a gorgeous set. And you don't want to say dagger. It's not a dagger. It's too early for that. But that is a crucial shot that takes the building out of it. It certainly takes the building out of the game. The building feels a little deflated. And then a monster defensive possession from Al Horford to get the jump ball on Giannis. It feels like Boston's closing. It feels like it's closing time.
I've been so surprised by Boston's head coach. I had no idea who he was. And to see how good he has done with this team, he has done what Brad Stevens could not. And
he, unlike Brad, has been elite out of the timeout. And I'll give credit to shot quality because I follow them, and he's like number 1 or number 2 in the league in terms of drawing up ATOs. And so he's done a great job this year, and I think a new voice was needed in Boston, and I'm glad it was him. He worked with the Spurs forever. Just an incredibly high IQ basketball brain, and Pop always spoke the world of him. So I'm glad he got the opportunity, and he's got a loaded roster. All right, Boston, give the ball to Tatum and get out of the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh my God!
Do not let him just stand in the corner.
Oh God! Marcus Smart hits the step back 3 over Giannis. They called it a 2 actually. I think his foot was on the line.
Oh!
But offensive foul on Bobby Portis. The building's kind of deflated. I think people probably are going to start walking out of here in a second.
Oh, there's still a lot of time left.
Yeah, but Boston's got the ball with 4 minutes left, up 13. Usually if my rule of thumb, at least mentally, is if you're going to win a game, you kind of want to be in the single-digit range with 4 minutes left. If you're down double digits with 4 minutes left, that's usually curtains. I mean, and that's not always true. It's just kind of that's when I kind of consider things and when Jason Tatum is playing the way he's playing, yeah, they're running 2 dudes with Tatum now pretty much every possession. Marcus Smart just got another open look, and Giannis travels, took like 8 steps down the lane.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, he took like 8 steps. I don't know why people are upset. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he like hopped. It was weird.
Come on, lady.
All right, so they just instead of running offense this time, they just threw it into Tatum.
He literally skipped.
Yeah. Yeah, they've completely gone away from Tatum. This is stupid. And Derek White, no good from 3. 3:28 and counting to go. Giannis fouled by Marcus Smart. And that one was pretty easy. But honestly though, if you're Marcus, like you got 6 fouls, like now's the time to use him. If he gets ahead of steam, just foul him.
And he
Like,
didn't let him get the ball up.
Yeah, and like make him take it out of bounds. Like they're not in the bonus. Just like make them take it out of bounds and run more of this clock off. Don't make a silly foul. I know they are in the bonus, so Giannis is going to the line, but that's still not the worst thing that could happen. Giannis's shooting percentage on layups and dunks is probably a lot higher than on free throws.
They need to start calling him for that 10 seconds.
I'm fine with them not. I'm okay with them not. I don't like thinking about it.
Boston's taking a timeout. 12. I don't know. This is if you think about it, this is a 4-shot game right now.
Yeah. It is it's 4 threes, but yeah. Probably 3 threes, probably 3 threes and a 2 after this next possession or after this next shot. Got to get shooters on the floor for Bud here.
This is a time where you really miss Chris Middleton.
Yeah, and I wouldn't hate them going small here and putting shooters around Giannis, but that's just they haven't played well with that lineup tonight. But I mean, you're kind of desperate here. Getting the difference between losing by 9 and losing by 20. It doesn't really matter.
It does not.
You may as well take some chances here and hope that you find some open threes.
Another game 6 coming up. The Grizzlies trying to keep their season alive on the road. They're down 3-2. Desmond Bain and Jaron Jackson Jr. Oklahoma State in game 5.
It's a shame that the Celtics have opted not to allow Tatum to get 50 tonight. They went away from him.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't
50 would have been better for my brand. 50 would have been better for my brand than 40. But we'll the Jason Tatum hive is still very much alive. So Tatum sitting on 41, fourth most or tied for third most in an elimination game in franchise history. Tied with Paul Pierce in 08, who had 41.
And Paul Pierce in 02 with 46.
And then the most is Sam Jones in 63 with 47. Unlikely Tatum clears that tonight, but
unless he just all of a sudden
Giannis gets the roll on the second free throw. It's Celtics 100, Bucks 89, 3:20 and counting left. Tatum at the top of the key. Screen and roll with Horford. You got Tatum and Giannis. Or now Tatum and Drew.
See,
and it's a straight double now it's a straight double with a lot of help from the center on the pick and roll.
Good move, good pass. Oh, we had to make that.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's what I was talking about. Portis is helping off. Marcus has to see that and swing that and get the defense moving. I mean, you never want to turn down a layup, but after Portis had gotten off the ground there, maybe even
another timeout.
Yeah, Bucks call timeout, down 11. Just it is what it is.
I don't understand why. If I'm Boston right now, I'm taking whoever Giannis is guarding and putting him in the corner and just leaving him there.
Yep.
I'm not putting Giannis in any type of pick and roll. I'm not. Because he's just going to clog the lane. And
I think Bill Simmons says it best, and he says maybe get Tatum the ball when he has flames shooting out of his ass.
Exactly.
It just feels like when he's got guards on him, you kind of just need to ISO him and get him out of the way.
Especially with the way Boston is just kind of or Milwaukee is switching everything. I would take whoever the smallest dude is guarding, run a pick real quick so they switch, put that guy on Tatum, let Tatum go to work. If Giannis helps, you kick it.
Yeah, they've had a lot of they're rotating those big men down underneath because they know Tatum's going to pass that roll guy. They need to find that skip pass to the corner and just hit the dagger and end this thing because that's kind of where we're sitting.
40
They're
and 20.
one skip pass to an Al Horford 3 from people heading to the exits. We're not quite to the exits yet. So 3 minutes even left. We're back. Connaughton's got the ball. Finds Giannis. Almost stepped out of bounds. Giannis takes a contested 3 over Marcus Smart and air balls. Derek White rebound and fouled. Headed to the other end. 2:49 left, 100-89. Celtics lead. Not in the bonus yet for Boston.
Why did Giannis take that shot? He still had so much time left.
It felt very, very desperate. Drew and Giannis basically double teaming Tatum every time they step up. They put someone different in the pick and roll. Tatum rejects the screen and won. Tried to dunk it, but it just looked wonky, but it went in.
We are about to welcome Mr. Chris LeBron.
Ooh, what up, fellas?
What is going on?
I tried to tell you about this man, Jason.
Superstar. Okay, he looked like a superstar today.
In all seriousness, this is what superstars do. Elimination game on the road. You need to perform. And he's got 44 with 2:35 left to go in the fourth. And they're
he's hooping. This is exactly what I want to see from him. Take over.
And that's and I really think game. And honestly, and this has been said so much, he does have some of that Kobe in him, like with the difficulty of shots and the types of shots he takes. They just all go in the elimination game.
That's a big shot from Drew Holiday.
Yeah, I don't know that Milwaukee has big shots left. We're on Tatum 50 watch. Tatum step back 3. He finally missed.
And he's efficient today. That's the thing with him is just the efficiency. He's fucking shooting over 50%. So
and I think too, and the biggest thing too is how do you adjust when you're driving to the lane and you're not getting calls? Because he did have some early tonight.
I don't know exactly how many, but there was a bunch where I was like, that's not a call, that's not a foul.
Yeah, Tatum's gotten fouled a lot tonight, and like we talked about that when I first hopped on. Even Grayson Allen got him on the 3. And now Tatum does do this thing where he falls down on like 70% of the jumpers he takes, so everything looks like a foul.
Yeah,
I mean, more power to you if you can get the calls that way. But Tatum at the line knocks down the first up to 45. But it's
Drew Holiday did not shoot the ball well. I mean.
I told him I thought that Drew was way almost overconfident tonight. Like there were some shots that he was taking that I was like, whoa. No, you're
with the way that Drew Holiday has been shooting in this series in particular, I think Bud may have put that on him even before. He's like, hey, look, I think he may have even went to him privately and was like, hey, look, we don't have Chris. You're going to have to take some shots that you're not used to taking. And I think he may have.
And Drew's not that type of player. Like
he's not.
He just missed another 3.
Yeah, like Wes Matthews too. He took some really bad. Like,
have you seen Prez? Have you seen how they've been guarding Tatum down the stretch?
I think this is ball game.
Yeah,
bro, they've been throwing like Drew and Giannis at him like that's a hell of a double team, man. Like
remember the dude we were talking to Walker in the halftime?
Mm-hmm.
That they.
I knew it was going bad for him as soon as Grayson Allen started like 1 for 6. I was like, yeah, this is not going to go well.
I still don't even know who that guy was.
It's just some guys in those. You could just have random dudes in those stats. Like
he just randomly hopped in, and I mean,
it's
fine, man. If it was
Bobby Portis is going to dominate. Bobby Portis has 4 points.
If it was Game 6 in San Antonio, I would have been talking hella noise too. So,
if this was Game 1 of the Knicks doing anything, I told you.
If this was Game 6, if this was last year, Game 6, and Trae Young was coming to the Garden, it would have been like, nah, we got him. We're locking it down. Julius Randle's getting 42, and we're winning this thing by 10.
He's averaging 18 and shooting 36%.
Yeah, the white flag for Milwaukee. Everybody's off.
Yeah, it's a wrap. It's game
Jordan
7.
Nwora, Javon Carter, a bunch of Thanasis Antetokounmpo. So Antetokounmpo stays on the floor. for Milwaukee. But yeah, no, I mean this one's wrapped.
Yeah.
So 3-3, headed back to Boston, Game 7.
It's going to be a good fucking game. That is going to be a great game.
Tatum has kind of set the standard in the elimination games. Boston's pulled everybody too.
Hey, listen, it's simple. The blueprint for Boston, if all three, they're little big three, Tatum, Smart, Brown, they get 20 plus points, they're winning this.
Yeah,
it's that simple. And if Tatum has a superstar game like he did, there's no they'll route. They're gonna route.
Well, and it's like I talked about on 365 today. Your role players tend to play better at home. So like Grant Williams didn't play super well tonight. Horford did not play well at all tonight. Daniel Tice didn't play super well tonight. So like guys like that who go from marginal impacts on the road can go to large impacts at home just because. All right, Daniel, you can't push him down. Do you know that Nick Stauskas is still in the league?
I thought he was in the G League.
He's playing in the G League.
Oh, he's right there.
He's on the floor for the Celtics right now. So
that man has got how many chances?
I don't know, but he's on the floor for Boston right now.
They must have called him up because he was balling in the G League.
Yeah, he had like a 50-point game, I think, in the G League.
Yeah, they called a tech on somebody for the Bucks, and then Grant Williams shot the tech free throw and missed it.
Yeah, the Bucks need their bench to.
So if you're Budenholzer, and you probably don't change a whole lot because games like this happen, you got to find some way to guard Tatum, man. Everybody they threw at him tonight, he just blistered.
If you're Bud, you have to look at your team and say, "Hey, Giannis needs help. He cannot do it all. He had almost half their points tonight."
Nick Stauskas going to get to the foul line here with 32 seconds left. Just an aggressive drive from Stauskas.
Well, they only shot 25% from three.
No, so this is one of those games, and I saw too, like Boston way overperformed the quality of their shots, and that's kind of what you expect in an elimination game with your backs against the wall. But but Milwaukee didn't make anything. But Milwaukee's done this like in years past. Like they're very streaky as a team shooting, and when defensively you welcome and encourage other teams to shoot threes, that just invites getting blistered every now and then, and they got blistered tonight. So
the last two games have been obviously the road team is.
Yeah, I do think Budenholzer is going to blitz. Is going to blitz Tatum off pick and rolls in the next game.
I think you have to, right?
And they
at least early.
Make him a playmaker. Make him a playmaker.
Yeah, and like it wasn't like anything Tatum did wrong, but it was almost like Boston's secondary players didn't really know how to handle the ball when they caught it in the paint, and when they caught it in the paint and needed to make a decision. And you rather him make the quick decisions. Milwaukee, stop it, stop trying to foul. Oh my God. Grant Williams gets fouled with 6.5 left.
Because listen, Horford didn't have a good game at all.
No, he played really well defensively, but he did not.
Defensively, I mean, shooting wise, Horford didn't have a good game.
No, he had a bad game.
You know he's gonna hit a couple threes at home. You know he plays better at home.
Well, and Grant Williams is the same way. And then also the other thing you have to consider that may become a factor is Robert Williams could be back in the lineup for Game 7, and
that helps a lot.
Yeah, and so that's a big deal.
Clogging the paint for
it's just another rim protector and another body that you throw at Giannis over the course of this game. Yep. All right. Whoever number 6 is, jacks a 3, no good. 108-95, your final. Boston gets the job done on the road. Tatum has 46 on 17 out of 32, 7 of 15 from 3. Also has 9 boards in the elimination game. Giannis finished with somewhere north of 40 on similar shooting splits, but it just wasn't enough.
42 and 20.
42, 18, or 44, 20, and 6 for Giannis on 14 out of 30. Drew Holiday had 17 on 17 shots, but other than that, Pat Connaughton had 14, but they got nothing out of after that. 22 for Brown.
Don't have enough offense.
Yeah, it was a defensive. I mean, it really was a pretty defensive battle for the entire duration of that
Al Horford has had like a I don't know what the fountain of youth this
Yeah.
series. Like
It's just that it's the and the defense has been incredible. Like, and there's a couple times on drives there where I've just been like, I was just like, holy hell, man! Like, and Horford just kind of gets his hands on the ball, and it's like, okay, and he still has that core and physical upper body strength where he's like, I can hold on long enough to get the jump ball.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yep.
I'm not gonna be able to absolutely body you and just take the ball away from you, but I can hold on long enough to get the jump ball. Yep. And ever since, and really, he's been the best defender of Giannis in the entire league, not just this series.
They may need to test him for HGH, man.
Yeah, I'd rather them wait until not Game 7 because my Tatum narrative needs the Celtics in the finals. My Tatum superstardom narrative needs him to take down like the Sons of the Warriors and get Finals MVP.
That's what needs to happen, and then I will tell you, I will personally tell you and do it on a show that Tatum is officially. I want him to be a superstar. He went to Duke. I love my Duke guy. He's probably my favorite player in the NBA, Tatum, but he needs that moment for me to call him a superstar. He does that, he's a superstar officially.
Yeah, I just I've fallen in love with Jason Tatum, and yeah, it just
should have been the number one pick that year, but you know the Sixers,
for sure.
So the Sixers decided to trade up to take Markelle Fultz, who's no longer on the team.
Hey, low-key, that's a blessing for Tatum. I would not want him on this Philly team right now.
Philly made a lot of bad draft decisions.
Bro, no, I would. And honestly, like, low-key, Boston having one of these superstars again is so much fun. Like, you kind of miss, like, there's been good Celtics teams over the last few years, and Jaylen Brown's great. But
he makes them likable. I can't stand Boston. Like,
I love seeing that. Like, I love
with him on Boston. I don't hate them as much.
I love the Celtics. I hope they win the whole thing. And I'm holding a Miami 12-1 future on the Heat to win, and I'm going to be cheering for the Celtics in that series.
I grew up especially when LeBron was in Cleveland. I hated Boston. Hated KG, Paul Pierce, Rondo, Ray Allen. I hated them so much. And I thought I was always going to hate them.
Paul Pierce, Garnett, that big three, I hated them. Yeah. I despised that big three.
I said on 365 today, and I'm going to go pull the audio at some point just because I want to have it. But I told Mo today because we were making predictions for the games tonight, and he was like, so who do you got and why? And I was like, I got Boston tonight. Tatum's getting 40+, and the Celtics are winning by 10+. And now I need to go pull the audio because
you got to pull the receipts.
Yeah, Tatum got 46, and they won by 13. So I keep tagging him in the group chat, waiting on him to respond.
Oh, he put his daughter to sleep. He's gonna be he's gonna pop up on here. Oh,
I know. Yeah, I know he's showing up here. We're kind of just now we're in this dead period, waiting on Grizzlies. I actually think this is gonna be a great game, Loki.
I do too. Memphis has played so much better than I expected them to without Ja. I really thought that, especially this last game, I really thought that the Warriors were just going to blow them out.
I think that minus, I might have to play that -8. I don't know. I feel like I'm feeling.
I played the +8.
You played a plus?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see both. I could see it. I could see Memphis keeping it close.
Well, and it crashed too.
I think like a backdoor that +8.
I played 8, and then I checked again 10 minutes later, and my book it crashed all the way to 7. So it got a ton late. It got a ton late.
You got a point, or you got it to 7. The line was 7.
No, the line was 7. I got 8 at -110, but then it crashed.
You got it at 110. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think though, and I'm going to do a podcast about this. I think or a show about this kind of out of nowhere. I do think though that the goal for the Grizzlies coming into this postseason should have been nothing other than to win a playoff series because they hadn't done it before. Because being a young team and winning championships is a process, and there's growth as a unit that comes with that, and there's experiences that come with that. There's heartache that comes with that. And I think that's part of their growth this year. And so I said that anything more than just winning in the first round was flowers. Like, that's just bonus. That's bonus stuff. And so that's why I think here, like, if you're a Grizzlies fan and I know a lot of them, you have to be content with whatever happens over the next 2 games or 1 to 2 games.
Yeah, because listen, I think it's inevitable. Like,
yeah. And like quite honestly, even with Ja, I think that it was inevitable. And honestly, the series may be over if Ja was playing because I think Golden State probably takes them more seriously. So is that James Wiseman on the floor? Or am I tripping? Or is that Kevon?
Wiseman's out.
Kevon Looney had on a weird undershirt that made me trip out. So tipped off. Grizzlies won the tip.
Adams with the rebound.
I would not want to. I would not want to be focusing on Jaren Jackson Jr. post ups against Draymond.
I will be right back.
I think the problem is with it's because you have Adams, and you have to allow him to be a presence in the paint. But you almost want to spread that Golden State defense out and allow Adams to have room to rebound. Like you almost want Jaren to play exclusively on the perimeter and allow like Desmond Bane to maybe pick and pop with Jaren, and you
just did.
Yeah, just something like. But you don't want to like force. There's Desmond Bane wide open, no good. Adams is going to eat in this game on the boards. You can tell already.
Oh, he's going to have 15 rebounds easily.
Yeah, and the biggest question will be how many offensive boards can he get, because that's what will keep Memphis in the game is second chances.
Yeah, they need those offensive rebounds.
Yeah, and Kevon Looney becomes it's just if Adams eats, it's just problematic in general for Golden State. Wiggins for three, no good.
Yeah. The Grizzlies need the second chance points as much as possible, especially
if you want my prediction for starting Nick's point guard next year, I'll give you Tyus Jones. I don't think it's Brunson.
I've been on either the Brunson thing or Tyus Jones.
Bane for mid range.
I know he's not sexy, but he might be exactly what you need.
I told you that like 20 games into the season. I was like, man, like Tyus would be great on that team because you don't want like Knicks want a superstar point guard, and they want you don't want that. You want RJ to be that dude, and like I don't think RJ's that dude. Oh my god, what a dumb shot! Bane again, good on a freaky layup. Like I don't love RJ for the future, but like I think he's good. I think he's going to be a second option for that. Like the next really good team.
I think he's a 2 at best.
Yeah, and so Curry for 3, bang. And that's why, like, with Tyus, I really think Tyus makes a whole lot of sense because if that dude will just play really good defense.
And he would be cheaper option than Brunson.
I think you're getting Tyus for what? I think you're getting Tyus for like 12 million a year, maybe. Oh, God, what a pass, 60? Man. What a pass. Was that Looney that made that pass? Or was that Steph?
I think the Warriors are going to start. Clay needs to hit something here so he can get that confidence going.
Yeah, and see Dylan Brooks is shooting a lot. This is problematic. If Dylan Brooks is going to shoot a lot, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
They called the offensive foul there. Clay missed bad anyway, but yeah, this is the way that this game script has opened up after the Bane layup has been problematic. Yeah, that was a Steph no-look pass to Draymond. That was insanely good pass.
Yeah, that was a really good pass.
What is the path for
Memphis is going to have so much trouble just trying to create offense. Like
I know.
Like you just saw and Jaren Jackson's down.
What is the path for Memphis tonight in terms of he rolled his ankle on the cameraman.
Yeah. He's still down from what I see. I think I'm a little ahead of you.
Yeah, you are. I think he rolled his ankle on that cameraman pretty bad.
Yeah. No, he's wild. He's
wobbling over there in the corner right now.
Clay hit a 3. Oh God, yep. Clay hit a 3. Yep. That's exactly what they need.
Yep. Yeah, you're like 3 seconds ahead of me. You got to call timeout and get him out, and at least get him looked at for you. You can't just let him wobble around out there.
Exactly what
I think they did just call timeout.
Yeah, they just did it.
I think he's fine. I think he just rolled that ankle.
Oh, yeah, I think it's just a roll. I think he just –
yeah, Clay is looking at people like hollering cuss words, so I think that this may be problems.
This is definitely a problem. That's definitely not what they
No, Memphis has got to hang around, and it has to be a good first half. That's the only path for them to hang in this game. If the Warriors start fast, then this is going to get out of hand. But kind of back to, I really think, truthfully, that Tyus would be a great fit in New York. And I think
I love that. It's not. And listen, a lot of Nick. I brought this up to Knicks fans about Tyus, and people are like, oh no. It's like, hey, eventually you got to get at least a stability at that point guard position. He's not sexy. I don't care. He was the highest assist to turnover ratio in NBA history, like 6-1, 7-1. Like he's not going to turn the ball over. All right. He hits big shots. He's been doing this since college. So like, I think that would be a good, and it won't cost you as much as Brunson's going to cost you if you.
You're probably dipping to close to 25 for Brunson.
Yeah,
it's all said and done.
That's what he's starting off. He's going to want 100.
Yeah,
plus.
so five for 125 is 25 million.
5 for 125. Yeah,
and that's probably right around. It's probably a little bit short of that. So call it 22 and a half, something like that. But I think you get Tyus around 12. I think you can get Tyus for like 3 for 36. And I think if you come out of that, I think you're like,
and you can even do 2, with the third year being an option year. If it's
something like that. And I think that the Knicks would come out much happier with that than they would with Brunson. And it's nothing against Brunson. He's a great player. But
the money you pay Brunson that money, you're expecting him to be an all-star, essentially.
And you can't do that with him.
And you can't do it because he might not be that type of player. Like he's a really good player, but at $25 million a year, guess what? In New York City, they're expecting you to be an all-star.
Yep. And that's why I think Tyus at 12, who's a really solid just starting point guard. And if you become a championship contender in the near future, you can drop to a backup point guard and not be like, oh shit, we're paying a shit ton.
Yeah, it won't hurt that much. It won't.
You'll just kind of be like, oh, like a $12 million backup point guard, but our superstar on a rookie deal.
Even if he's a backup in a whatever a year or two, like he's a good, really good back. He's probably one of the better backup point guards in the NBA right now.
No, he is.
That's why Memphis didn't fall off the way they probably should have, because they had that stability.
Yeah, and people wonder, people keep asking the question why Memphis doesn't like bottom out without Ja, and that's your answer.
Yeah, he was amazing, bro. He played so good in those games, in those 25, 26 games without Ja. Like he was really good. Like they didn't fall. If they didn't have Tyus, they probably split those or under 500 in those games without Ja. They would have fell off, and they'd be a 5-6 seed, and they're probably out.
Yeah, they're probably not playing right now, and so that's why I really like Tyus' fit on the Knicks, and then, I mean, I think then you just kind of rock with it. Like I don't think the Knicks should be in a hurry.
You think Memphis even tries to like keep him?
I mean, yeah, you always try, but there comes and Memphis
wants to be a starter.
Smart. He's going to want to be a starter for one, and two, if you can't pay him, then they're just going to kind of be like, nah, like we're good. Yeah, like we're not paying, because they've got to pay Ja next year. They've got to.
He's getting the Supermax, so that's what.
Then, and then you've got to pay Bane. I think actually you may have to pay.
Just paid Jaren Jackson, right? 100.
They've already paid Jaren. They have to pay Bane soon.
Bane's going to get paid in a year.
Yeah. Speaking of, he missed. Jaren's fine. He's laboring a little, but he's fine. But I will say this: if Jaren can't be explosive, he's not going to be able to block a ton of shots and protect the rim, and that's the biggest problem for them. They need that because you have to. I feel bad for Desmond Bane. He's out there by himself.
I think Memphis is going to have to rely on the 3-ball heavily today because they really can't create nothing.
Well, I mean, and if Dylan can make a few of them, then that's a huge win.
Dylan just hit one now, so that's what they're gonna just have to.
No, and that's why I said that he made one. I was like, yeah, if he can just
that's the offense is.
If he can just hit a few, then that's a massive.
Oh, he's feeling it.
Oh God, Clay hit another one.
It.
Yeah. Somebody said Clay was going for 35 tonight earlier in the halftime, so.
Block that shot.
Yeah, like that's a great shot from Tyus. He missed it, but like that's the type of shot like in a pick and roll as your starting point guard. You'd much prefer that to some of the shots.
Looney just missed 2 bunnies.
Yeah, man, Looney's so trash. I'm not gonna lie.
He was like a top 5 recruit coming out of high school. Like, I couldn't believe. I remember that. Like,
yeah,
he was like really highly rated, and then like he's good for what he is. But
well, I mean, like when the Warriors are paying as many fat contracts as they are, and they need. I mean, because you got to remember this is typically their backup center, but
because
I'm not gonna lie, if you can get Clay dribbling the basketball. Man's cheeks. Clay cannot dribble the basketball.
That's
You
his
just got to
one.
run him. You got to run him. You got to run him off the line a little, and then as long as you run him off. So a night game for Game 7. So the Celtics and Bucks are playing at 2:30. That's bullshit. Big day for Dallas sports on Sunday, potentially.
That's gonna be. I can't wait for that one. That's gonna be fucking good.
Well, Game 7, man. I mean, also if you're a betting man,
they showing Dylan Brooks' shooting splits, and it's just awful.
Yeah, if you're a betting man, just go blindly play unders in Game 7s and get
Yeah,
rid.
because it's gonna be physical.
Yeah.
Absolutely physical.
I'll say this: the hate on Dylan Brooks has been a little much in these playoffs. He hasn't shot the ball well, but like really, like all you need him to be is like a streaky 3-and-D guy, like because his perimeter defending is so good.
He is a solid defender. Yeah, I give him that.
I mean, I'd go as far to say a really good. I wouldn't even say solid. I'd say he's really, really good.
Woo! He's on fire.
Yeah.
He's on fire.
Yeah, Memphis has got a honestly, and Memphis is actually playing okay defensively. Memphis is playing okay defensively.
They just can't do nothing offensively. The offense
they can't get anything on the offense. And Steven Adams can't keep letting rebounds go through his hands, and then he can't miss bunnies when he gets.
He's missing. That should be an easy 2 right there for Steven Adams. You can't. They can't afford to miss easy shots right now because they can get down that quick and they're not gonna be able to come back.
No, and you have to find ways to survive this. Why are they sitting? Oh no, Clay's not sitting. He's just going.
No, Clay's on. Nah, they need Clay to get his legs back and get in the groove again.
Yeah,
you can't take him out.
No, they're not taking him out.
Yeah, they got Poole back. Oh, they got Poole in the game. Yeah, Poole's in the game.
Oh, so Poole didn't start tonight.
No.
So they went big. That was an adjustment, I guess, because Adams cooked.
A lot of missed fucking bunnies today.
Who missed the bunny this time? Draymond had a tough little layup there. They should have made that, but that's not Draymond's game. God, that was a really good defense by Steph on Brooks, but the fact that Brooks is taking that shot lets you know where we're at in this series. Okay, that's a foul. That's Steph's second. Steph's in a little bit of foul.
Yeah, that was a bad foul by Steph.
Yeah. He's looking at Mike Brown and saying he's all right.
Why would he go for the pump? Like Dylan Brooks is shooting 30% from the field. Like, let him.
Yeah. He tried to stop himself. He just tripped him. Like, he says it's not a foul. He just tripped him. Like, that's just.
See, Tyus in the pick and roll.
Tyus is great. Tyus is great in the pick and roll. He's gotten that good
flow.
That's
Steven Adams. Like, imagine with him and Mitchell Robinson.
I wouldn't pay Mitchell if I was New York, but they're going to probably.
We have to do a lot of things just off because see Dylan. If Dylan's gonna hit, he's finally having a good shooting game. We needed this.
Yeah, well, and this is a massive run by Memphis. Clay is absolutely in fuego, and you just cut it back to 3 and quieted the crowd, and like you took the initial punch.
The Warriors are gonna, but they're stupid turnovers and the tie game.
Yep.
The Warriors with the dumb turnovers are the reason why Memphis is gonna stay in this game.
And as soon as Dylan released that shot, you can tell now he's feeling it. He's feeling it. Like he's got that touchback. He's kind of found it.
The Warriors, they do this a lot with these careless turnovers, like trying to make passes on the opposite side of the court, like.
Well,
especially like Memphis, like you can't do that with this a defensive team that's very.
Memphis, you gotta if you're Memphis on those turnovers, even if you don't have numbers, you just have to run. Like because you're not generating in the half court. You got
they have to run and they got to hit the threes, and
and quite honestly, like they're not shooting that well from 3, and this thing's tied.
Yeah, well, I
know it's early, but
turnovers. You gotta capitalize off the turnovers.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm trying to get a box score.
Brandon, I think you're on mute.
I just realized that
I heard you. I saw your lips moving before, and I didn't put 2 and 2 that you're probably.
I'm an idiot.
So the Grizzlies are shooting 35% from the field, 37% from 3, and 50% from the free throw line. The The Warriors are shooting 40% from the field, but 57% from three. Haven't attempted a free throw. And it's tied. Warriors +3 on the glass. Already have 3 offensive boards. If Adams is going to play, that's unacceptable. And then 4 turnovers for Golden State. Almost half of Memphis's points are off turnovers. 5 points in the fast break for Memphis.
So if the Warriors cut down on turnovers, they would be blowing them out of the water right now.
Well, they got 4 costly turnovers.
It's too late, and it's too late for that now. You've already turned it over 4 times. You can fix it and hope that Memphis doesn't figure out the half court, but that initial spell where you could have really put a lot of heat on them and forced them to come back, it's gone now. I mean, you've already messed it up. So you've got to just now it's a game. Jaren Jackson 0 for 3. It's really Dylan Brooks, honestly, man. He's keeping them in it. He's
having his best game by far this series.
And it's got to be unlikely. It's got to be unlikely suspects, man, for Memphis to have a chance in this game.
This with Bane, I haven't even heard his name once.
He's got 4. He had a kind of a stupid hard layup earlier.
He's got to play better. He has not had a good series.
He really hasn't. Are we sure that he's 100% though? Because I've seen in a couple games where he's out there, but he does not look like he can hardly play.
So, does Giannis play all 48 minutes on Sunday?
Yep.
There's a good chance.
He has to.
If he doesn't, he plays like 46.
Does Grayson Allen? I'll set the over/under for Grayson Allen minutes at 3.5.
At this point, you gotta take the under.
You can't play him. He can't play.
But just because you can't doesn't mean they won't.
Budenholzer is one of those that doesn't really change what he does. It's like we're just gonna figure it out.
He sticks to the script.
He sticks to the script and hopes the script works. So,
and unfortunately, he doesn't have many options off the bench. So.
Honestly, this is a great start for Memphis. You've got 2 early fouls on Steph, so you've got him going to have – on defense, he's going to be kind of a liability for a while. Dylan's shooting well. You're turning him over. You haven't figured out the half-court offense, but, I mean, everything's not going to be perfect.
No.
If I'm Memphis right now, I take Steph to the basket as much as possible and try to draw that third foul so he has to go to the bench.
What was I about to say? Kyle Anderson just checked in, and I miss Kyle Anderson so much. He's such a good $9 million a year basketball player. He's so useful.
Oh, Dylan's in his
yeah, Dylan's in his bag, man.
I think he heard the chat,
bro. I hope so. I hate when we overreact to stuff. He had a bad stretch of games, and it was really, really bad. But this man's about to go get
Jordan.
Dylan Tatum is about to go crazy.
Yeah, looking like Jason Tatum.
Don't disrespect Jason Tatum like that.
Bro, I'm the last person to disrespect Jason Tatum.
That's his son. That's Walker's son.
Bro, Steven Adams can't take that shot with like 18 on the shot clock. That's just disgusting. It's great defense by Brooks.
They're gonna make some.
Here comes point slow-mo.
Step back. Dylan Brooks. Dylan was feeling himself a little too much there.
I thought, when you started laughing, I thought he made it, and it led to a fast break for them.
He thought he was hardened for a second.
And then he took another quick one.
I hate Dylan Brooks' jump shot.
It's like I don't even know how to describe it.
He's not shooting. He's pushing it. He's pushing it just like this.
Yeah, so Wiggins going to shoot 2. The Warriors back up 3. Dylan Brooks single-handedly put the Warriors back up 3. Kyle Anderson needs to be involved in running the offense for the Grizzlies tonight. I think a little bit. Tyus can't really run all the pick and roll, and I think Kyle Anderson's really useful in that way. His tempo gives him a weird, hard-to-guard ability.
Yeah.
He reminds me of Luka a little bit, just simply because they're both really slow, but they still do exactly what they want to do.
When the Spurs didn't match that offer sheet, I was pissed. I'll also never forget Kyle Anderson calling one of the Spurs media members a cornball on Twitter.
You know who I like in this draft class that's similar to Kyle Anderson? Jordan Hall from St. Joe's.
Yeah.
He's similar because he's like a little bit of a playmaker, and Kyle can play make a little bit.
I saw the light a little bit. Speaking of draft stuff, with Zaire Williams coming in, I was a little bit higher on him than most people. And
oh, that was a hard.
Did he get drafted at like 17?
He got drafted at he went way higher. He went
top 10.
No, I meant like age.
Yeah. Oh, he was the youngest I think he was like just
he was young, yeah.
Or he like just 19? Turned 18.
That was great anticipation on that steal. He was I liked him more than
careless turnovers.
You just got to keep pushing and being aggressive on defense if you're Memphis. If they're going to keep giving you these, you can't do that though. He missed the shot, but you can't leave Jordan Poole open. Come on, Looney's down here on the ground scrapping and clawing.
Who was that? Oh, was that Damian Lee? Damian Lee in the game? Who was that passed that?
That made the bad pass?
That is Damian Lee.
Yeah, Damian Lee made the careless pass.
Getting minutes?
Yeah, he is getting minutes. And then
he's gotten minutes the past couple games.
Yeah, he's played a good bit.
Damian
Lee almost turned it over again right there on the inbound.
Yeah,
Jordan Poole. He's cooled off a little bit, Jordan Poole.
Yeah, he hasn't shot the ball well at all lately.
Which is a good thing if you're Memphis. If you can just keep it to Clay, then you'll be
I've been really impressed with Jordan Poole.
His last 2 games have been bad.
Yeah, his last 2 have not been great, but he's had a great postseason up to.
No, overall, but the last 2 games haven't been great. He's definitely got to shoot the ball better.
Damn, Steph. If you're Brendan Clark there, you almost have to be like chest to his forehead and just not allow that shot. If he beats you to the rim, then he just.
Who hit that 3? Tires?
Oh!
No, that was Desmond Bain that hit that 3.
I'm literally like a play behind you guys.
Yeah, well, I think we're all on different points of view.
Whoever was guarding Desmond got lost on that screen coming over that action, or was a little bit late, and then Des pump faked and got the open look. Great defense by Zaire, but great hustle by Looney out to Damian Lee, and that's going to be Bottoms. Can't do that. Can't give them second chances. The margin for error is already super small. You can't give them second chances.
Slow-mo.
Yeah, slow-mo. That's slow God.
Another guy that I really like on this Memphis team is Brandon Clark. He doesn't do a lot like flashy, but I think he's just a really, really solid player.
They didn't play him right. There was a stretch where they stopped playing him.
He just if he's not going to hustle and rebound and defend and protect the rim, then he's not going to play.
Last year he was really good.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. But then this year I forgot at what point, but I remember him not playing, like getting a lot of DMPs and like playing like a few minutes.
Oh man, Jordan just put him in hell. Yeah, and then
DeAndre Melton's in.
Typical Wiggins. He got him with that little spin. Brandon was slipping.
Oh, they didn't. Kuminga's probably not going to play today.
Oh, why didn't Andrew shoot the ball?
Losing Gary Payton, it's showing.
Yeah, he was real big for them defensively.
There was that slow-mo pick and roll. I thought that was a foul. But whatever.
Well, they let him play. They letting Clay create.
That's not a good idea.
Oh, we hit it.
I mean, yeah, just I would not.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but
I guess when he's shooting like this, though, you're gonna let him do whatever the hell.
I think that's exactly what Mike Brown's doing, just letting him get comfortable.
I'm so happy for Klay Thompson. He's needed a game or a start like this.
They're not letting Desmond Bain get anything. Big shot by Melton there.
Yeah, Melton, that was a big shot.
Needed.
If you're Memphis down 4 at the end of the first quarter,
you got to be happy with that.
That's a plus.
Yeah.
And you got Steph in foul trouble. That's a win.
You have things going for you right now. It's not all bad. It is definitely not all bad.
And that's with only shooting 41% right now.
Yeah, so it's
And
definitely
losing the
not
rebound battle, losing the rebounding battle already by double digits.
right. Well, but that's something that has to get corrected.
But turnovers. Hey, it don't matter. All those stats I just read off. The most important thing is that they're winning the turnover battle because Golden State had some stupid turnovers that led to easy points for them. And that's what Memphis needs. They need to capitalize on that. They have to just win the turnover battle and just get easy buckets off turnovers.
You're not gonna. You can't be lazy against this Memphis team. As soon as they see you're being
those turnovers, Brandon, those turnovers those are lazy Those are just like
that's what I'm saying.
You just can't have that. You can't give them.
Those
get on their throat and just end it. You just
those across the court little lob passes, like you can't do that.
Yeah, a couple Steph turnovers where he goes underneath the basket and then throws it to the outside. It's like there's no need for that. You're just giving them hope. Don't end it. Finish them off. But that's
giving them too much. I'm saying this right now. If Golden State loses this, they will never live it down. If they end up losing this series, they will never live it down.
3-1, yeah, you can't.
They're not gonna lose the series. They'll win tonight. It's gonna be more of a process than I think they probably expect it to be.
It's gonna be a battle.
Yeah,
this is definitely a fight.
Taylor Jenkins is a really good coach.
I think he has his moments. He's done some stuff in this postseason where I've been like,
he has his coaching, his miscues.
I really like the. I really like the
slack.
I don't really know why I like
He's a good player.
It's just guys like that. That's what sped this Memphis thing up so fast. Guys like that, just random dudes where you look down their bench at their ninth man who's hitting the buzzer beater.
They hit on like those guys in the 20s, right? Like the Brian Clarks and the Dylans, the Dylan Brooks, those guys.
I don't
know you Walker, you like Zaire coming out last year? Yeah. I wasn't crazy about Zaire.
I liked him more than the consensus, yeah. I thought that was similar to some guys in this class. I think he had a lot of trash around him at Stanford.
Oh, that I definitely agree. He was not surrounded by it. And I think that happens to a lot of guys where you look at their stats and you're like, well, this guy only shot like 38% and all that. And then you forget that they're playing with guys who are probably not even going to touch any type of pro basketball. And like you have to factor that in when you evaluate guys and be like, okay, maybe certain guys are really better off playing, are going to be better pros in college. Because college, you're playing a slower pace of basketball. The guys like Zaire and all that are like to play up tempo and all that. So he may be that. I still wasn't super crazy. I shouldn't say I didn't like him.
I just thought I had him from the very beginning that Zaire would be useful for an NBA franchise, and I think that's important after you get out of the lottery.
He's also super young, so like it's going to take him time to develop.
I don't think that there's much superstar potential there, but I think there's a good player there, and that's really all that matters when you're drafting it. And they drafted him high, but like they already knew who their guards were going to be. Like I think they want Zaire to be a really good bench guard for them.
But I think if they took him in the 20s, I think that would have been. Yeah, I've been more comfortable taking him there because I think that's where he should have probably went.
I think he went.
In the top 10 gives him, to me, that's like puts pressure on him to be a star type player.
So speaking of the draft, how comfortable, how anxious are you going to Tuesday?
It is what it is. As a Knicks fan, if you're talking to me as a Knicks fan.
Yeah. No, I'm talking from a fan perspective.
I always enjoy the lottery process.
Polo Banchero is going number 1.
But as a Knicks fan, it is what it is. I think I will probably get like at the 12th pick, so I'm not expecting anything much. But I can't wait because now once the lottery's set, we can actually like what player fits best instead of thinking, well, what if Detroit gets number 1 or what if whatever gets number 1? Now we can
you want to do a little show live for the lottery on Tuesday?
I work overnights, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, you already going to be in at 7? I think it comes on at like 7 Eastern.
I'll be gone. I'll be gone by then. Yeah, I'll be heading out. But you could do something. We could definitely do something with the guys.
When is the actual NBA draft?
It's like in the middle of June, I think.
June,
The combine's like this upcoming week.
Yeah, they have like they listed the 75 guys.
Yeah. I recognize almost all of them. And then what was that? Yeah, and then some people with this draft think that after the top 4, there's a pretty big drop off.
I don't think it's a drop off. I just think it's a bunch of guys in that mix, essentially, that are a viable factor.
It'll be interesting because the Spurs and the Knicks are in the same tier. I actually think you cannot give up this many offensive boards.
Yeah.
Taylor Jenkins immediately called timeout. But yeah, I think
goodness.
Yeah. See, if the Adams is not in the game, they're gonna get killed. Even though the Warriors are on a great rebounding team, but
dude, Brandon Clark. This is what I'm talking about. If Brandon Clark's going to be on the floor and get his ass eaten by Nemanja Bjelica, then you have to take him out.
Well, I mean, Jaren Jackson Jr. plays like he's 6'5" too.
He's been like that forever. Jaren Jackson.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
Brandon, that's been my thing with a lot of these guys, and like Joel and a lot of these guys. They're 7, like Karl Anthony Towns too. You are 7 foot tall. Sometimes you just need to get in the post and back people down and get easy buckets. But yet they want to shoot threes, and that's what happened in the Sixers series. MB, he started shooting 3. He didn't even shoot the 3 well. He only made, I think he was like 5 or 30 from 3 at one point. Like, stop. If you're gonna you're actually making it easier for them because you're shooting threes, and
especially for someone like Joel Embiid who is like 280. So there's not a lot of
the biggest center in the league. He's the most physical. He could be the most dominant center in the league if he wants to. But
Joel Embiid could be the new age Shaq.
He could if he wanted to, but he don't want to.
Going back to what I was saying before, Chris, the Knicks and the Spurs are in a similar spot in terms of like drafting. In terms of drafting. I'll tell you what, dude. I roll over every single morning, and the first thing I do is get on Tankathon and hit the sim button. And just be like, all right, what's today?
The last time I did it, the Knicks had the 3rd pick. And
Bro,
I'm like,
the last time I did it, it was not a good Spurs sim this morning. But when I hit it this morning, the Clippers pick launched up all the way to 2, and the OKC got 1. So OKC picked 1-2 because they have. So they pick like they basically it was like, okay, we're taking Paolo and Jabari or
Chet. Do a Tankathon right now. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up right now. Let's see what we got.
Let's see who gets the number 1 pick.
Oh yeah, this is a good one.
Lottery.
The Knicks pick 11th on the one I just pulled.
The Knicks pick 11th on the one I just did.
The Spurs.
Jalen Duren.
The Spurs just moved up 6 spots on mine and they picked top 3rd and they picked 3rd. With Detroit picking 1.
Daniels. I like Dyson a lot. I'm a big Dyson guy.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I've seen a lot of your stuff. I'm simming it again just to see what happens. Yeah. See,
do the Lakers have a pick this year?
No, it's conveyed to the Pelicans from the Anthony Davis.
Watch that. Yeah, it's the Pelicans, right? So.
Yeah. It says it on there that the Lakers pick moves to the Pels. Yeah. See this one right here. The Knicks stay at 11 and the Spurs pick 4. So I've spun it twice and gotten Spurs into the top 4.
Spin it one more time. The Knicks get the 3rd pick and take Paolo.
Yeah.
So I have a podcast buddy of mine who does like a Pistons podcast, and he did like a mock, and he had Paolo. He did a Tankathon and had Paolo. He had the Knicks with the 3rd pick.
Yeah.
And take Paolo. And he asked me like how that fit would be. I said hypothetically, I think if you have Julius Randle on the team, let's just say Julius is on the team, and you have him and you have Obi Toppin, obviously you're gonna have to move Julius Randle.
Yeah.
But
you think you move Julius instead of Obi?
But do you think Obi? I think
you definitely move Julius if you get off the contract.
The Knicks are in actually a tough situation because then if you trade Randle. And let's say you keep Paolo and you keep Obi, you essentially have to. You're really saying it. We gotta it's kind of like it's a rebuild. because you're going young.
Yeah, but I think that with a guy of that
You're not
level,
going to win. You're not going to win with that.
I think you can term it
That's
soft.
why I think you guys move
But I think you
Obi
can term it
instead of
soft rebuild.
Julius.
I think you could flip that thing in a year.
I think it's a quick. I do believe. I think it could be a quick, like a year or two. It won't take.
No,
long.
I
It's
think
not a
that's
true
the type of
rebuild.
thing where you
We're
get
not
off Randall's
OKC
deal.
rebuild, but
Yeah.
I don't think you should be expecting like to be a playoff team next year. With
No, I think that that's
no
the type of
Randall
thing.
and
You
got
get off
Paolo.
Randall's
Who's gonna
deal
need
and save
develop.
the money. You get off Randall's deal, save the money. You let Paolo develop for a year with RJ and get the synergy or whatever, and then you go try to sign a superstar, and you hope Paolo is that dude or one of those dudes, and then you have kind of hopefully your big
So-
three.
Because I know a lot of people. Because when I posted that, like, and people like, well, we want Ivy. So like, and how he did the mock was, it went
Not leave Clay
Chet,
open.
Jabari, Paulo with the Knicks, and obviously Ivy would be there. A lot of Knicks fans are like, "Yo, I want
I
Ivy."
keep forgetting about Ivy, and that's crazy because I was like the leader of the Jaden Ivy fan club.
Klay Thompson is flaming right now.
Yeah,
D'Anthony Melton is also flaming right now.
they're gonna have to do to keep just bouncing back after.
You just got to keep taking it. You got to punch and counter punch, punch and counter punch.
Yeah, that's how Memphis has to play right now.
Oh, that was a walk.
Yeah,
and
really.
then Bielitsa, yeah, that didn't deserve to go in. If there's a God, then
Jaren
Bielitsa.
Jackson. Oh, Jaren Jackson just threw that one in.
I think Bielitsa is a bum. Like,
I
clearly
like-
he's not a bum because he's in the NBA, but, like, for NBA standards, I think he's kind of a bum.
I like Bielitsa on my 2K teams because it's so much fun to pick and pop that
And
something.
he's cheap. You can get him in 2K cheap. It don't cost you much.
Bro, he doesn't cost much in real life.
In real, yeah.
He doesn't cost much anywhere, man.
Oh, see.
Yeah, there you go,
Bring
Brandon.
him back.
Punches and counter punches.
See, that's what happened.
Punches.
Golden State gets on a little run. They get a little ahead of themselves, and then they let Memphis get back in the game.
Yep. Punches and counter punches, boys.
That was a nice pass by Melton.
Yeah, it was.
He could have forced that one.
Ooh!
Left, and he found Brandon trailing. That was good for him.
Or Brandon kind of did a good job of just kind of creeping in out of the corner there. Like,
Yeah. That's what I'm
you
saying.
don't want to run that too quick.
That's good awareness by Melton to see that he was there. I think that was his plan the whole time because he could have forced that one. They've been forcing some drives to the basket.
Yeah, so I mean 39-37.
If I'm Memphis, I'm really happy with where we're at right now.
That you couldn't have asked for a better start.
Yeah, so I mean like that's you got to start somewhere, boys. They just punches and counter punches, and you just have to keep finding unlikely guys to continue to make plays. D'Anthony Melton's got 6. He makes the pass on the lob. Dylan Brooks was hot early. Jaren's throwing some accidental layups into the basket. I mean, you just have to keep finding dudes. It has to be a complete effort. You can't have an unlikely superstar, or I mean, you can. That would help, but it's not going to happen. So, like, I mean, you have to get a complete effort. Everybody's got to take turns contributing, and they're doing a good job right now. They're hanging in here, and this is exactly what we talked about on halftime. This is one of those things where we talked about the first half and them hanging around, and even maybe going in with a lead into the second half. And if they could do that, then they would, they'd have a chance. But I feel like I do feel like they have to keep this thing close, or else we're going to get one of those famous third quarter runs from Golden State where they end up by like 26, and we're just like, how did that happen so fast?
And that might happen anyway.
I think this Memphis team's a little too resilient to take to take a run like that. But I mean, it's impossible to say. It is impossible to say. Damn, Prez disappeared when my dog showed up.
So, do you think whoever ends up winning the Boston-Milwaukee is just going to beat Miami?
Yeah, I think so. I like Boston a lot.
I really think that if Boston's
winning Game 7.
I think if Boston wins, that they'll beat Miami. But if Milwaukee wins, I don't know. I think Miami might beat them.
I would like to see that third series and the conclusion of that trilogy, but I do think Milwaukee would beat them. I don't think they have the superstardom in order to compete with Giannis, and I do think they beat them.
I don't think that the Miami Heat are one of the few teams that don't need a superstar, though.
They don't, but when you have the league MVP, you have to have someone, and I don't think they have someone. I do think that you have to have someone, and Jimmy's been great, but I do think you would rather have someone like Tatum to counter that and have like Boston's roster.
Tyler Hero coming off the bench, though, if he sparks up again, he's been cold the past couple games, but I don't know. That'll be really interesting.
It's all. I mean, I'll be able to measure it more when I kind of like once we kind of get some finality in the series. But on first thought, I like Boston's chances better.
I really think.
Honestly, I'm kind of pulling for Boston to win the whole thing. So maybe that's a little biased because I like
the farther we go, I honestly am too. Just because I love Jason Tatum so much.
See, this is how Brandon Clark has to guard Curry. You put your chest on his forehead. You keep your hands directly in the air. He made the three. He made it, but you have to guard him that way. That's how you have to guard him. And then Desmond Bane. See, that's lackluster defense by Golden State. They got lucky he missed the shot.
Oof. That was a good shot.
That's all you can do with Steph, man. You have to just do what you can. You have to.
Oh, that's a bad shot by Desmond Bane.
I was okay with it. I thought it was bad defense. They were clearly lost. You take the open three. You haven't gotten much in the half court at all. Another turnover by Golden State. DeAnthony Melton, you got to be patient. Good pass. That's wide open, Dylan. You have to take it, and you missed it. Good rebound by Brandon Clark. Oh, my God. Bad pass by Brandon Clark. Yeah, just nothing going in the half court. Memphis is going on these dry spells in half court offense, and they can't keep doing this or else they're going to end up getting blown out. And one for Jordan Poole. And the Grizzlies are back up 7 with 1 to come.
See, the half court is where they really miss Ja the most.
Yeah. Ja really gets them into a lot of their sets and stuff. And
when there's nothing there, he can just create.
Yeah, not a good foul by Desmond Bane there. Like, I mean, you got beat there. You can't just shove him. If you're going to shove him, you better knock him down. You can't just shove him and give him the easy and one. No good on the free throw for Poole. Golden State still up 7. Tyus in the half court with Jaren up top. Dylan Brooks step back for 3 and good. Back down to 4. Counterpunch again for the Grizzlies. So just again, man, they just keep coming. Like this team doesn't go away. And I really like that about them. I think that's like, I think they are of all the teams in the NBA, they embody their city as much as anybody.
I think Tyus Jones might be one of the purest point guards there is in the league.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, and his assist to turnover ratio and a lot of stuff like that. And he's an incredible and a really good defensive possession for Memphis there. Shot clock violation on Golden State. Just a fantastic possession.
Oh, I think Desmond may have gotten away with a foul on that screen, but
I thought they played it really well. I didn't think, and then Jordan Poole tried to jump into him, and they did all right. Yeah, but Tyus is very that was a bad shot by Tyus. Right as I said that, bad. Yep, bad floater leads to transition. Oh, well, and then Tyus gets a steal on the other end. Transition 3 by Dylan Brooks, no good. Offensive rebound, Desmond Bane. They're back into their offense with Steven Adams at the top of the key. Dylan Brooks, another 3-point attempt, and that one's good. It's back down to 1, 44-43. Brooks has given roars and stuff like that. He's clearly feeling it. Timeout Golden State, 44-43, 6:00 left to go in the first half. And another 3 for Dylan Brooks, and the Grizzlies just keep coming. They keep coming, and they won't go away, and they're pesky, and they're annoying, and they just keep coming. Dylan Brooks now with 18 in the first half, 5 out of 10 from 3. Just easily his best Easily his best game of the series.
That's a good way to counteract his last game.
Just this whole series, really.
These Allstate commercials are so fucking weird.
Oh, I don't even watch commercials. I don't even watch them. Yeah.
Oh. I think this year's NBA has been one of the more competitive across the league. Just because any team, like, I think that there's a good chance that New Orleans could have beat the Suns in that series, and then we'd have them instead of Phoenix right now. Press said he'd be back too.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, yeah, it's way too good. Steph got a really good look, no good. Should have been an offensive rebound, but it was weak from Golden State. And Tyus Jones, transition three. The Grizzlies have their first lead of the night. Should have been an offensive rebound for Golden State. Turns into a good defense there from Steven Adams and a board. Memphis is really starting to compete now. In transition, Jaren really hesitated there. He shouldn't have, but he gets the layup. Memphis by 4. This game has a really good pace to it, and really, quite honestly, Golden State outside of Clay has been not great. Really good job by Dylan Brooks there to be mature defensively and not leave Steph to go help in the paint. What a block by Jaren. Another rebound. Memphis is running. Dylan Brooks in transition. And Memphis is going to reset. And there's a foul on Looney underneath. He slung Adams down, who's down and in some pain. For a really frustration foul there from Kevon Looney.
Yep.
Just threw him down on his shoulder that's I don't know. I really don't know what the point of that was. I thought that was kind of that wasn't.
You could almost call that a flagrant.
Yeah, that's kind of where I wanted to go with that. It was completely unnecessary, and it wasn't at all a basketball play. But they're going to reset it. Memphis will take the ball out with 15 seconds left on the shot clock. They got Jaren on Wiggins here. Jaren with the big body gets fouled, and we'll go to the line for 2 free throws. Memphis on a real run here in the latter half of the second quarter, and this is where that upset potential becomes very real. You had to have a run like this. You couldn't keep counter punching and just cutting it to 1 or 2. You eventually had to land some bombs.
I think them being up at half is going to be big for them. If they can,
you got to get there first. A lot of times.
Yeah.
See, and Mike Brown telling his team that they're playing fantastic is horseshit. Missed second free throw for Jaren. Memphis up 49-44 with Golden State getting the ball back. This is the end where Memphis has really done work. They've been fantastic on the defensive side. Their big men have done a really good job guarding on the perimeter and making right as I say that, Wiggins gets a wide open 3, but it is no good. Desmond Bane out in transition, and it's a blocking foul. Bane will go to the free throw line for 2. Warriors.
They are so sound defensively. It is crazy.
Yeah, the guys they're leaving open are the guys that they want open. And so
and Bane didn't leave. I don't know who it was in the corner, but instead of going to try to close out the guy who had the ball, he ran to his guy in the corner, and I think that almost prevented an open 3.
I think they're going to challenge this call. They're showing us the replays and stuff right now, but I think there's a decent chance this is overturned and called an offensive foul. I think he got a little extended with his right arm there, and that's probably what's going to get him.
This kind of feeds into the middle linebacker look for Desmond Bain. I swear, Desmond Bain looks like somebody who would go play linebacker.
Steph Curry. Susan, every Friday, got an installment offer to sell his car, good for 7 days. So he's using the time to shop around, but just here.
Yeah, so we're in a commercial break review. 49-44 Grizzlies. As of now, we're seeing 2 free throws for Desmond Bain. I think that's probably going to get overturned.
Good chance. Dylan Brooks, the only person in double digits for Memphis.
That's how it's got to be, man. Just keep battling.
Like,
unsuccessful challenge. It sounds like Desmond Bain will be shooting 2 free throws.
oh, wow. That's actually that's honestly very surprising.
I'm a little surprised. Not just totally surprised.
Wow, there's only 2 people in the whole game over double digits.
Yep, Klay Thompson and what's his face?
Dylan Brooks.
First free throw good for Bain. 50-44 Memphis now.
If he makes the second one, it's a 14-0 run in the past 3 minutes.
Yeah, so a 14-0 run potentially. So 13-0 run with 1 free throw coming for Dez. 14-0 run now for the Grizzlies. And the Grizzlies lead by 7 with 4:20 to go until halftime in Oakland. A good pass on the pick and roll there. Draymond gets the layup, cuts it to 5. A little bit extracurricular there. Warriors are almost looking for Memphis to give them something. So Memphis has to stay pretty smart here because you can't allow this crowd to get back into it. Not the way that Oakland typically gets into it. Weird looking shot for Dylan Brooks is no good. Just not really the shot you want him taking. Rebound to Golden State. Klay is in the corner. Desmond Bain picks his pocket. Well, I don't know if they called him out of bounds or if they called a foul, but they called something. So
They called it out of bounds.
Yeah, so he'll keep possession of the ball there. 10 on the shot clock for Golden State. Steph, Wiggins, Bielitsa, Green, and Thompson for Golden State. And another sloppy turnover on a bad pass by Draymond. Dylan Brooks has a layup, I think, partially blocked. Foul on Steven Adams on the board. Steven Adams is banged up all sorts of ways. He's now limping up the floor. Right knee looks banged up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. He may have just hyperextended it.
Yeah. Looks like he may have rolled that ankle a little, too, on the replay. That's kind of what it looked like on first guess.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Double technical?
Looks like a double tech on Brooks and Klay. Yep, double techs on Brooks and Klay. Something got said there. There was really nothing physical. I think it was just Steven Adams headed immediately to the locker room. does not look well walking to the locker.
If I'm the refs right there, I don't think I give a double tech.
Got a now we're at the monitor reviewing something. Looks like we're reviewing the. We may be reviewing. Yeah, it looks like we're reviewing the Adams foul.
Yeah, I think he said that
The foul wasn't on Adams. I don't think the foul was on Dylan Brooks.
I think they're looking for a flagrant. Oh, it might. They may give him the flagrant just because he shoved him.
Definitely not a flagrant two.
I'd be very surprised if they gave him that.
You're just shoving him out of the way. And I think Steph might have on a little bit. Make sure the referee take a look at it, which is intelligent by him. King Fitzgerald, Josh Tibbetts, and Williams
Flagrant one on Dylan Brooks.
So it's free throws and ball.
Free throws and ball, yeah. Free throws and ball. Steph will take the free throws here. So more than likely going to be a 51-48 lead for Memphis after the two free throws. Yeah, first one up and good. Yep, and there's the jinx. Steph misses the second.
Steph he's missed more free throws in this postseason than I've seen him miss in a long time.
Yeah. Missed the second, 51-47. The Warriors ball, 3:23 to go till halftime. Game 6 in Oakland.
If I'm Memphis, I am loving the way this game's going right now.
Warriors leading the series 3-2. Brooks, Bain, Clark, Tyus, and Jaren Jackson on the floor for Memphis. Throwaway turnover there on the pick and roll by Steph. Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, Bielitsa on the floor for
11th turnover for Golden State.
Yep, just incredibly too many turnovers.
Compared to Memphis's 2.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks with another bad shot. Steph transition 3, no good, but a bad offensive rebound allowed. Clay gets a wide open look. He misses. 2:35 remaining. Grizzlies ball leading by 4. Jordan Poole set to check in for the Warriors momentarily. No good on a left-handed post hook for Jaren Jackson, and another turnover for Golden State. Clay couldn't handle the transition pass. Just a lot of very low percentage looks for Golden State in transition, and they keep turning him over.
Wow.
Like the decision here from Memphis. They're going to slow it down, put Tyus back in the pick and roll, just kind of let him work. Jaren for 3, no good.
If I'm Golden State, I think I'd try to slow this game down a little bit and actually run some stuff.
Yeah, I think Golden State wants to get out and run and get some of those transition threes and really kind of bring the house down. I don't think that's necessary, man. Well, Jaren Jackson with a block on Wiggins at the rim, and then Brandon Clark running in transition, misses a bunny. Memphis really having issues offensively, and Golden State is not allowing them to. And Draymond gets fouled really hard at the rim. He was out of control, but Draymond got fouled pretty hard.
Oh, Brandon Clark should have made that layup.
Yeah, that was a bunny, man. You got to make that. Foul on Desmond Bain.
I'm confused on why Golden State feels the need to push it. Because they're smart enough and their chemistry as a team is so good that they could just run a simple offensive set. And if they just get the ball moving around, then I think they could find some easy open looks.
Both free throws good for Draymond. It's 51-49. 141 to go to the half. Tyus Jones brings it up for Memphis. Zaire Williams on for Memphis, probably. And there's a sloppy turnover for Memphis from Tyus. Steph finishes the layup, and we're tied. Sloppy turnover from Tyus.
Ooh. Yeah, that's very rare.
Follows it up by dropping a dime to Desmond Bane, but Bane gets stuffed at the rim. Draymond running in transition. And it's a deep look for Poole. He misses, but it was a good look. Poole gets another wide open look, misses again. Just opportunities for Golden State going by the wayside. Desmond Bane goes up for the layup, and it's off his knee. Golden State really wants to play fast. You can tell that's the mission here because they're asking the ref to get the ball. They're trying to get it in. They're playing as fast as humanly possible. They really want to speed this Grizzlies team up.
I think they're going about this so wrong.
Steph gets fouled going up. Golden State with a big closing run here. It looks like they're gonna get into the locker room with the lead. If not, at worst case, probably tied. I think they can run with this team. I think that when you get they've clearly been able to find looks when you speed up, when they've sped the Grizzlies up defensively. They just haven't really knocked anything down. And I think that's the scary part if you're Memphis because they are getting the open looks. And as long as they keep getting open looks, eventually they're going to make them. And you got to make some adjustments transition defense-wise for if you're the Grizzlies in the locker room. Grizzlies up 52-51. One more coming for Steph. 45 seconds to go until halftime. Steph's got 13, 4, and 2. Makes the second. 53-51 Memphis.
Clay's got 17 and 6. Draymond 8 and 8.
Just nothing going for in the half court right now for Memphis. Shot clock winding down. Jaren misses a layup, followed by a missed offensive board tap back by Brandon Clark. About 10 seconds left. Last possession of the half belongs to Golden State. They get the switch with Steph on Brandon Clark.
Memphis has to make those bunnies.
And Steph misses what would typically be a really easy layup for Steph. 53-51, Warriors at the half. It's been a game of runs. Dylan Brooks leading the Grizzlies in scoring with 18 on 6 out of 16, and Clay leading the Warriors with 17 on 6 out of 10. If you're Memphis, you probably feel like you left a little bit out there at the end of the second quarter, but overall, you're probably pretty pleased. If you're Golden State, you're probably not happy at all.
I would not be.
The goal is just to win the game, and that's really all they're playing for. But you just really feel like you didn't play your best at all down the stretch of that first half.
If I'm Golden State, I go into the locker room thinking we should be killing these guys, but the fact that we're playing this bad and still winning is a good sign. In Memphis, you can't really – the only thing Memphis can really ask more from is you got to make easy shots at the rim. You can't be giving away – that's leaving points on the floor. Kevon Looney with 12 rebounds in the first half. That's
Yeah,
not.
I thought he played okay, but he's kind of been the only. He spent a lot of time as the only big man on the floor.
Jordan Poole shooting 3 for 10. He's really struggled these past couple games.
The status of Steven Adams is going to loom large in the second half. They really don't want to get into a small ball game with this Grizzlies team or with this Warriors team.
They don't even have any other real big bodies either. I mean, you could put Tillman in, but I don't think he really gives you much on either end.
Yeah, if Steven Adams is unable to return, then I would assume that's probably going to be game. I don't know that they can go small and win against this team.
If they do go small, they put Jackson at the 5, right? And then they start Brandon Clark or Zaire Williams.
Probably Clark at the 5, and then you probably have to play Xavier Tillman a little bit down the stretch.
Flamin' hot, cheddar and sour cream. Flamin' hot, cheddar and sour cream. Flamin' hot, cheddar and sour cream. Jeez.
Introducing Ruffles, flaming hot cheddar with sour cream. Own your regions.
Can I get 10 large fries, please? I need like 10 egg McMuffin sandwich things.
Night for the next morning. You've been loyal. Every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's.
If I'm John Morant right now, the main thing I'm thinking is, gosh, if I was in here, we would win this series.
Yeah, I think that's probably conventional wisdom for Grizzlies fans. The Celtics opened as 5-point favorites in Game 7 against Milwaukee.
5? Wow.
It's been 5.5, 6. They brought it down a little bit.
I'm guessing you're in a state where sports betting is legal?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What is his name? The competitive hedge guy, he's in Canada, correct?
Yeah, Kenneth's in Canada.
So it's legal there.
Yep.
And that's exactly what happened. The man stepped up. He's a young star, and he showed why tonight. He stepped up. He was absolutely spectacular.
I wish it was legal here.
Just got to get you one of those offshores, man.
Outside, made 7 threes, finished with 46 points, and Giannis had 44 and 20, and Jason Tatum still outdueled him. It was nothing short of a sensational performance, living up to all the things we saw.
Yeah, I think on first look I would lean Boston against the spread. I think they probably win by like 8 here and dethrone the champs.
You think they win by that much?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's hard to win by more than 5, really. I mean, I think you just kind of have to get into that 7-8 range and kind of just sit there at the end of the game to where you can't get backdoored. But I think they win by 7 or 8, and the Garden gets loud, and we kind of see. I think Tatum kind of announces himself, and then we'll see in the next series. I mean, Tatum kind of announced himself, but I mean, really announces himself with a back-to-back performance.
If Tatum comes out and drops 40 again, then I think this series is kind of his I've arrived.
Yeah, I'm not gonna predict Tatum to drop 40 in Game 7. I got my 40 tonight, so I'm not gonna double down on that. I'm not gonna double down on that one.
Toyota. Let's go places.
I walked into Chick-fil-A, completely outnumbered. My husband was away at military leadership training, and the kids were doing this. Miss Carol brought me water.
Yeah, so the Grizzlies are plus 45 when Steven Adams plays this series, and they're minus 37 when he doesn't.
Oh, jeez.
Drastic splits.
She knew how much I appreciate her help.
I'm just so glad there was somebody there that she really needed.
Found out on my way bridge ride earlier.
Over 75 Black Channel Sports News.
I'm really just glad that all of these games have been close, besides the last game of this series in particular. But for the most part, almost every game in these playoffs has been competitive.
Yeah, I mean, really, most series have been good. I've really enjoyed keeping up with it. Need halftime to end now because we don't even have another game to look forward to. I mean, we've already talked about all the other ones. We really need this game to come back on.
Yeah.
I'm really not. That's a fact.
AT&T 5G is fast, reliable, and secure. With 40 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar, Muscle Milk Pro helps build muscles. You don't just build muscles, you build strength by inspiring those around you. So go, own your strength.
NBAstore.com, the official online store of the NBA, and the world's largest collection of officially licensed NBA fan gear, jerseys, and collectibles. Shop now and get today's special offer. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience. If you're going to bet on the NBA, do it responsibly and do it legally. And if you or anyone you know has a gambling problem, please seek help. You're watching the Toyota Halftime. We've got a good one in San Francisco. Warriors by 2. Dylan Brooks leading all scorers with 18. What have you seen so far from Memphis? What do they need to do to stay alive? Well, I've seen Dylan Brooks setting the tone. 5 for 10 from 3. I thought he came out early. He came out aggressive. His best half in this series. And I think he's setting the tone. And right now, to me, this is ugly basketball. Right? Careless turnovers. And the Warriors better be careful because, look, the Grizzlies are only down 2 points. At the end of the day, this is exactly where they want to be.
I agree with Penny Perfect right now. You got 8 threes between Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. It's nice to see Klay out there gunning and making his shots. And of course, Steph's got to get a bit more accurate, though he shoots 4-13 from the field. I'm also concerned about Jordan Poole, only 3 of 10 from the field. Ever since Brooks has been all over him, he hasn't been the same the last 3 games. The Warriors may not win this game if they continue to play this way. They got to up their ante. They got to move the basketball. They've got to make shots and be more efficient.
And let's quickly repeat for those who weren't with us before the game. Do you believe the Warriors need to win tonight or they will not get out of this series?
That's what I believe, especially with Steve Kerr not coaching. I think that's obvious. If they don't win this game, I don't think they're going. They're going to win Game 7. I'm just saying.
No trust in the Southern defense.
I'm sorry.
How long is Steve Kerr going to be out?
I figure he'd be back for Game 7.
Halftime is presented by Toyota and the all-new Tundra, the full-size pickup that was born for bringing it. Toyota, let's go places.
Oh, I didn't even see that comment, Bullfig. My bad. Me personally, I think that the Warriors have been way too lazy with the ball. And
I think they'll clean that up in the second half. It kind of scares me as someone who has Memphis +8, but I think Memphis really needed to close good in that second quarter, and they didn't.
You would,
I'm a little worried, though.
the Warriors have been very uncharacteristic in these playoffs.
That's what I was saying, man. I just feel like that sense of urgency is not there. I feel like they feel really comfortable with where they're at and who they're playing against. I don't think they're at all concerned with whether or not they're going to be able to advance. And so I don't think they're playing their best ball.
And I think Ja being out only adds to that when.
Well,
And
I
I
think
think
that's what it is. Like, I think since he's gone out, they've just been like, all right, we're going to get through this one way or another eventually. Just it may take us a minute, but we're going to get through it. So we're just like, I think that the mental edge has been – they don't have that mental edge right now because Ja's been out.
All in the pool. The surprisingly great race to fit any budget. Like a good neighbor.
I will say Mike Brown is getting some good head coaching practice.
Yeah, big game experience.
So we're investing in programs to better connect our communities.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
10 years ago, we started Untucked out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn Untucked, we perfected them.
I realized that these halftime shows are literally just like they talk for like 3 minutes, run like 10 minutes of commercials, talk for another minute, run like 5 more minutes of commercials, and then the game's back.
Yeah, it's taking forever right now. Wonder how close we are. We got to be right up on second half. Yeah, I think I may have just gotten that right as I said that. Yep, second half fixing to start. Grizzlies -6.5. Wow, that makes sense. What do you think, huh? Yep, getting set. We're back in the intro. They're showing Golden State's turnovers, talking turnovers, transition threes for Memphis.
Dylan Brooks just looks so awkward playing basketball.
Yeah, he does.
I really like them having former players like commentating on the games. I think that just adds a different element than
Yeah, I
before.
like.
Especially JJ Redick. I really like JJ.
All right, we're back. Warriors basketball. Steph bringing it up. 53-51. Golden State leads. Golden State with a win would advance to the Western Conference Finals. Memphis with a win would send this thing back to Bluff City for Game 7. Draymond Green misses a 3 to open it up. Probably not the shot Golden State wanted coming out of the locker room, but alas. Important first for a few minutes here for Memphis. Have to find a way to.
It's good to see Steven Adams back on the floor.
Steven Adams back in is a big deal for Memphis. 4 on the shot clock. Dylan Brooks gets stuffed by Steph Curry. Shot clock violation on the Grizzlies. Really just nothing in the half court there. They've just been so unimaginative with their half court sets, and you can still tell no change in the locker room in terms of how Golden State wants to play. Every dead ball, they're trying to get the ball back in play. They're trying to wear this team down. Dylan Brooks doing a good job defensively on Curry. No good from Wiggins, but another super cheap offensive rebound for Clay takes a 3 off one leg. No good. Controlled by Desmond Bane. Dylan Brooks with another shot attempt. Finally gets one to go. Layup's good, and we're back tied. First basket doesn't come for a minute and a half into the into the third quarter.
Okay, Dylan, I see you.
Steph, no good for 3. A rebound to Jaren. Memphis is, again, just doing a great job in the half court, closing on shooters. Jaren fouled. No, Kevon Looney stepped out of bounds. Kevon Looney out of bounds. Ball stay on Memphis' end. 16 on the shot clock. So, yeah, I mean, Steven Adams back in. He looks like he's moving well, too, which is a big thing. Just even setting screen standpoint from just every aspect of playing this game, he's a big deal. Jaren kind of isolating against Draymond Green. Can't finish, but offensive rebound, Steven Adams, and fouled. Already making an impact. He's moving around pretty well. I think he just got a little bit of a roll on that ankle, and he got a head start to the locker room for halftime, and they just hoped they could survive without him, and they did. Now he's back out there ready to roll. Probably got that thing taped up pretty heavy.
He's one of the toughest dudes in the league.
Yep. No good on the front end for Steven Adams. He's a notoriously poor free throw shooter, if I remember right. Good on the second for Steven. Grizzlies back out in front. They've scored the first 3 in this third quarter. Really important first 2 minutes have gone by. And they've done a really good job closing on shooters, finding ways to make Golden State. And there's the back door. Clay misses an open 3. Offensive rebound for Wiggins is up and good. But Golden State continuing to miss open shots, and that's worrisome down the stretch, because if they're going to go on that big run, they've got to start making some shots, and they just haven't. Really good pass from Steven Adams, even better recovery from Andrew Wiggins. That same forward pass that they made in the first half, Clay handles it, misses the layup. Memphis will get the ball back after Draymond bats the rebound out of bounds. 9.5 to go, 55-54 Golden State.
If I'm Taylor Jenkins right now, I am preaching to all of them, especially the 2 bigs. They gotta find somebody to box out. Yeah. There's no reason they should be giving up offensive rebounds to this squad right now.
Yeah, Golden State also making it a concentrated effort here to be physical with Steven Adams. Wiggins bumps knees there, really dragging. I mean, puts his knee in between Adams' legs and dragging there. Not dirty, just very concentrated effort to be physical and trying to pick him up. Dylan Brooks for 3, no good. Rebound goes to Draymond Green. Adams really competing on the glass. Tyus Jones with a steal. Really good play there by Tyus. Bane one-on-one, can't finish. There's some sort of foul on somebody. I think we're going to get a foul on the shot, and Bane's going to shoot free throws. Bane also kind of hobbling a little bit too.
Oh, that was a late whistle.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think they called the foul on Jaren Jackson.
No, we're sticking on this end.
Oh. It looked like the ref.
I think they got it. I think they got it on Clay.
Oh, okay.
Because Bane's on the foul line, so they got it on Clay, I think. Because whoever followed, I think that was Wiggins that followed it up. That was not a foul on Wiggins.
Yeah.
Bane no good on the first. Just free throw shooting again. And
he's really struggled.
Well, both teams have struggled, and Boston struggled with it earlier. Free throws are so crucial. You can't miss free throws in these games.
One common theme I've seen in these playoffs, there's no team that's been like dynamite from 3.
No, it's been a struggle. A lot of defensive battles. It's been even true in this series. 55 all after the free throws. Golden State back. Wiggins posting up Tyus Jones. Swing to Draymond. Behind the back pass to Curry. No good. Great defense by Memphis. They're trying everything to find shots from the 3-point line, and Memphis has really foiled everything. Adams and Tyus get back in the pick and roll. Tyus gets to that floater again, but can't knock it down. That shot's just not going for him tonight. It is and they find Clay wide open in the corner in transition, and that goes down. 58-55 Golden State after the triple. Can't leave Clay open. Not as hot as he's been in this game. Tyus rejects the screen. Bane up top. Steven Adams now in possession. Dylan Brooks, step back 3, cash, 58 all. Brooks with 23 now for the Grizzlies. Clay comes off screen, gets another one, 61-58 Golden State. Just got to get back on defense if you're Memphis. You've done a great job in the half court, but you got to make sure you get there. And that's where Clay's killed him, is those really quick transition threes. And you don't want Dylan Brooks falling. Tyus Jones steps into a 3, no good. Out of bounds off the shot. Warriors immediately putting it back in play. Clay coming off a screen again. Contested mid-range, good. Clay really heating up again, just like he did in the first. 63-58 Golden State.
Oh, that's good defense by Bane, too.
Steven Adams kind of trapped here out top. Jaren steps into a 3 over Draymond, and it's good. 63-61. Jaren finally gets something to go down from deep. He struggled from out there. Adams has to show there. Draymond overhelp for Memphis. Draymond catches the ball at the free throw line and gets the lob to Looney. Really good offense there from Golden State, just keeping Memphis moving and just working every option. They're finally not forcing threes. Desmond Bane does get an open 3. It's good. And Golden State's lead is back down to 1. Memphis just not letting Golden State separate. Curry coming off screens, finds Draymond. Draymond's floater is up and good. Really starting to get some good offense now from both teams. Both teams have run good sets the last few trips down. Golden State's found some threes in transition.
Golden State seems like starting to get into more half-court sets.
Bane gets a wide open layup there. Just a miscommunication defensively. But nobody's back. Nobody gets back. Clay gets to the rack. And that's an easy layup. And then offensive foul on Tyus Jones. Not crafty enough there. Warriors getting it back up by 3. Memphis, I really like this here. I don't know if it's a media timeout or if it's a called timeout. But get to the bench, kind of go full timeout here. Really kind of gather yourself and don't wait until you're down at 7 or 8 to try to gather yourself and stay in this game.
Wow. I'm Golden State. I really like the shots that were getting a lot better than in the first half. I know that they were getting open 3s, but now they're getting more to the rim stuff.
Appreciate it.
If Golden State can get a couple more shots at the rim, I think it'll open their threes right back up too. Mo said he was going to come in here, and I haven't seen him yet.
Nope, never did it.
Spice up every bite with the new White Hot Ranch Nacho Fries at Taco Bell. Question for the CFD or Double D. What are you doing today? Just living the fun. I'm not just watching off my calendar. We don't live real quick. Best one, another one. You know what's CFD or Double G? I think you might be right. I know I am, man.
Klay Thompson has 27 right now.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think Brooks is about the same place. I think he's got 23.
Yeah, 23. Shooting 8 for 21.
Bain up
Bain.
15.
Yep. Draymond Green creeped in. Draymond Green low key on triple double watch. He's only a rebound and 3 assists away.
Dylan Brooks coaching on the sideline a little bit over there. All right, back in. Warriors have the ball up by 3. Foul on the floor. Jaren Jackson over the back.
How many years has Jaren Jackson been in the league?
He got drafted. I think he got drafted in the Simmons Ingram class.
I think it was
2018.
I think his basketball maturity is not as high as.
He went in the he went in the 8 and Luka trade draft. He went in all that.
Okay. So 3 years then.
No, it's been 4 now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was 2018.
Oh, wow. Oh, so this is the 4th year.
Floater, no good. Draymond pushing the pace. Bad pass, man. Another sloppy turnover by the Warriors. We're going to get some relief here or some additional presence in about 5 minutes on the live.
Awesome.
Jaren in the post against Draymond, just bully ball, baby hook with the left hand. 69-68.
See, that's how I like seeing Jaren Jackson play like that.
Yeah, I think he needs to do that more. I don't think they can guard him down there right now. Klay, no good. Rebound, Tyus. Desmond Bain pushing pace. Tyus steps in, wide open 3, no good. Rebound, Klay, and another sloppy turnover by the Warriors. Tried to hit Steph on the runaway and threw it out of bounds. Just another terrible turnover.
Jeez Louise. 16 turnovers for Golden State.
Going back to Jaren in the post, he keeps going to that left hand. He could have spun off and gotten an easier layup, but he goes to that left hand off the back iron. Jaren switched on to Steph now on the other end. Wiggins with a wide open three and knocks it down. Warriors back up by 4. Punches and counter punches. 3:40 to go in the third. Brandon Clark working in the post on Wiggins. Baby hook left hand, no good. Rebound, Jordan Poole. Curry with the quick trigger 3, no good. Rebound, Triple J. D'Anthony Melton on the floor now, too, for the Grizzlies. Just an out-of-control layup attempt by Melton. A foul on Jaren Jackson called. Curry is now, or is that Curry or Poole? One of the guards is down injured.
Oh, that's Jordan Poole.
Looks like Jordan Poole is down injured. I think he got a shoulder to the head. I think he just kind of got his clock clean there. They were both going for a loose ball. It was a basketball play.
He may have even hit his head on the ground.
Yeah, I think he just took a shot there.
Oh no. Looked like he got a little bit of whiplash almost.
Yeah, no head on the floor. Just a shoulder-to-shoulder thing. Got a little whiplash and just kind of got knocked down. He's fine. He's staying in the game. The Warriors chant that's happening right now is a chant from hell. I know when that starts, the game's over. No good for Damian Lee on the triple. Timeout, Grizzlies. 2:56 left, 19 on the shot clock, 72-68 Warriors. Going into the first timeout in a while. A little scrum here because Jordan Poole wants the ball. Just seems really, really extra, just stupid. Kind of clearing that up and then going to commercial. 72-68. The Warriors have taken the initial punch in this third quarter, which is really
letting Memphis stick around though. I can't. The Grizzlies just continue to surprise me. I don't know if it's how good the Grizzlies are playing or how bad the Warriors are playing.
I think it's a little bit both. It's more how bad the Warriors are playing than it is about
the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
$16 turnovers. I think Memphis only has like 5.
Yeah, and that's right where you want to be. I mean, you want to protect the basketball when you're this limited and this. You're going to have to be this perfect to win, and even then they're still down 4 despite all of this.
Yeah.
But, like if Memphis shoots better at the foul line, they're ahead or they're tied, something like that. I mean, you're shooting piss poor from the field. You're down 15 on the glass, and, the turnovers are what's keeping Memphis in it.
Jaren Jackson, 5 for 16. Dylan Brooks, 8 for 21. Jeez Louise. 1 for 3, 1 for 2, 1 for 2, 3 for 4 at the free throw line. Oh, our boy Prez is back.
I'm back.
What's going on?
The Warriors still turning it over. It's on.
Even worse turnovers.
I know it's even worse turnovers. All of this and some questionable officiating just to beat the underman Grizz.
Crazy.
Tyus has not had a good third quarter. He's struggled.
Definitely struggling.
I do think though the Grizzlies need to go back more to this Jaren and Brandon Clark post-up game. I think if they're going to play Draymond big, you need to bully them because, even if Draymond plays good defense, you're going to get you have a size advantage there.
The height advantage. Yeah, exactly.
Jaren Jackson needs to learn that he is a big dude.
Tell me about
They've
it.
gone to it. They've gone to it a good bit here, and it seems like it's also getting a little chippy. I think that favors the Grizzlies a little bit. They seem to have their heads about them tonight. I feel like if you made me pick a team that's going to make a stupid mistake, like a technical foul type mistake,
Yeah.
not the Grizzlies tonight.
And if it is the Grizzlies, I have a feeling it'd be Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, I mean he's the Draymond Green type
Yeah.
player on the. Yeah. If I'm the Grizzlies, though, I'm just staying away from all that. You've clearly got them frustrated, and you're doing a great job in your half-court defense. You've clearly got them frustrated in how you're playing. Just stick with your game. If they're going to keep melting down like this, like
They got Steph and Jordan Poole pretty much in check.
I know. One, like I mean, not even just in check. They've got him out there.
They got them in the blanket.
Yep. All right, Tyus back on the floor.
Ooh.
Slow-mo is on the floor. The best player to ever grace the NBA has brought his presence.
Both teams playing really small right here.
Golden State's still making a concentrated effort to get every dead ball inbounds as fast as possible. Jordan Poole got to the rack there. We just shit on him, and he's hooping. They're just trying to play as fast as possible. They're trying to run Grizzlies. They're trying to increase possessions. They're trying
Klay
to
Thompson, Bielitsa, and I think that was Looney. Are we going to the scores table?
Desmond Melton, nice
Yeah.
pass today.
Yeah, DeAnthony Melton's played pretty well tonight. He's hit a couple timely threes. I mean, it's punches and counter punches, and they've done a good job. And it does feel like we're about to get a massive Warriors swing, though. Like they're about to really throw a haymaker, and then we'll see how Memphis answers. But it does feel like we may get a haymaker here from Klay and Jordan Poole. Curry's been pretty objectively bad tonight.
Yeah, 4-17.
Clark stroke so ugly.
Jordan, they're combined. Poole and Curry combined 4 of 28. I mean, 8 of 28.
Oh my gosh.
And 5 from 19 from 3. So, yeah, that's not good.
They're playing Klay a lot of minutes, too. I think they know that when he's not on the floor. If I'm Memphis, too, I think I'm trying to get Steven Adams back on the floor pretty soon. I know he's kind of banged up, but
that man is taking some falls today.
I know, but did you see the stat at halftime for the series? They're plus 35 when he's on the floor and like minus 47 when he's not on the floor.
Yeah, it makes sense.
There's 70-point swing when he plays and when he plays and when he doesn't. Desmond Bane's kind of showing us what he's got in his Duffy a little bit tonight. Even on some missed shots, we're seeing some expansive offensive game. That layup was tough.
He's showing some of his skill.
Yeah.
If I'm Memphis, I think I get.
That's how Klay split.
If I'm Memphis, I think I put Triple J and Steven Adams back in the game.
Well, I think you can't gas them before the fourth, but I do think at the start of the fourth that both those guys have to come in and then not come back out.
Oh, that was Bane's in his bag today.
Yeah, he is. He's playing really well. He got the roll there. Grizzlies by 1 after the step back tray from Desmond Bane. 1:14 remaining in the third. Punches and counter punches.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Memphis throwing another one.
We did not see. I guess I can say that we did not seen the big third quarter run by the Warriors that we kind of thought would happen.
That was my prediction that would happen, and as it did not happen. But
yeah, it may be coming here at the end though. The Grizzlies haven't closed.
Maybe a late surge.
Yeah, the Grizzlies haven't closed quarters well. I'll say this, and this has been an underrated part of what Memphis has been doing defensively, and this doesn't apply to right now because they're playing like shit. But just like the chest to the forehead on the perimeter, the big men switching on. The big men switching on to the
there she is.
Yep.
There she is.
You pick Grizzlies in 7. The big men switching onto the guards for Golden State and really just forcing them to go by them. I think that's an underrated part. You have to do that. That's a really tough finish there by DeAnthony Melton.
Yeah, he's played
really well.
Minutes. some really quality minutes.
He's played really well.
Ooh.
I think the Warriors are just going to outclass these boys. I just hope it's by 6. Yeah, 7 seconds left in the quarter. Well, and then a foul on that's a. If they had one to give, that's probably not a bad foul. Melton's a smart player, unless he's not. Great defense by Memphis to close the third. Golden State by 1 after 3. If you're Memphis, that third quarter is a massive success. That third quarter is where Golden State typically separates, and you won that third quarter by 2 points. That's a massive success for Memphis in that third quarter, because now, like, it's not impossible, but you've taken that late run kind of out of the picture. I mean, like, there is a late run somewhere. But, I mean, unless you just totally lay an egg here, you're going to be in the game with 5 minutes to go.
If I'm Mike Brown, the main thing I'm saying in this break is we got to take care of the ball better. We're mostly getting the shots that we want. They may not be falling, but the turnovers are really just what's killing them the most.
I think your players know that, though. I think if you're Mike, you just go in and tell them.
Memphis is taking care of the ball. It's just that simple. They have 5 turnovers compared to.
And this is a veteran championship level team. I think you just go in and be like, boys, just keep playing. Like, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get to our game. We're gonna make some shots. Just keep playing. Keep getting some good looks, and we'll make some stuff down the stretch. And we all look at stuff from how that people should perform and all that type of stuff. Man, they're just trying to win the game and get to the next round. And, like, right now you go in with a 1-point lead. It's, where else you want to be? Like, you don't want to be anywhere else. Go out there, keep getting good shots. We'll knock them down eventually. Need to protect the ball a little bit better, but overall you're just like, we've got a 1-point lead. Let's go finish it.
And they played like shit, and yet they are up by 1. So there's 2 ways to look at it.
But it's not the championship team that everybody crowned in the first round. I think that Phoenix would work these boys.
That's if they get out.
Yeah, your future NBA champion Boston Celtics would work all these Western Conference teams. The Celtics would have Draymond in hell with all their size and stuff like that, and then, like, all the switching they'd be able to do on defense on those guards.
Mm-hmm.
Celtics would have them boys in hell.
Marcus would that would be a fun series, actually. Boston.
That's really kind of what I'm hoping for, to be honest. I think Boston's going to the finals. I think Boston's going to the finals. I think they cover the -5 in Game 7. I said 8 earlier, but I'm going to change my mind. They're going to beat the shit out of the Bucks in Game 7. They are going to just absolutely beat their ass.
Giannis looks spent.
He did look tired at the end. Yeah, he did look tired. A lot of those contested layups and stuff that he had been making are starting to kind of, like, either hit back rim or he's coming up short. And he's not going to shoot 2 out of 3 from 3 most nights like he did tonight. Like,
they need perimeter shooting in Game 7.
Yeah, tonight was their shot. I felt like, and they blew it. I need that goofy ass that was on our halftime to come find me right now. I told him what the script was on that game, and he didn't listen. He said, "Nah, we're winning comfortably." Nah, man, Jason Tatum took your goofy ass for a ride.
And all his predictions were wrong.
It was Grayson Allen.
Grayson Allen and Bobby Portis were going to have monster games. Bobby Portis.
To be fair, Portis was not good stats wise, but, like, he had some stuff there. Like, he had a stretch there in the second quarter where he was making plays, like that save he had falling out of bounds that led to a wide open 3. Like, he did some stuff. I'm just being devil's advocate here. The dude had 4 fouls and was 2 for 10 from the field. So, like,
yeah, he
didn't play good, but he had moments at least.
Yeah, I think he had 10 rebounds, but
he did. Yeah, DeAnthony Melton taking that shot was not what you wanted. I do like Melton, though. Melton feels like one of their most complete bench players. So Steven Adams is back in, but Jaren Jackson's not back in. Slow-mo can't guard Clay. That can't be a matchup here. Looney, oh my God, you got to get
Looney misses so many easy.
Yeah, backup center's got to be a conversation this offseason for Golden State. Because and see, that leads to an open three, man. You can't.
Oh,
you
nice pass. Nice pass.
You cannot give up open.
Back
Offensive rebound.
door was open.
Yep, nice pass. Bain at the rack. He's gonna have to take over, man. Desmond Bain's gonna have one of those like kind of rising stars level of performance in the fourth quarter. The Warriors have missed Otto Porter low key.
Right, I forgot Otto Porter's out.
In a couple of those games, Otto Porter was what was
like
keeping
4
him
for
in the
6
game.
at one point.
They're missing there because a Porter and GP, two good defenders.
Yeah, that's just Clay just with elite level defense on Bain on that drive. I don't know how he got to that ball.
Ooh.
If Wiggins is going to knock down threes, then the Grizzlies are in trouble. Because Wiggins, I can't believe the Warriors have Andrew Wiggins and have made it to this point.
You don't like Andrew Wiggins?
No.
I literally think he might be the same player that he was when he got drafted. Like, I don't think he's gotten any better. I don't think he's gotten any worse.
Yeah, he is what he is at this point. Like, I still make people expecting him to be this.
I remember when he was drafted, he was supposed to be like the next superstar.
He was good at Kansas.
He was the number one pick, wasn't he?
He had a 24-point season in one of the Minnesota years.
No, I mean he started the All-Star game this year, man. Like he was good. He's had a decent year. It's just not. Dylan Brooks post fade. Okay, he made it, but I don't give a shit. That's a bad shot. 81-81, 10 minutes to go. What do you think, dog? What do you think?
There she is. She's the MVP.
Yep. She that Kevon Looney drive kick was hilarious. Yeah,
I don't know. Wiggins has some big shots here.
I was literally about to utter slow-mo has Wiggins in hell, and because he did there for a second, and then Wiggins just directly contested.
Dylan Brooks. He just irritates my soul.
Yeah, he does. I hate his jump shot.
It irritates my soul. He's been irritating me since Oregon.
Yeah. I knew he was going to be a good player. I just didn't want him to be.
I don't root against players to be successful, but he was the one I was like, I hope he sucks.
The Memphis Grizzlies are like that team that's like all of their good players' main sport is football, but they're still really good at basketball too.
God. Yeah. I can't believe they're calling that on. I can't believe they gave that loose ball. I know that ball came off Brooks' knee, but I thought that hit like 3 Warriors' hands on the way through. That Wiggins shot was such crap. It's a make or miss league, though. They do say that.
Miss league.
Yeah, Steph is just out here staring at the scoreboard, just kind of like, all right, man, like buy me a few more minutes so I can catch my breath and then get back in here. When did they showed a weird camera angle, and I was like, when did the Warriors start going left to right? Jordan Poole took a deep one. Yeah, that's not a good shot.
He just missing threes like crazy.
Yeah, he's just chucking. He's out there chucking right now.
They're trying to go for the kill shot. That's the problem.
They're trying to go on that kill shot run, and it's just not. They need to just keep working in that pick and roll, get to the rack. Like they're having success doing that.
Oh my goodness!
Threes are coming off of that when they go into that pick and roll and really execute. Then the threes start to come because they'll start crashing to protect the paint, and they won't go back to the paint. They keep trying to hit the kill shot contested three.
Those two Jordan Poole threes though, those were wide open and he just missed them.
Yeah, but one of them was like a solid 3 steps behind the line.
Yeah, he could have moved up on that one.
Yep, trip to the Western Conference Finals on the line. What do you want to see? Dylan Brooks on Kevon Looney ISO.
Dylan Brooks has.
Oh my! What the left?
Dylan Brooks has 25 points on 24 shots.
Oh, he's limping.
I can't believe they called a foul in that pull out.
We live in a world
Jordan
where
Poole almost made
Dylan Brooks
that.
has taken 25 shots.
I mean, somebody's got to take him, man. Somebody's
rather-
got to step up and, like, honestly, this is going to sound crazy, but if someone's going to take 25 shots on this roster, you're kind of glad it's him because he does not give a fuck if he misses.
I guess so.
Like, if you have to have someone shoot for volume and just have a rational confidence that the next one's going in, like, you'd rather it be him than Jaren because Jaren will get in his head.
I'm surprised that Jaren's not back in the game yet.
He is. He was on the floor on that
Is
foul.
Curry out?
Oh,
Curry,
really?
Curry's in the game?
If he is, he just came in. He was not just a second ago. I think he just came back in.
Yeah, he's on Bing.
Oh, there's Jaren.
That's-
Oh, no, that's cool. No, that Curry's
That's
on.
cool, man. Curry's
Brooks.
tucked away on Dylan Brooks.
Ooh, Dylan Brooks.
I mean, you got to know, man. Like, you got to know if Curry's on him, you got to go after him. Oh yeah, Dylan. Oh yeah, get in your bag.
And where's Jaren Jackson Jr.? Standing by the 3-point line.
86-85 Memphis, a little under 8 to go. After Dylan
Oh
Brooks.
my goodness.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there offensively for Golden State. I know Draymond missed that layup, but that's where the offense has to be. That was an open look. It got blocked, but that's where that has to be. Look at there. Looney in the post. Get to Draymond. Big body, open layup. That's where Golden State's offense has to be.
Oh, nice save. Nice block by Clay. Nice save. Uh-oh. Kill him. Oh, that was another too many they're going for the throat when they're up by one.
In typical Golden State fashion. Yeah, that was too much. Attaboy, Steven. Good board. See, what's Jaren doing out here handling the basketball on the fast break? That's a good timeout. Bro, what is Golden State doing with all this I want the ball stuff? They did this shit earlier.
Trying to get in their head. Trying to play mind games with them.
Bro, but you're not playing any mind games. You're just being annoying. And you're going to get a tech at some point because the refs have told him to cut it out. And then the Warriors are going to be like, oh, but we didn't do anything.
Then Draymond's
Like, no, bro, like, you've been over
Draymond's
here
gonna go on his
because
podcast.
you wanted your hand on the ball.
Draymond's going to go on his podcast and complain.
All right, Prez. I got a hypothetical for you. Me and Walker both agreed that if Boston beats Milwaukee, that they're gonna beat Miami. But do you think if the Bucks beat Boston in this game 7, that they'll beat Miami? Because I don't.
It's a trick question, Chris.
Are we thinking Middleton's coming back or no?
I assume so. Yeah. I honestly kind of wonder.
Let's say yes. I still think Miami beats them.
I think Miami. I think Miami beats them.
The trick question, Pros. It's a trick question.
I think Miami beats them. I don't want Miami to beat them for some reason. But
For some reason. It's a trick question, Pros. You're falling into the trap.
I'm just getting hypotheticals.
Yep, but it's a trap. It is a trap. There is no way that Milwaukee is beating Boston, so just don't even bother.
Listen, you keep putting that juju in the air, and Karma's gonna be like, you know what? Fuck Walker.
I'm not a Celtics fan, so like I don't get hurt by Boston losing. I just be like, all right, cool. I'm not watching the Eastern Conference Finals.
he just wants to see superstar Jason Tatum.
Bro, I do. I want that.
He just wants to officially.
I want to be able to officially announce it. Like I want that to be how this is.
Because if he does win, let's say he does all that.
If he wins Finals MVP and they win the Finals, you can't deny him that superstar.
Oh yeah, he's there. He's officially at the
because in one season, then or it being this season, he would have more than likely first team All NBA.
Mm-hmm.
He would have eliminated the defending champs and the best player on the planet, and then finished it off by winning a championship and winning Finals MVP. He's a superstar at that point.
And he might have ended the Nets' chances at.
Yeah, and he potentially broke up a super team in the first round. Yeah, you're a super like that. I don't think people can fully comprehend the level of season he's had and finish the run like what he.
That's to end. It's not just when you beat a team. It's when you end, like when you have their organization in dysfunction. That's like the best way to destroy a team.
and they swept them.
And you swept them, and then you have.
And if you beat Phoenix, you could potentially be ending that too.
Well,
He
yeah,
could potentially end two different
Phoenix
franchises.
loses. If Phoenix don't win a championship, it's over. I think, in my opinion, I don't think. I think that window's shut.
If they I mean, if he ends basically two contention windows and beats the defending champs in a first team All NBA season, he's in every top 5 NBA players list for the entire offseason. He goes top 5 at that point. You can't put Embiid ahead of him anymore.
And then he beats Heat culture.
Yeah,
So he could have a year where he beats the Nets in 4, which
you would have
has never been swept.
His narratives have shaped up for him to like really have a great
Take
playoff. They got to
over.
finish the deal. It's all hypothetical. They got to finish the deal. But yeah, like he could be a top 5 player in the league if he finishes everything. Another really good shot from Dez, man. Dez is hot. He's gonna get paid so much money after his rookie deal.
Ooh!
He is going to make so much money on the New York Knicks.
Of course, Kevon Looney ruining everything.
Kevon Looney is a certified bum.
I just hate bigs that just don't. They're in the paint and they just don't know. They don't even look at the rim.
He did make the nice kick there though.
The play is fine. Like obviously, he made the right play, like the pass, but still, like he doesn't even look at the rim.
His main job is to get rebounds and layups, and he can't make layups.
Why is Steven Adams like semi popping on screens?
Yeah, I don't get that.
I don't know why.
Off his foot. Uh-oh.
Kill run coming.
Superstar Dylan Brooks, no.
Kill run coming.
I think. Yep. This is it, Walker. This is the kill run.
Yep.
It just happened a quarter later than I expected.
Yeah.
4.5 later. This is it.
The only remaining question in this game is, can Memphis keep this thing within 8?
Woo!
A lot of what Memphis is doing is freaking Golden State just.
I think that's a good timeout by Jenkins, though. I think you just have to. I mean, you can't take the timeouts home with you. So,
and you can't let the Warriors get super hot.
Yeah, you got to chill them out. You got to let the crowd down. Like that was a good timeout.
Yeah.
But if you kept going and then turnover, let's say they get a
no,
turnover.
like you were one more possession turned into 3 from the game being over.
Yeah. Because then
like
you're turn the ball over. And Morris get it back, and then Steph goes on.
You go draw up a sick out of timeout play and cut it back to 4, and everybody's like, "Ah, damn it, they're not dead yet."
Yeah, you gotta get a bucket here and just. But Ja, one thing about Ja, obviously tremendous player, All NBA. He falls way too much on the ground, man. He's
like AI.
He's very AI, very Derrick Rose like.
You're gonna go to
Derrick Rose, like that's scary.
Yeah, I was about to say, comparing anybody to Derrick Rose just automatically makes me think they're gonna hurt their knees.
Like, he's always falling.
Even
when it's necessary, like he's just on the floor. It's like and he's not a big dude, so those guys like that wear out.
Prez, you gonna try to be in the Garden for Rangers Pens for Game 7?
My girlfriend will be. She works. She's working.
You gonna try to get up there? Oh, you're an Islanders guy, actually, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to get into hockey. So
I'm not a big hockey guy.
I guess I'm front running. I like the Rangers right now.
I mean, you're not really front running.
Whoever ticket she gets me, I'm a fan of.
Yeah.
I'm not really a big hockey, but I have been following a lot more hockey this year because I've got a lot of hockey this year, and I actually was like in the plus with it. So
my team's probably not winning another game this year.
What are you, Blues? You picked the Blues? Yeah, I'm still on the fence with Islanders or Rangers. I eventually have to make a choice. Because
I feel like Rangers. I feel like I'd go Rangers. Granted, I was playing NHL on Xbox last night and got drafted by the Rangers on my career, so I'm a little biased. I got drafted number 1 overall by the Rangers, and the Rangers had like the 12th best lottery odds, and somehow ended up with like number 1 overall and
I
drafted
think
me.
that's what happened to him in real life, like a few years ago, because they had the.
No, I
number
know it was.
a few years ago.
It's ideal because I'm going to a borderline playoff team, and and still went number 1 overall and got a fat check. So,
That's like
all
his
right.
story.
Enough about my
Duncan.
enough about my NHL my career because we've got.
I love NHL. That might be my favorite sports.
FIFA.
franchise.
FIFA will forever reign supreme to me.
There's no more FIFA.
I mean, you know what I mean.
Rest in peace, FIFA.
It's just going to be called something.
Yeah, it's
else.
gonna be called different, but yeah.
Like I think FIFA even came out like the side, and they were like, "We're going to help them make the game, but we're just not going to
call
call
FIFA.
it FIFA. It's going to be the same game."
Hopefully they fix it because that game's been
It's such a good game, man. It's so good. I play Ultimate Team, and Ultimate Team on FIFA is fun because it's the easiest Ultimate Team to get good at. It's the easiest Ultimate Team to get a loaded roster in. Like I think I started playing
a FIFA game in my
like
life.
10 days ago. I think I started playing it like 10 days ago, and I'm already like an 88 overall or something like that.
Oh, Jaren Jackson turnover. Uh-oh.
Yep. Nope. Can't
Honestly, if I'm the Warriors, I go for a 3. I try to.
Yeah, you go for the jugular.
I think.
I don't know that. Are you calling that a turnover or just like a drop?
No, to me that's not real. That's a turnover that's okay. Like that's not a sloppy turnover.
Like that's just I dropped an offensive.
Yeah,
You still got to come down with that though, and then it's got to be a layup. Steph's gonna can a 3 off
Kevon Looney is about to end the Grizzlies with that pass.
After we just shit on them, I think these guys are hearing us. As soon as we shit on somebody, they do something.
All right, Memphis. We need the backdoor run now.
They don't get a bucket here.
Make the backdoor run. This has gotten very uncomfy. I haven't sweated.
And he's trying to create offense.
I haven't sweated this bed at all tonight, and here we are. Oh my God, Steven Adams.
You got the plus 7.5?
8. I've got the 8.
Oh, you got the 8. So I mean,
we're sitting on it.
You're at a push right now.
Yeah, we're sitting on it. I do think there's a good chance that as long as they keep it around this number, that Golden State just pulls dudes with like 30 seconds left, and everybody gives them standing O's, and then Memphis just makes a meaningless dunk, and we're just like, we're like, oh, Golden State won by 6, and there's
it's
like
gonna be a backdoor either way. It's gonna be a backdoor either way.
Yeah. Which sucks because Memphis has not been outside the number, I don't think, like a single time the entire game. I think they've been inside the number for the entire game.
Oh, recovering right now. Oh, no. Yeah, you're good right now.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, still, the way things are going.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's the Steven Adams bank free throw is. Whew. Yeah, no.
Oh, superstar Draymond. Oh, Kevon. Oh, see? We shit on Kevon Looney and 2 straight great plays.
Dude, they've found something on offense there. Where they're driving and hitting Draymond right underneath the free throw line and make plays.
Oh, come on, Tyus has not had a good game to impress Knicks fans. So
no, this is not
almost a triple. No, it's not a triple double.
Bro, he hasn't been able to get that floater. I know he made that one, but he hasn't been able to get that in between game going, and that's really where he needs to be able to cook. And it just tonight it hasn't fallen.
Yep, it's
Yeah, Steph's hot now. He finally.
Golden State has 21 offensive rebounds.
Yeah,
that is unacceptable.
Yep. All right, boys.
Ooh,
Mike, get the starters out. They need to rest the next series.
Steph's gonna close it out right here. He's 1,000% shooting this.
Oh yeah, he probably is.
High screen and roll, 100% bang.
He missed it.
Looney.
Yeah, the offensive glass is really where Memphis is, or where Golden State's.
What the heck is that? Oh, dunk it, Looney.
Golden State on a 15-3 run the last 3.5 minutes.
Oh, Looney. Oh, that's over. Kevon Looney saving the season, saving the game. He has 21 rebounds. Yo,
Bro, I know. I don't know what y'all like. I don't know what y'all thought was going on. Like Looney's been out here dominating.
I totally didn't even pay attention. I'm like, he's had a lot of rebounds today. I thought he had like 15. He has 21 rebounds.
Oh!
He can't.
Like we've been trashing Kevon Looney. Like he hasn't been just completely dominant on the glass all game long.
He can't make a layup, but the man can't rebound.
Yeah, he can do that. That's all they need him to do, really. Get someone who can throw it back out.
It might be a dagger.
No, that's the dagger. It's over.
Nah, bro. There's no might about it. Now the only thing we're watching is can the
Out
Grizzlies hit a couple
rebounded by 22. Like, and Golden State's
I can't
not
believe
really
this.
a rebounding team.
I cannot believe this. I literally was sitting there. I was like, yeah, they're going to be like within 5, the rest of the game. Like, just don't get blown out in this quarter. Memphis gets blown out in the quarter. Yeah, Kevon Looney has 4, 21, and 5.
Imagine having a guy who's 7 foot and a guy who's 6'11" and getting out rebounded by guys who are 6'9" and 6'8". Can't have it. Can't have it.
Warriors plus 27 on the boards. Plus 16 on the offensive glass.
Let's just hustle.
Yeah, Klay Thompson's holding up the number 6. So, rip Grizzlies. The Warriors clearly do not like the Grizzlies very much. That's been very noticeable throughout this playoff series. They do not like the Grizzlies.
Yeah,
they're not this extra with most of these teams.
Klay has 30.
Yeah. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, Jaren Jackson's so overpaid.
he's been that. I never saw what people were like so like obsessed about him.
I don't think
Even coming out of Michigan State, I wasn't crazy. Like when he was a 3rd pick, I was like, I think that was just strictly like a buy.
He was an outside play, hoping that the in-between game balanced out, but he's really just a big who likes to shoot threes.
It was a big potential thing. I think Jaren Jackson had
because he has the size. He's 6'11", but
he has the size, but he doesn't know how to use it.
I don't know. I never saw it with him. And if I was an NBA player, I think I would be Kevon Looney. Like that would be my like how I played in high school was Kevon Looney. Like I would just rebound.
You want to know who they compare?
Kevon Looney, that rebound by Looney there was the most fundamental thing. It was grab it, chin it, and just kick it to somebody and go stand in the corner.
In high school, they literally called me James Harden with defense.
James Harden with you're lefty?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is
and bang. Yeah, there goes the +8.
Yep, that's over. So yeah.
Steph just told him to sleep, so and one.
Over with.
Let's get a late run here. Or was that not an and one? I think it was an and one.
Yeah, it wasn't. They counted it.
All right, this is the part where we need Kerr to get all the starters out. We need Kerr to get all the starters out, and then like JJJ and Bane and Tyus hit like hit a couple of threes, and then be like, all right, we're covering this thing. Yeah, see like that cheap layup right there, that cheap rebound there by Tyus. We need that shit. We need that shit. Taylor Jenkins looks like he's ready to go to bed. He also looks like he's fucking wired on coke.
Oh yeah. 8 ball to the head.
Yeah. All right. Let's go, Tyus. Make the first one and then intentionally miss the second one, and let's get another rebound. Why are they
Go home and
jumping in the
drink yourself
lane
to sleep.
like it's a second free throw? All right, only down 13 with a minute and a half left. This thing's not totally gone yet. Whoever's operating the ESPN scoreboard needs to figure the fuck out. All right, down 12. Couple threes. Draymond, shoot it from half court. Shoot it, Draymond. Shoot it. No, don't.
I don't know who's worse, Jaren Jackson's shot or Dylan Brooks' shot. Oh my god.
They're both.
Jaren Jackson shoots like he's still in high school or middle school.
See, that's the type of shit that costs you +8.
When a little kid tries to shoot a 3-pointer for the first time, that's how he shoots threes.
Right from the chest. You're 6'11", shooting from your chest. Put that ball over your fucking head.
Iguodala's in a suit tonight. He ain't playing.
I heard a thing that said I think
They got a foul. Okay, way to go, Memphis. If I were Clay, I would have busted that three in transition. Steph's got to hit some stupid shot.
Yep.
We need him to not do that. We need him to miss. Miss, Steph. Miss. Nope, that's a layup. That's easy. Light work.
Simple.
Run, Dylan, run. You only get one more shot for the rest of the season. Yep, crossover. Crossover, step back in Looney's face, Dylan. No, Dylan, you cannot pass to Brandon Clark and let him take
Every
that.
time Steph gets the ball, he does the bye-bye to their bench. Memphis is back. I love it. I love the pettiness from Steph.
Whoop that trick, right?
No, Jaren Jackson Jr. is so bad.
Whoop that trick, baby. Whoop that trick. All right, well, now we just need Memphis to hit the 6-point shot at the buzzer.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even – yeah, that would be it for the push.
Well, it's a good run for Memphis.
Whoop that trick, baby. Whoop that trick. All right, congratulations to Golden State. You get to get cardio for 6 more games before you get eliminated. Unless it's Dallas, then you probably go to the finals, and then you get Jason Tatum fisting you in the butthole.
I just want to see the battle of who's the next superstar, Tatum versus Luka.
It's Tatum.
There's a good chance.
It was always –
The winner gets the next superstar title.
I just want to see the battle. If Luka can't do it, I want to see the battle of who's the next superstar between Tatum and Nemanja Bjelica. So, conference finals, Golden State and Miami, locked in.
Another player saved that left the Kings and had success.
So, Miami and Boston and Phoenix and Golden State, gonna be fun.
I'm kind of rooting for Dallas to win. I don't know. I want to see.
I'm definitely rooting for Dallas. I have way too many friends that are Mavs fans, so I'm pulling for Dallas. I want those guys to pull it out.
And I like Phoenix. I like Booker. And I do want to see CP win, but
I've got a Devin Booker jersey somewhere in this house, but I don't.
Part of me is like Dallas.
I'm gonna watch the game and I'm just gonna be intrigued. I think I don't really know that I'm gonna care. But I do think if I had to pick a winner in terms of me being happy, I think I'd be Dallas probably.
CP3 just deserves a chip so bad.
Does he though?
I think he does. I think he's earned it.
But does he though?
He deserves it, but I don't think it's happening. So
I don't either.
I don't think he even deserves it. I don't even know that he deserves it, man. Dude's come up small a lot. He's come up big, but he's come up small.
He's mostly come up hurt. That's what's really costing him.
I just think the Suns are in bigger trouble than overall going forward if they lose. Like it's going to be tough if they don't win a championship.
Yeah.
Because Ayton's situation is they're probably not going to re-sign him.
Future Spur DeAndre Ayton. I really think, honestly, though, that Ayton's probably in all likelihood playing against. I think he's either playing against his former team or for his former team.
I think he's a Maverick. I think that's
yeah, I think
perfect.
that's what I think that's probably
Absolute number one perfect fit.
yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I do think though it's too bad the Mavs the Mavs could really use a. We just watched him, but the Mavs could really use a Desmond Bain level scorer, like that type of guy, to pair with Luka. Just another wing guy, and I know they have some good ones, but he would fit that team really well.
He really would, because that's
Dallas swings and misses.
You have to build a team around Luka is like a Desmond Bain type, and
Dallas swings and misses so much in the big free agent market, though. I don't really know what it is, but they tend to swing and miss a lot. So,
and and I think we talked about that with Mo, like why, I think I talked about him on our show.
It's almost like people just can't get over the hump of like coming to Dallas. I also think the Cowboys.
It's a kind of a big market, no?
Oh, it's like it's a top 5 market in all of sports. That's what I tell people because people ask me on a separate sport note, but like people will talk about the Rangers all the time and like why would free agents go there? I'm like, man, it's a top 5 media market in all of sports. Like it's a massive market.
Texas has always gotten big time free agents.
Yeah, and so like that's why I was like, but Dallas, I think the Cowboys hurt them a little there because a lot of that peak.
They have an owner that's like is willing to invest. Like I never understood why Dallas wasn't a bigger attraction.
Well, but like also like some dudes don't want to go somewhere where like you're not gonna really pack your arena until whenever the Cowboys get eliminated in the divisional round. Like you're not gonna really have packed arenas until February, and like you don't want to go play the first 4 months of your season in a lukewarm.
Yeah, but you got Luka. I mean, I'm sure the attendance has gone up since Luka's got there. I mean,
it has. I mean, I think it has, but it's always been it's always going to be a Cowboys time.
I know it's always going to be a Cowboys, of course. Cowboys.
I think they support the Mavs, but I don't
know
think
the Cowboys underperform every goddamn year.
I don't know. Playing with Luka that's freaking intriguing as hell.
The Mavericks, actually, it's kind of funny.
That's a good combo right there. Cuban, you got a superstar owner and you got a superstar player. Like, I don't know why.
If you had to guess, where would you think the Mavs ranked in attendance this season? Like from a ranking standpoint,
like 6, 7.
I'm
gonna say 9th.
They were 3rd.
Okay, higher than I thought.
They averaged 19,739, which is actually
people are going to the games.
It's 102.8% of their capacity, so they were like standing room only for most games.
Oh wow!
Because Luka's a draw.
Yeah, and then
they probably got road attendance too. They probably got one of the higher road attendances too.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
And they're also drawing from that foreign European type.
They got the European
all
crowd.
over.
Yeah, so their road attendance, they were 14th. So, but they were 14th in road attendance, and then they were in home attendance. They were 3rd. Where do you? The Knicks were 8th in home attendance this year. They're always up there, but
the Knicks are always. Even when we're losing 60 games, we're still top 10.
Did you ask who first was?
Yeah.
Any guesses?
Wait, let me guess before you say it.
I don't think you'll get it, but you might.
I think I'm thinking of an obvious team, but I don't think it's that team. So I'm not going to say that team.
I mean, they made the playoffs. It's a playoff team.
Boston?
No. Boston was 5th.
No, not them. No, not them. No, not them.
I think it's obvious if you know who it is, and then you're like, oh, that makes sense. But I don't think it's obvious if you're trying to guess.
Yeah. I'm going to say Milwaukee.
No. It was anybody else got one more? Y'all want to know?
Clippers?
No, it wasn't the Clippers.
No, Clippers. No. All right, I got one more in me. Let me think of teams. Philly?
No, they were second.
All right, go.
It was the Chicago Bulls.
Chicago Bulls.
But like when I read that, I was like, honestly, that makes sense. Like that's a Bulls town. Like
That's what Chicago is, a Bulls town.
Like that makes sense to me. The Sixers were second. The Mavs were third. The Clippers were 17th. That was the other one.
Wow.
The Bucks were 12th.
Well, no Kawhi, no PG Kawhi. Right, definitely.
You're right.
The Bucks were 12th.
12?
Yep. You want to know what's kind of sad? The Grizzlies were 22nd. With everything they have there right now, they were 22nd.
I think that goes up.
I'm telling you, right, dude, you could because I almost went. And
Who's last? Detroit?
Huh?
Who's last? Detroit?
Indiana.
Indiana.
Detroit had better home attendance than the Grizzlies this year.
Oh my goodness!
Wow,
Bro, I'm telling you, I bet a lot of people like towards the end of the year when Cade got fun, I bet they're like going now while they're losing because you can watch Cade grow up before the tickets go nuts when they get good.
Yeah,
because next year Detroit Pistons tickets are definitely going up.
Yeah. Well, so like this year,
they
man,
get the number one pick this year, like.
Yeah, this year. So this year, I was set to go with some buddies to watch the Grizzlies play the Nuggets because I wanted to watch Jokic, and you could buy club tickets like in your own like private concourse, basically, which is like that middle level of the Grizzlies arena. It's not the upper bowl, not the lower bowl. It's like the in between, kind of where suite level usually is. You could buy individual tickets in there for $36.
Oh my god!
I mean, they went up towards the end of the year when the Grizzlies got really good, but early in the year, you could buy them for $36. You couldn't give them they never sold out. And even still, like at the end of the year, because I almost went to watch Tatum play. They played the Celtics in Memphis in April, and I could have gotten in the stadium for like $12. Like it would have been like nosebleeds, but I could have gotten in for like $12.
I'm sure you can try to move
they don't sell it out. Now, what is worrisome, and they put out a statement about this the other day. The Spurs were 27th in attendance this year. And they put out a statement, like one of those statements where the owner came out and was like, yeah, like we're not leaving San Antonio anytime soon, but nobody was talking about them leaving San Antonio.
Wait. Moving the team?
He came out and was like, yeah, we're not moving the team.
Wait,
but
so
but it had never come up. Like nobody was talking about it.
I never heard about that.
Nobody was talking about it. And that's why I responded to somebody on Twitter and asked, I was like, was this a thing that was getting talked about over there? And they're like, no, this came out of left field. So there's obviously been some conversations.
Because I know that they're thinking about Seattle and Las Vegas and whether it's an expansion or whether it's relocation.
That I've always thought that the Grizzlies are going to get moved.
I think Vegas is almost a no-brainer.
I think Memphis getting moved is a no-brainer because they're not going to be able to sign free agents. Even they were the 2 seed.
Vegas now, the Vegas Grizzlies.
Yeah,
with John Morant.
Yeah, I've always said that, and it sucks because I really like Memphis and I like being able to go to games. But they were the 2 seed in the West this year and a legitimate championship contender from start of season to finish, and they finished 22nd in attendance.
Yeah, that's not good.
And even in away attendance, they weren't great. Like they weren't people were not coming out to watch the Grizzlies on the road. Like people were like, yeah, Memphis isn't a draw. Like that team is just not a draw. I bet their TV ratings are low too.
Probably, yeah.
Because I don't think a lot of people just care. Like,
do you think it's just because they're the Memphis Grizzlies, or do you think it's just because of the team's construction?
I think it's
I don't know.
No, it's definitely not the team's construction, man. They were super fun.
Yeah, as I'm saying, is it just because they are the Memphis Grizzlies? And
I just don't think they have enough people that have enough money in that town to support that team. In terms of selling tickets, here's the bottom 10, and a couple of these are not like the others. So 20th was the Pistons. 21st was the Timberwolves. That's kind of surprising, but not really. They were a 7th.
I think next year that'll go up with A-Rod and company.
I think, and I think too that nobody really expected them to jump like they did this year. So early in the season, they probably didn't get a ton of numbers.
People are going to want to see Anthony Edwards. So
I think next year they make a jump. 22nd was Memphis. 23rd was Houston. Houston actually filled up their arena at a higher percentage clip per game than Memphis.
That's sad. They were trash this year.
They sucked.
The Rockets filled theirs up at an 87% clip, and the Grizzlies filled theirs up at an 85% clip. So
That's really shocking.
they just play in a smaller arena than Memphis. And
Isn't
they,
it, what is what who isn't it? They don't have no other teams, right? That's it, right? Memphis has one pro team, right?
that's it.
The Volunteers, right?
24th was
There's like
Washington.
the Tennessee Titans, but I think that's Nashville.
Yeah, it's Nashville. 24th is the Wizards.
They suck.
So 25th kind of comes with an asterisk. So it's the Pelicans in 25th, but they filled their arena up at a 92% clip. So they just play in a small arena.
Yeah.
Like, so from a figure standpoint, it looks bad, but they're selling all their.
And also, they didn't have Zion all year, so that changed.
Yeah, but in
That
two, like
definitely goes up with
they're selling their tickets, like they're filling that thing up. So like that's not really a big deal. And then 26th Orlando, 27th San Antonio, 28th Oklahoma City, 29th Sacramento, and 30th Indiana.
Sacramento's never gonna get a big draw.
I wonder if Sacramento would be on that relocation.
I mean, it seems there's a lot of California teams, and nobody.
What teams would
The Grizzlies, the Grizzlies also ranked 22nd from a percentage standpoint. Like, so they filled they're a bottom 10 attendance team no matter what, pretty much now.
Whatever team, I'm sure there's a bunch of teams, owners that are looking at.
You have to ask about that.
Vegas has to be like, oh, if we're allowed to relocate,
That's the spot.
You have to run to Vegas because that's like a
And if you're like, you know what the craziest part about this is? The Grizzlies owner is the third richest owner in the NBA.
Yeah,
and that would
don't mean shit in basketball when you have a cap and you're stuck in Memphis.
So like you would think that
the richest person in the world.
Yeah, but you would think that he would invest money into the arena and stuff and make that in a.
You think that's the issue? Is like the facility?
It's not, dude. It's not a super attractive. Like the venue itself is not great. There's no amenities. You're right on Beale Street, which is cool. Like you literally, it's like one block. You go to dinner on Beale, and then you cut across like a side street, and then you're like in the front of the arena where they show the camera shot. We're in Memphis, but like it's not. But once you get in, like it's like you go to your seat, you get your drink or whatever, and you sit and you watch the game. But there's no like amenities, I guess. And like for a lot of people. Not me, because I want to sit there and watch basketball. But for a lot of people, amenities matter. Like, look at Atlanta. Atlanta put all this hot, crazy stuff in their arena, and like their attendance went up. But Memphis just doesn't really have any of that, and not even around the arena. You know, like even in Dallas, like Dallas, you have like almost Texas Live stuff where you have all the.
It's like New York City. You're literally in the heart of New York City, where and Madison Square Garden is right on 34th, and it's like. You have so much to do around there, but even before, so it's.
Well, you also have to factor in how much the owner cares, because like
he just bought the team, and like the owner in Memphis, they did this big article on ESPN on him about how he was like preparing all this stuff in terms of turning the Grizzlies into a powerhouse, and to me, that doesn't happen unless he moves the team.
It's hard to be a power. It's hard to be the Spurs in a small market.
But it's just like too, like you can't attract. It doesn't matter how good they are. They can't attract free agents.
You have to draft. You have to do what you guys did. You have to hit on all these picks. You guys hit on every. The reason why you guys had 20-year success is because you hit with Duncan. And then you found Parker late. You found Ginobili late, and all these other guys late. Kawhi. You traded for Kawhi, right? That was that's the most underrated trade people don't talk about. Like getting Kawhi.
Traded George Hill in their back.
George Hill to get a 2-time Finals MVP. Like those are things that good organizations do that don't know they can't get free agents.
Yeah, and and the crazy thing is too,
like wouldn't be able to get free agents if you didn't have Duncan. If it wasn't for that, you guys would be screwed.
Yeah. Well, and the only reason they got Aldridge is because Aldridge graduated from Texas and was like from there and grew up there, and he had grown up wearing Spurs jerseys and dreamed of being a San Antonio Spur. Like that was what he grew up dreaming. Yeah. So like that's the only reason they got LaMarcus Aldridge, and then that flopped.
But it helped that you had Timmy and company and
absolutely. But even Tim tried to leave at one point. Like if Orlando lets his family play, and dude plays for Orlando for the rest of his life.
That almost happened too. It's crazy how close that happened. Almost, and he was going to be Jason Kidd too. That was going with him, I believe.
Well, and Jason Kidd almost came to San Antonio.
Oh no, yeah, Jason Kidd almost came to San Antonio.
Jason Kidd, I don't remember. The story I had read it as. Jason Kidd verbally committed to the Spurs in San Antonio on his visit, and the Spurs were like, awesome, great. And they were just going to like let TP walk. And then Jason Kidd got cold feet and decided to resign with the Nets, and they brought Tony Parker back, and the rest is history. So like it worked out well for him, but like
That's why you can't let him walk out the building.
yeah, he got cold feet. Apparently, he got cold feet like on the plane back to like he like left and was like, never mind, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to go down there.
You got to make him sign the contract while he's still
And
there.
then they turned around and played in the finals that year, and the Spurs won.
Right, the Spurs won 1-6. Yeah.
It was something like that. They won in like 5 or 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a, but yeah, no, I mean, but
That's a big what if too. Like, what if Jason Kidd and like what if Tim Duncan had left to go to Orlando and played with T-Mac?
Oh my God, I think they would have won it.
And then Grant Hill, even though Grant Hill obviously he had the ankle stuff, so he probably still not a part of that. But that's scary to think about. That could have been T-Mac and the two top 5 players on one team. That would have been freaking insane. They definitely get out of first round.
yeah. I just
That's a big. That's an underrated what if he goes to Orlando.
there's a lot of what ifs around the Spurs. You know, what if the Spurs sign Jason Kidd and let Tony Parker go? You know, what happens then?
What if David Robinson doesn't get hurt and you guys get the number 1 pick?
Yeah,
Or what if Boston got the number 1 pick? What happens with that? You know, there's so many that whole situation like that changed the whole NBA for forever.
Yeah, and like I mean, with San Antonio, like I mean, are they more dominant with Jason Kidd? I mean, what if Ray Allen shot doesn't go in? Do the Spurs just do a lot of those guys just kind of waltz into retirement after 13, or because they don't?
I kind of feel like with that, like I think the story of that like made it better for the next season because you guys absolutely like a lot of
they
times
came back,
teams bounce back like that, like especially the losing team bounce back.
They
and
came
like, you guys came back with a vengeance, and then you absolutely destroyed the team that you just played.
I
in the
still
finals.
say, even though margin of victory wise, this doesn't hold up anymore. I still to this day would tell you that that's the most dominant NBA Finals that I've ever witnessed.
They whooped their ass.
It
Like,
was
no team has been that good. Like the Heat have, from what I recall, get dominated. Maybe the Lakers team, but I think that Heat team is better than that Lakers team that lost to Pistons. You guys whooped that ass. I think it was
because like game
bad.
one happened or whatever, and then after that it was just because LeBron cramped in 14, and then after that it was just
Crank the heat
and
up.
then they won game 2.
Crank the heat up
They won
in
game
the
2.
building.
You're cheating, man.
Bro, if you go back and watch,
And you ended it. That was it.
the end of the Heat
It was
was
over.
ended the Heatles.
You ended the
Dude,
Heat.
you ought to go back, and I don't know if you have an NBA TV account, but you ought to go back and watch Game 3 of that series, because I went back and watched it not long ago, and I remember watching it and like literally being like, oh my God, the Spurs didn't miss for like an entire 3
Danny
quarters.
Green looked like Ray Allen.
Yeah. It was well, and speaking of, I'm really upset. I think his career is probably over now.
Yeah, that was
He
unfortunate.
flopped on the floor.
That's
and-
the worst. Like I always hate when guys. It always sucks when guys get hurt, but it's always worse when they get hurt in the last game before the season ends. Like that's like a double. Like now he's gonna miss significant portion of next season, if not the whole season.
Yeah, like they've talked about him missing.
And he's an older player too, so like he may not be the same again.
Oh, Danny Green.
They just like they really just I mean, to me, like I think Danny Green's kind of had a criminally underrated NBA career. Like he
That's
got
some massive heat checks moments in the playoffs.
they just too he just like he's delivered with championships on the line, and like he got memed a lot, and I think he got caught up in a bad spot in Philly. But like in Toronto, he was good, and with the Lakers, he was okay.
Hey, he's a 3-time world champion, man. He can't.
And with the Spurs, he was really good. His transition defense in San Antonio was like, it was crazy. That dude could be 2-on-1 on transition defense and still somehow come out with the ball. I'll never forget that's how I used to
College
watch
career
it.
too at Carolina.
Yeah. There was so many players on that. Like I wonder what Jonathan Simmons is doing now.
Oh, I remember. I thought he was going to be he went to Orlando right after you guys.
He got a fat deal with Orlando.
He got a nice contract. I thought he was going to be like a guy like that was going to like take another step and be like a underrated like 19, 20-point guy, but it never happened.
Because like his jump shot was never developed enough for that. Like he was just kind of like the thunderous dunk guy for the Spurs. It was like the come off a screen.
And all that. I liked him a lot. I thought he fit you guys perfect.
Yeah, well, they pulled him off the street.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna be like Steven Jackson type. Like then he goes away and he's like a 20, close to a 20-point.
Well, then the Spurs made Boris work.
Yeah,
like Boris in that Miami final series had some passes where you were just like, oh my god, you were just like, holy shit. I always remember watching the slow-mo pass of him hitting, like he had a post up and worked into the middle of the lane and then hit up behind the back to like a cutting Ginobili for a reverse.
You got him back in shape.
Yeah.
Boy was looking like a guard for a little bit.
There were so many guys on those teams that were just.
He went to Charlotte.
So many of those
Suns, right?
He did. Yeah. Or I think was that before?
I think that was before.
Yeah, I think he retired.
I know, whatever team he was, I remember him being very hefty.
That man was big like a chair.
I just remember him.
Your guys' run is just it's Patriots like. I guess it's that shit ain't gonna happen in my lifetime at least.
Yeah, I hate saying that. I hate the Patriots comp, but it's a pretty fair one, man.
But just like you had a 20-year dominant run, like
yeah,
you didn't win back to back, but who gives a fuck? Like you guys won you 50-win seasons every freaking year, you know, like just like imagine knowing we're making the playoffs this year. It's just a matter, all right, how far are we going?
Yeah,
like I just want to know that I can make a play in. Like, play in, like. Let alone make the playoffs. Like to know that your team is like being a Knicks fan, to know that like I don't know what the hell to expect. Like I feared this season. I feared that this would happen this year. Feared. I said it on all my podcasts. I'm like, I always play devil's out. I used to play the other side. I'm like, okay, we can be a top six seed, but there's a part of me that's like it could go bad because the East got better. And we kind of stood status quo, and that happened. And like to know that like every year I don't know what to expect, that sucks.
To be a top market team, you guys struggle to find a point guard. I don't.
Bro, it's crazy because literally I grew up in New York City, and it's literally a hotbed for point guards. And it's sad that this team hasn't had a point guard in forever. It's kind of pathetic, but. It doesn't make any sense, but that starts at the top. It's simple.
Yeah.
Like San Antonio, you guys, it starts at the top. The owner starts at G. Like you guys have a stability at all three levels.
That's part of the reason why Miami
at the top, and then the GM, and then the coach, you're gonna have success. It's just easy. It's a recipe that's been working forever.
I think that's the main reason Miami has figured out ways to be good for so long.
That's why the Warriors have been successful for this run, because ownership, GM, coach, boom.
Before this year, that's why the Lakers had always, or during Kobe's run, that's why the Lakers had always been.
Yeah, it all starts at the top. If the owner buys in, and then he trusts the GM to do his job, and the GM trusts the coach.
Same thing with Dallas.
Dallas to an extent, yeah. That's where it starts. And that's why my team keeps failing, because it's just the owner doesn't know how to hire the right GM. He hired an agent that doesn't know what he's doing, apparently. Then everyone hires their friends, and that's where you get where you at. And you miss on draft picks constantly. And you, I guess, Spurs, they hit on late first round picks. Warriors never had a top whatever pick, and they hit on Steph, they hit on Clay, they hit on Draymond. All the young talent they have, the Warriors now.
And they had
Memphis had one top 3 pick, well, 2 top 3 picks, but Ja's the one that hit. Jaren Jackson's all right, but everyone else was in 20s and all that. That's the key. That's the key is just finding these. Not always about getting the number 1 pick. You know, the Kings are freaking top 5 every year, and look who they are. They're miserable.
The Pistons have not been. I
think they're finally going to figure it out because I like.
Yo, what is up? What is up? This is Rafael.
Well,
I was clicking through some shit like I was reading an article about Paolo, and then all of a sudden Rafael Barlow's.
Oh yeah. I was about to say, I'm like, that voice sounds familiar.
That's who it was, yeah. Because I was reading some shit about Paolo. I've been like kind of like digging on Paolo a little bit the last few days.
Paolo, man, I could see why people aren't as high on him, but I'm still on the side that thinks he has like all-star potential.
I think he's got that killer instinct in him.
It scares me that the cat loses like 8 pounds every game.
The what?
He loses like 8 pounds sweating every game.
Oh yeah, because he cramps too. So I wonder if the cramping is going to be an issue in the league.
Yeah, I have some issues with that.
Yeah, and his defense is a little suspect. Actually, no, it's very suspect.
That can always be improved.
Yeah, it's not a. There's times where if he just uses his body, that guys can't get past him because he's so freaking big. Because there's times in the tournament where he just got in front of someone. It wasn't even great defense. It's just he's just bigger than the person, and it's like a wall. And then this times it's just people just go past him, olay him because he's not trying. And I think people he's gonna ask about this a lot, effort. Because I heard a lot of people question his effort, but then there's times I see him just like overpower people, and he's just. I think at times it's too easy for him. He's one of those guys that sometimes the game is so easy for him, so it looks like they don't care. Like T-Mac, remember T-Mac always had that like, oh, does he look like he cares? And it's like, no, he just dropped 40 on you. What are you talking about? You don't think he cares? So it's like, not that Paolo's like T-Mac, but like he's that type of. He has those mannerisms where it doesn't look like he cares, but he's gonna have to address those because people are gonna question his motor and all that.
Rafael had the Spurs taking Duran, so.
Jay, I know you hate that, so.
They're not gonna take Jalen Duran.
I'm
like, it's like almost last year with Alperen Sengun. Like I'm so pressed about it, but also so simultaneously comfortable and confident that they're not gonna draft him. That I'm like. It's like a weird feeling. It's like they're not going to take him.
Sengun felt like a Spur to me. Sengun feels like a Spur. He felt like a Spur.
No, see, like he never felt like that to me. Like I literally was like, nah, dude, big man who can't play defense, hell no.
He had a good rookie season. He could score.
He did. He had a good year, but I also think the Spurs got what they wanted. So
Primo.
Yeah, I think they wanted someone who's going to grow a little bit, and I think Primo's still got.
Primo didn't feel like a Spur pick. I think that's why people.
But it absolutely did. It felt like it was totally out of left field.
I don't know. For me, it didn't feel like a Spur pick, but I guess I should have. It's not. They've taken guys who aren't Spur picks.
Well, I mean, ever since it's not RC Buford making the pick anymore. So ever since it's been Brian Wright, things have changed up a little bit.
Yeah,
because they've only gone overseas one time in like the last 7 years.
Yeah. That's true. They changed up their draft philosophy.
Because in 2015 they took Livio Jean-Charles, and then in 2019 they took Luka Samanic, and that's other than that it's been all domestic. It's been all U.S. college guys. And I don't think they're going overseas this year either, unless they take like Jovic or something like that. I'm honestly kind of keeping an eye on Jaden Hardy.
I saw on
But Chad Ford said the other day that he thinks he's dropping into the second round.
Yeah, Wasserman had him in the 34th. I don't think that's
gonna. I think that's him getting some info from someone who wants him to drop. Like, I
Yeah,
think that's a team in the late 20s telling him that he's going to drop, so that
but
hopefully he
I
drops.
think he's another one of these guys that I think once you get him in the pros, I think he's gonna excel. I think that game translates. I know he's in the G League, but like I think he's gonna.
He just needs to grow and mature a little bit too. Like, the guy just needs to he really just needs to take those shots against professionals, and then his body will grow, and he'll get in the weight room, and he'll get bigger.
I don't think he's a second round is absurd. Like if he drops to the second round, there's a serious problem. Like he must have murdered someone that we don't know about.
Yeah,
because like there's no way he should be dropping to the second round. Like that's crazy.
I really think the Spurs are going to take someone in like the 6'7" to 6'10" range, and then play him at the 3 or the 4, because that's where they have the most problems. They don't need a 5. They have 2 competent 5s. Everybody keeps mocking centers there. They have 2 competent 5s. They
don't need a 5.
They need a 3 or a 4.
Mathurin would be good for you guys.
Yeah. I think he's going to be gone by the time. Well, granted, we don't know. We don't have the draft
let's say
for
you
it
guys are at 10. Let's just hype it 10.
Yeah.
He's probably gone 7, 8, 9.
I know, but like if the Spurs jump from 9 to like 6,
but if they trade
not
up,
like a crazy jump, like that's probably right where he's at.
that's manageable. You got some picks, right?
Yeah.
To move
We've
up.
got 3 in this first round.
I think their targets are going to be like what? Keegan Murray, Mathurin.
I think no. See, like I think they're going to try to come out of this thing with Jabari, and I'm not talking about like where they're picking. I think like they're going to try to get to like 2.
So who's getting traded?
I don't even know that. I don't know. I mean, I think they may ship off one of these other guards, and then try. And they may honestly just ship off all 3 firsts from this first round. Like a team like Oklahoma City would jump at the opportunity to take 3 firsts back.
So they could have 47 first round picks.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
that's
at one point is how many first round picks? Like you only have 16 spots on a basketball.
Yeah, but the other thing is too is like they have Shea.
Volume, baby.
They have Shea. They're more than likely taking someone in the top 4 this year to pair with Shea. So, like, you're probably talking about trading to acquire talent. I think that's why they took them. I think
they have an under 22 limit. So Shea's 23. He's too old for them.
Well, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Shea and then, like, they took, like, Chet or something like that, and then they went and tried to trade for whatever next big wing.
You want Chet and Poku on the same team?
Yeah, but Poku's not going to play the 5.
That's a lot of skinny boys.
I mean,
it's a lot of skinny. Baisley's pretty skinny too. No,
I mean, who else are they going to take, man? You going to take Ivy and then not let him be the lead guard? Which honestly is a lot of it's so far out of their control. If they because they're slotted projected 4th right now, and if they pick 4th, a lot of it's out of their control. I seriously think they're a trade back candidate.
I think if they get 4, I think I see them trading down.
No, I know that's what I'm saying. Like if it's Chet, Paolo, and Jabari in the top 3, which I think is probably going to happen. Right.
They try to get a trade.
That's why I'm saying like I could totally see the Spurs coming up to like 4.
Not to completely change the subject, but apparently there was a shooter outside of the Bucks game.
I'm sure he was pissed.
That's crazy.
Was it Grayson Allen? Because he couldn't find a
Honestly, that'd be great news for the fans because he wouldn't hit a shot. But yeah, all joking aside, that's kind of scary. But
they were shooting up the block for me 2 days ago.
I really think the Spurs are going to try to move up. I wouldn't be surprised if like Detroit, well, not Detroit, but like if Houston moved back. Like Houston's actually made some pretty good picks in that mid first round. If you took, I think the Spurs have right now, like if they let's say the lottery went totally chalk, they would have like 9, 22, and 23, I think.
Because Houston's kind of like, or let's say they get the number 1 pick. Like,
who are you taking?
Who you take? Like, they kind of in a.
You're probably taking. You have to take Paolo. You got to take Paolo or Jabari. You can't take Chet or. You're probably taking Paolo or Jabari, and then you're just sliding 4, and then playing them alongside.
They don't have anyone who's like Apollo, but they have Garuba. I know they just drafted Garuba and a Sengun. Like, do you want to have a front court of Sengun and Banchero and and then
Paolo feels like a rocket.
He does feel like a rocket.
Yeah.
That'd actually be a dope jersey too.
God, I hope not.
I don't know.
See, like in Jabari feels like an Orlando guy.
Jabari feels very Orlando Magic-y.
Yeah. And
Very-
Chet
Orlando
feels
just
very
completely-
Oklahoma City.
Orlando just consistently sucks.
Chet feels very Oklahoma City, and Ivy feels kind of.
Chet is definitely Oklahoma City.
Ivy feels very Sacramento.
Yes, because he's kind of like that in that De'Aaron Fox mold.
Yeah.
But that would be awful for his career to
Yeah.
do that. I don't wish anyone that.
I feel bad for De'Aaron Fox.
I think the Spurs are coming up to try to get some wings. I think they want to try to play in this like.
I think the Knicks.
I don't think the Knicks need to go up though. I think they kind of like
think
if the
they
lottery
will.
breaks and let's say they
For
stay.
Ivy, I think for Ivy, yeah, I think they would.
Oh, for Ivy maybe.
Yeah,
But I don't know that that's the point guard, man.
I know it might not be the solution, but they're kind of in a
Although
really
a
tough spot.
quick Ivy backcourt with RJ and then whoever else is
Yeah, I mean that's a kind of exciting backcourt. The Knicks are in a very their
It's a
roster
weird spot,
construction.
man.
is
I
not-
just thought of a perfect trade for you, Prez. Are you ready? Give us your first.
If you say start with the ruh, I will log off right now and ban you. Block you. I don't want to hear ruh.
Nobody's taking that contract. He's staying there.
Don't tell me that.
He has 1 year left, right?
Yeah, he's got 1 year left. He's
See,
gonna have
that's
to play.
the only I know nobody's gonna want him, but that's the only thing that is positive in trading for him is that you could get him off your books. If you have someone that you have a 3 year
Right, but trades take two to tango.
I
What
know.
is someone that is trading for Russell
You
Westbrook?
literally gonna have to sacrifice having a shitty season just to get a contract off your books. And it's like for the Knicks, for sake. People
Well, listen, you
like,
guys.
why would I want to watch that for a whole season?
Why would the Knicks want
just to get
take-
Julius Randle off the books? Like why?
Okay, but even if you do that, why?
Yeah, but I'm saying
For
why?
what?
I'd rather
What are
stick
you
with Julius
gaining?
Randle for
But what-
whatever this year than have Russell.
The only thing you're gaining is you're sacrificing next year for probably a better pick, and then your cap is going to free up a ton because then Russell Westbrook's off the
But
book.
it's like
Still,
do I
that's
go-
not worth
I
it.
want to go
Please
through
just take
another
him. Just take
miserable
it
year.
away.
That's not worth it. Like that's not like
Even
there is no
if you
team in
attach-
the NBA that willingly should want.
Even if you attach 2 first round picks, like I've seen some
No.
trades, like they
No.
like a 20.
They don't have first round picks. They're all in New Orleans.
I'm like, why would I want a 2027 first round pick?
No, like the picks they'd
You
be
get
trading,
Bronny?
you would have to like
like, come on now.
the picks they would be trading would be like so far in the distant
Yeah, I'm
future
like,
that,
who cares about a 2027?
Yeah, like you're
2029
not
first
gaining
round pick?
anything. If you're trading with the
7
Lakers,
years from
like,
now, like, am I
it'd
gonna
be
drop
one
my
thing
son?
if the Lakers owned their own first, and it's like, okay, we'll take the
Fuck
8th
outta here with
overall
these
pick.
2027 first round picks. Like, what the fuck am I doing with
Well,
that?
I'm saying, but like, if you took the 2027 first, but then they were also like, hey, like, we still are on our own pick. We'll give you Westbrook and the 8th overall pick this year. So, like, we'll put you back. We'll
They
give
don't
you
even
a,
have that.
then it's like, then you're like, oh, okay. Then you're like, okay, maybe I do that. But
You know,
then
if that was the case, if they had their pick this year and they're like, all right, we'll give you Russ, but we'll give you the 8th, whatever.
Yeah.
Because
because then you use 8 and 11 and you go move up. Like,
Unprotected.
yeah.
Unprotected. I'd be like, you know what? He comes off the books. We get a unprotected first round pick to go.
And you have 2 shots to jump up in the lottery instead
2
of 1.
shots, and then maybe we could trade those 2 picks if we don't get a top 5 and move up. Okay, and then we just got to deal with Russ. And we can even tell Russ, hey, go John Wall yourself and just stay home. You could do that too, like.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. So why the hell would I want him on my team?
Because I don't want him.
Well, that's tell LeBron, tell Lee GM that his fault that he thought he can save Russ from, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, that's what I'm
him
saying.
in New York,
Nobody, and honestly, like, and I don't really think anybody's.
Exactly.
trying
He
to
would
help.
clash with the media. Like, you think the media in OKC and LA and all these other teams that used him as bad? He would clash so much with this New York media, Berman and those guys. Ooh, nah. It would be disaster. Kemba lasted only freaking a handful of games here, and he wasn't even a detriment to the team.
I'm just telling you, man. Like,
so
if I'm another team, like, yeah, there's nothing. The only way I'm taking Russ is if you're sending me like if it's a massive trade where like I'm also taking Anthony Davis, and then I can tell Russell Westbrook to go.
I know Anthony Davis is injury prone. Now, see, that would.
Here we go. I'll give you Russ and AD for Julius Randle, and
You got Fournier too.
Yeah, you got to put Fournier in there for money.
I mean, I'll take Fournier. He can shoot the ball.
And then we'll borrow Kevin Knox from Atlanta, get him back, and then we'll trade him too.
I don't want Kevin Knox. You can shoot them.
No, but you can see in that scenario, the Lakers are going to want picks back from New York, and the Knicks are like, why would I? The Knicks are like, why am I giving up draft picks?
Yeah, especially for Anthony Davis, who's injury prone, like
he's
right, and doesn't move the needle for you.
Nah, he's not box office. They need a box office guy, unfortunately, and that's just how it works here. It's box office.
They really needed LaMelo to slip in that draft. Something like that.
I think that was their guy. I think he was their number one number one guy on their board, but there was no way he was dropping to 8.
Yeah.
There's no chance he was dropping to 8.
No, I know. And it sucks too, because this is probably the best year, lottery wise, they're gonna have for a minute. Because Julius is not gonna be as bad next year as Julius was this year, if he's on that team, which is definitely questionable.
It wasn't even that he was that he was terrible.
It seemed like it was an attitude thing, the way he carried it.
I think because listen, last year when he was good All NBA, there was no fans, so there was no pressure. There's no one chirping on you, and he's one of those guys that's not. Once the crowd,
there was fans. There was fans.
Some, but not the way. If you go to a full,
you're telling me MSG wasn't packed for that playoff series?
But it wasn't full capacity though.
Oh, was it not? See, I don't know. I live in Mississippi. COVID's been over for a year and a half here.
So COVID never happened here.
Once, or maybe it was full capacity, and that's when he started with that. And then he.
But Julius was good in the playoffs. We were just because we got to the point where Derrick Rose was having to score a bunch in the fourth quarter because
Derrick Rose was our best offensive player.
Because Julius couldn't do it all himself, and RJ wasn't ready.
And he was getting double teamed. RJ wasn't ready last year. And that's another thing. RJ is going to have to keep improving. RJ has to take another step next year. He has to be 23 points per game next year and, shoot close to 40 from 3. He has to take another step because if he stays the same or he's worse,
it's a really bad team.
We could be back to being and to me the worst
is back to being LOL Knicks.
No, but it's to me I'd rather be LOL Knicks and have a chance than be 35 and 40.
I think if RJ takes a step back, that there's a chance that he's that they're a lot worse.
Well, they're not even going to offer him a rookie max this year. So there's skepticism on him, even with the front office.
Analytics hate RJ.
Yeah,
analytics do not think RJ is a good basketball player.
No, analytics they despise him.
And that's why. And I'm not totally I'm not a total stat analytic head. Like the LeBron ratings and all that stuff. But I do when I'm evaluating players, I don't just totally, I'm not like Mo, I'm not going to totally ignore it.
No, you have to be analytics to an extent because it does dive into the stats that lie.
Yeah. And so that's why I saw I think the LeBron ratings had RJ as the 169th best player in the league.
Don't tell that to Knicks fans because
I was
mad at that. But I'm the one Knicks fan that was skeptical on this whole RJ Barrett resurgence.
Yeah.
Especially during, January.
I don't think a step back. I think a step back maybe is even more likely than a step forward. I think
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
And so that's why I think that this whole Knicks thing could kind of
But I told people this isn't we had a good season, but it felt like everything fell in place. Everything went right. COVID was the best thing to happen for the Knicks, but in reality, it was bad because it gave us fault. It made us think we were better than we really were, and we went into the next season. Oh, let's just re-sign our guys, and thinking that all right, RJ's going to take a leap, Mitchell's going to take a leap, all these guys are going to take a massive leaps, and it didn't. And meanwhile, our all NBA second team player regressed. And was the worst thing. And RJ got better, but he didn't take a massive leap, So
yeah, I just think I think it's going to be. I think that whole franchise is going to be interesting because Tibbs, I think no matter what, Tibbs is gone after next year. Unless they just miraculously put something together, I think
But that's the thing, like with Tibbs, like
I think he's
a lot of fans get mad at Tibbs. Okay, and I get it. It's a lot of adjustments he makes, blah blah blah. I get it.
It's not all his fault.
It's
but
not all his fault, but like with this team construction, because when you hired him, what he's gonna want to.
He's riding the starters.
He's playing starters, and he's gonna win now mode. When realistically, we weren't a win now team. We still needed to develop. So why not hire a developmental coach or hire one of these top assistants? Like,
you imagine if they had hired Jason Kidd and let him cook with let him try to figure some stuff out with RJ. Like,
but I don't think RJ is that type of dude. Like the way he unlocked some guys, like the way he's.
I think RJ, yeah, I think RJ is a 2 or a 3. Like, and I think a 2 is.
I don't think he should be a lead ball handler. Like he can do it. He's a secondary ball. Like he's good. He can't be your lead ball handler. Like he just doesn't have the handles like that. And I think there's a lot of times that when he showed that he wasn't ready for that. Like he did hit some big shots this year, and he definitely got better, especially with his mid range and his 3-point shooting. But
yeah, I
wonder if this is not a firm. Like they give him people want him to like be the guy. They give him the keys.
I don't think he's
and like there's a part of me that's like you should give him the keys to see, but it's also like you have to like restrictions. Like hey, be back by 11. Like, I gotta watch you. I'm gonna have my eyes because it's like a little skepticism. It's not like with Luka, you're like, take it, be good. I don't have to worry. But RJ is like, I'm gonna give you the key, but
I'm gonna have a backup.
You're gonna be like, that's my thing.
I don't think this is the year the Knicks draft a point guard either. I think this is. I don't think they're taking a point.
Well, there's not a point guard that in
there's
this
really,
draft that's like
closest thing to a true point guy is like Ty, and that's not a point guard.
And at 12 or whatever, I
he's definitely slipped. He's definitely slipped.
Well, he got hurt. He got hurt the latter part of the season.
Yeah, but I just don't think. I just don't think he's a great pro.
We'll see. See,
I think
I liked him early in the season.
He shot like 46% of his shots from the mid range.
Yeah,
and I'm not like anti mid range. It's just like, but that's like DeRozan level clips, man. Like that's like you can't be that at that size, and like you also have to have such outlier shot making ability, like Paul DeRozan do, and he doesn't have that. He doesn't have the size to have that, and he's not a bad facilitator, but he's not a point guard. And
he's a combo guard.
He's a combo guard.
Benefit from like moving down because I feel like in that slot they're going to miss out on one of the wings.
I thought he should have come back another year and tried to develop his outside shot more. It's not a bad outside shot.
I think he's a guaranteed top 20 pick. I think Ty's guaranteed top 20. So I think you stay if that's the case.
I just think, honestly, we don't really know that until we get through this combine week. Like, I think if he comes in and his measurables aren't great, I don't think he's a guaranteed top 20 right now. Granted, Calipari will work the phones and like.
Yeah, the Calipari effect I think can help.
No, it definitely does. It can get you. It can boost you 5 picks.
I think he'll be in the top 20 even after all that. I think.
I hope the Spurs don't take him. I don't want that.
No,
granted, that doesn't make any sense. So.
I
don't have dudes yet. Well, I do have dudes, but like none that really like I'm really hoping the Spurs are in a range where Bryce McGowan's probably isn't going to happen, but I really want it to happen. He's probably going in the like 15 to 20 range, and the Spurs don't have a pick in that range. So if he somehow slips into the early 20s, though, I'd have to be picked up off the floor, Bryce McGowan.
I think I know people don't like seniors and all that, but Abaji, I like Abaji. That would be a nice.
He makes shots. He makes shots. I just don't know what else he's going to do other than make shots. I think like if he can make shots at a high level at the NBA level where you can turn him into like a bench scorer, then that's useful for a good team. I just don't think you're taking him in the top 20 as a team who's not a contender because it's not what you're like trying to. I don't think he's a starting scoring guard. Like I don't. And if
Yeah,
he's not your scoring guard for you, then he's probably not super valuable.
I think the big thing with him is people are gonna ask is like why did you pop so late?
Yeah.
Like why did it take your senior year to? Because I think Jay Billis was talking. He's like everyone kept waiting for him to pop his first 3 years, and it never happened. And then senior year, boom, win a national championship, have a great season, All American, all this stuff. It's like that's good that you finally figured it out, but like why did it take you 3 college seasons to figure it out?
You know me, man. I'm in love with McGowan's.
He's underrated. I don't hear a lot of people talking about him. Like
I don't get it, man.
And all that, and
I don't get it. And like I saw the thing you tagged me in, and I agreed with some of it. But like I don't question his strength, man. I watched a lot of McGowan's this year. Like that dude's taking post ups and like not been.
He didn't have a good team. That's another guy. Like he's not
like people shit on Zaire, but like that's the same thing. He's playing on a trash roster. He went there because his brother was
Nebraska. That's a pro. Yeah. Not that I recall that he's playing with pros in Nebraska. Like,
no, he's not playing with pros. He's playing against pros. He's being guarded by EJ Liddell.
Yeah.
And having to figure it out. Like, and being coached by Fred Hoiberg.
Oh, my God. That man keeps getting jobs. Why?
To be fair, though, he was a good college coach. He made Iowa State a powerhouse for a while.
Then after that, it's been downhill for
because he went to the Bulls, and then he was an NBA coach. Like this is his first college job since Iowa State. I don't know, but I like McGowan's a lot. I'm excited to see. I think he's a dude that may see his stock improve this week because I think people are going to fall in love with kind of the tools and the projectability. Those guys always rise late, and guys who are more production based typically fall because then you actually get the measurables at combines, and then you're like, oh, like I don't know if I can project a 21-year-old who doesn't have a lot of build left to put on. And with McGowan's, you can kind of hope that he puts on weight. And then, I mean, he's 6'7" with a tight handle and a jump shot that projects. And he shot 85+% at the free throw line. So the jump shot's solid. You just kind of have to work with him more on, I think, shooting off the dribble a little bit. But like he showed flashes, and like that's all you really want. Like, I mean, I don't know. I think McGowan's is like I see people with him in the 20s, and I'm just kind of like I just don't see it. Like I think he's way better than Tari. But yeah,
I think Tari has been the most overrated prospect because every time draft Twitter, everyone like
I saw one of the no ceilings guy have him at like 12 on a big board the other day, and I quoted it.
I've seen 7, bro, and I'm like,
I was like,
what? Rich for Tari. Like,
I saw someone with him ahead of Keegan Murray, and I was like, what?
I'm like Keegan. I'm like, yeah, I think I saw that too, and I'm like, Keegan Murray was like 23 points a game, like shooting 50+% from the field, 40 for like this guy's crazy.
Dude shot like 50, 40, 90, and like,
he's essentially 50, 40, 90 guy, like crazy efficient in the Big Ten, like. And Tari has the size, the build, but it's like, are we gonna go through that? Like
people have just become
with the build. Too many people fall in love with the build of players. It's like
people have become such parrots with Tari. Like it's like, oh, I love what he does on offense. Well, and then I'll like sit there if I'm talking to somebody like, okay, well, what do you like about what he does on? Yeah. Well, I think it projects. Like it's a straight line drive guy who's
like sometimes you want to like know like, all right, this guy could do this now. Like if I could project a whole bunch of things. Like it can project a bunch of things. So it's like, but
there's no way you're looking at Tari's body type and coming out with that's going to be a good offensive player in the NBA.
I just don't see it.
I don't
see it at the moment. It could happen.
He was a streaky 3-point shooter, but most of his offense came on straight line drives against inferior competition in the SEC.
That's what I'm saying.
And people won't, and I don't know why, but people don't want to talk about that. Like people don't want to be like he was being guarded by a guy who was 3 inches shorter than him, and he was beating dudes off the bounce straight line. And that's great. That's what you want, but that's not when Kawhi Leonard is standing. You're not beating him straight line drive.
The size of cinder blocks, like. He left.
Yeah, I don't.
However, he died.
Well, what do you think about Caleb Love, the guy out of UNC, the point guard?
I think he's going back to school.
Oh, really?
I'm pretty sure he's going back to school. I think they're running it back. I
That's
think
crazy.
Baycott's going back. I think a lot of their guys are going
Yeah, I
back.
heard Baycock was going
Yeah,
back.
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I think I recall him saying he's going back to school. But so because that makes Carolina like a title team for sure, because the experience. But Caleb was someone that early on the process was high, and then like he kind of fell off, and then he had a nice ACC and tournament run that
Bro,
kind
I
of.
lived and died. I lived and died with his high school recruitment because he was down to like North Carolina and Missouri, and I was a student at Missouri at that point. And I was like, please, dear God. And then he went to North Carolina. And everybody knew he was going to North Carolina. I was just like, whatever.
I was really impressed with his
big shots, but then the title
yeah.
game, he went MIA.
I was really.
Prez, I think you're gonna like this kid at Ole Miss next year.
Who?
This Deshaun Ruffin kid that's playing point guard.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah.
Hey,
he's
all I gotta say,
he's a McDonald's. It was a McDonald's All-American. He's got to get healthy. He's coming off an ACL, but the kid is a primary creator. Like he's like when you talk about point guards, the kid's a point guard. Like
how's Ole Miss looking next year?
Shitty, like really bad.
Rough.
Like preseason worst team in the SEC. Bad.
Really?
Yeah, really bad. They tried to find the money to fire the coach this year and couldn't find it.
That's how you know it's bad. We can't find money to fire a coach. We don't want to pay the full buyout.
They took a transfer from an NAIA school and a transfer from a SWAC school. That's how bad it is. When you're digging at those
buyout that they couldn't afford.
It was like $9 million, and they had just it was. They'll fire him next year when it goes down to like 5, and then they'll try to hire somebody. Ole Miss keeps going the wrong path with basketball. Like,
what's the issue? What's the issue? I mean, you know more than I do.
They keep hiring. They had Andy Kennedy, and they didn't give Andy any resources. And Andy's now at UAB, and he made the tournament last year, which I don't know if he saw, but Jelly Walker's going back to UAB.
Yeah.
He's going back to UAB, so that they'll be back next year. And then
it always comes down to resources, like investments in the program.
But see, then they did invest the resources, and they built this giant stadium with this giant practice facility, and they did invest. And then it's like, okay, well, you have to hire the right coach. And at a school like Ole Miss, you need to go get I say young relatively, but young as a head coach. Like you need to go get this 45, 50-year-old like guy who's trying to get his head coaching career started. And like Alabama and Arkansas did, they hired mid-major coaches, and instead they go hire this 65-year-old guy who's been at Middle Tennessee for 20 years, and you're just like,
that never works.
And then he came in with Andy's players and made the NCAA tournament in year 1, and everybody was like, "Oh, great, this is fantastic!" And it's gotten worse every single year since then. Because he had Terrence Davis on that team. And Terrence was like SEC Player of the Year level good, and then he also had Brian Tyree, who was he was a New Jersey kid. He was from Somerset, New Jersey, up there out of high school. He was like a 4 or 5-star point guard, and was like a 20 points per game guy in college. He just didn't really have an NBA skill set, but like they had an incredible backcourt that year, and then ever since those guys left, it's just gotten worse and worse, and then they kind of did a half-ass effort last year to get in with Devontae Shuler. I thought Devontae was going to stick in the league somewhere, to be honest, but he didn't. I don't know where he is now. He played on an AAU team with John Morant and Zion.
In South Carolina, right?
Yeah, if you go watch the interviews, it's kind of crazy. Like they go back and talk about it, and they're like, Ja and Zion, they'll ask him like, who was the best player on that team? Like, who was better between the two of y'all? And they'll be like, honestly, I'm not even going to cap. Like, the best player on our team was Devontae Shuler because Devontae was like 2 years older than them. But, yeah, no, Ole Miss is bad. It's really bad. Plus, baseball is such a big deal here that it takes money away from basketball because Ole Miss puts like $5 million into their baseball program every year. And so that takes away from basketball budgeting. And, yeah.
I kind of feel like that's how Duke is with their football team.
Yeah.
Like, they put all their resources into the basketball team, and then the football team.
And it's just like baseball. Like they renovate our baseball stadium here every year. They renovate our baseball stadium like every year here, but they don't put any money into basketball. And Ole Miss doesn't have the boosters. The important boosters that have all the money are all football people. So like they're all going to be doing like they'll be in our NIL collectives for football, but they don't want their money going to basketball players because that's not what they care about.
I don't get it.
Which like this kid that Ole Miss and Miami are competing for, this quarterback, like that's all that's going on is money. Like they're
NIU battle, baby. The U.
That's all that's going on. It's like they're trying to figure out who's going to eat. This kid's trying to figure out who's going to pay him. We offered the kid's brother today. We offered his brother and his best friend today. We were like, please.
This one booster. What's his name? I think it's Hector Diaz. He's like a billionaire. Like he's like, yo, I'll build you guys a stadium and all this. Like it's cool. Yeah. Ever since he's come from Oregon, man. Mario is changed.
Have you heard about this? Have you heard about this Rashada kid?
No.
He's a 5-star. He's from Cali. Yeah, the pro comp he's getting out of high school is Deshaun Watson. And like he's better. He's better, and he's better than Arch Manning. Like no, hands down, better than Arch. Huh?
Same class as Arch?
Yeah, he's in this upcoming 23 class. It's like Miami, Ole Miss, and Oregon going really hard.
I gotta go 24/7 and see what this.
Yeah, I think he's a 5-star on 247 and a 4-star on Rivals. He's really good.
Hey, all I gotta say, I know you guys switched to football, but we got the #1 recruiting class in basketball for like the next 2 years.
I think Shire's gonna.
I think he's gonna be a beast.
He'll be all right.
Because when he played, he was really good.
And Shire's always been a good recruiter. He's always been a good recruiter. So I think they'll be all right. It's going to be weird not seeing Coach K there, but it
may almost be refreshing.
To an extent. Because it's not like Coach K it's not like he fell off recruiting-wise.
Oh,
He's still recruiting like a beast. Still getting the top guys every year.
Yeah.
So
Prez Ole Miss went in and offered this kid's brother, best friend, and his wide receiver all on the same day. That's how bad they are.
That's how crazy NIL is getting to where like you're gonna offer your fetus a scholarship. Like
really, and I heard he visited Ole Miss for the spring game, and they sat down and it's crazy. You can go find the tweet where he had gone to Arkansas the week before, and some kid that was committed to Arkansas tweeted a picture with him, and it was like, "Hey, Hog Nation, help me get these kids to Arkansas." And this Rashada kid quote tweeted it and said, "Let's talk business."
Or Jaden from Pitt.
He literally was like, "Let's talk business." And then they talked when he got to Ole Miss, they talked NIL, and Ole Miss offered him 7 figures, and he turned it down.
So it's Ole Miss, Cal, LSU. Miami.
Cal's not really involved. It's really just Oregon. It's really just Oregon, Miami, and Ole Miss, really. And that's a lot of teams have been bowing out because they can't afford him.
That's great. It's great. Can't afford him because Miami doesn't have a quarterback in that class.
Yeah, but like the Nico Imaliva kid that went to Tennessee got $8 million in NIL. So now like this Rashada kid's like, well, if he got 8, then I'm worth at least 6.
Yeah, because.
And now Tennessee fucked this whole thing up when they gave that kid $8 million. Because now like other quarterbacks are holding that, and Arch is getting like north of 10.
Arch is getting paid.
Arch is getting north of 10. I heard Texas offered him 10 on the
crazy. College football is officially changed.
He's going to Texas.
Dudes are getting $10 million contracts before they even play college, and that's even like they could be trash. In college. How many times have we seen a top 5-star recruits just be bums in college?
Yeah. You're getting paid $10 million based on the fact that you might be good.
I'm all for these kids getting money. I'm all for I'm all for that, but there is a part of you that loses that drive.
Oh yeah, because a lot of people.
Because if I got $10 million,
I'm good.
I like to be motivated to be like, to get to the next level. Like
I can go start a business and keep my body perfect.
And then with all the ways you can make money without having to, with those YouTube and podcasting and all these stuff, like
I think
you give me $10 million, out of high school.
I'm not playing any.
good.
I'm not going pro football.
If I suck, I'm all right.
Yeah.
$15, like, and I'll probably have built up my YouTube channel where I have 500,000. So hey, I suck, all right, but I'm making. That's the thing that's
To be fair,
gonna
though,
be a big thing is, and you're gonna see that in the draft, these next couple draft cycles where we'll see like the NLU guys really. Then the biggest thing is gonna be like, their love for the game is just like, am I getting someone who's motivated, or you already got 20 million in the bank? How motivated are you to get to that? So.
Well, the other thing too is you're going to see some schools, if when these kids tank, you're going to see some schools like probably pull agreements, be like, you're already here. What are you going to do? Like transfer? You suck. Nobody's going to want you. So they'll just pull the NIL money probably, because like that's what's going to happen. This is all on like handshake agreements, right? So someone's going to get somewhere and someone's not going to be able to pay them, and then these kids are going to be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because this money is this crazy. Like
Miami,
Miami pulling out money out the ass. Like suddenly Miami's like, yo, they got all this money out of nowhere. Like where we got money?
I texted you that when they were before they hired Cristobal. I was like, dude, I'm hearing Miami is going to start trying to win. I was like, I'm hearing they're
investing in the indoor facility. Trying to get a new stadium.
They're trying to get out of Hard Rock.
We have the highest. They upped the money for all their coaches. They have the highest paid coaching staff in the country.
Yeah, I told you, man.
Mario was like, "No, I'm not. I'm coming, but you need to pay my guys."
Are these NIL deals? Are they
got Charlie Strong? Charlie Strong was a head football coach. Like they got a bunch of they got.
Yeah, he built an Alabama staff, man. I will say this though, bro. As soon as Saban retires, y'all are losing Mario.
You think he's the one?
Oh yeah. I think he's number one on their list and has been for a while now.
Really?
But when is Saban gonna retire? He's probably.
I don't think it's as far away as y'all think.
Really? I think Saban might be a guy who coaches till he dies.
You think if Georgia goes on a run here, he'll
honestly, I think it's the opposite, man. Like I think he's about to go on one last little run because they're winning the national championship this year. If you want to go and lock it in, I know it's only
Georgia lost a lot. Georgia
lost their whole defense got drafted.
Alabama brings that whole team back, man. They got better. They added the running back from Georgia Tech. They've added receivers. They've added Will Anderson's the best player. They arguably have the two best players in college football.
That's true. Yeah. And they got the Heisman. They got the Heisman back.
They got the Heisman winner and the guy who's going number one overall in the draft.
Will Anderson, I've heard that he's like the best edge rusher since like Nick and Joey Bosa and all that.
I've seen Will Anderson play in person, and dude,
he's number one.
Oh my god, yeah, there's no question. And I'm sure one of the quarterbacks will go one because that's just how the NFL draft.
You might be right. It might be Saban might be done quicker than we.
I don't know, man.
I think, man, if he goes on,
at what point? In the 70s.
I'll say this: if Saban
70.
I'll say this, and I heard this from a good source. If the only reason Arch Manning is not already committed to Alabama is because they don't have a ton of confidence that Saban's going to be there through his entire college career.
Yeah, because he should be a lock to Bama. Like that makes too much sense. Because you got Young is going to leave.
Well, that also depends. Arch Manning may not want real competition.
Nah, I mean, dude, there's competition everywhere. If he goes to Texas, he's competing with Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like if he goes to Georgia,
does he have a final five?
It's really just three. He did an interview the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, my only officials that I have set are Texas, Georgia, and Alabama." Because like Ole Miss was in there. Ole Miss got a visit, and like Ole Miss is like if you've talked to people around Ole Miss, like you've kind of known for a while that he was not coming and that he was almost like just keeping them in it as a courtesy.
For dad, yeah.
Yeah. And like because Ole Miss has moved on. Like Ole Miss has a quarterback committed and then they're chasing the Rashada kid. And if they get the Rashada kid, they'll just drop the other kid.
So it's Bama, Georgia, Texas, right?
And I think it's Bama? I wouldn't bet a substantial amount of money on it, but if you made me bet on it, I would take Texas without thinking.
Texas? You think Sark's gonna pull that?
They love Sark and they love Austin.
See,
I do think it's a negative though that Texas is stuck in the Big 12 until 24. Like they're stuck in the Big 12.
I think is going to benefit them. I think it's going to benefit. I know people are like, oh well, because they haven't built like SEC type teams, Texas, but like that's gonna be a major win for them. I think in the long run.
I mean, I think so, but I think it's a negative from Arch's recruitment. I think Arch wants to play the SEC.
Yeah, and that doesn't help them right now.
But the problem is too. I think Alabama's fading. Like I think they're borderline out of it. I think it's really Texas.
Oh, really?
I think it's Texas and Georgia.
So to go to Georgia and beat.
And I think but I think the negative in their minds with Georgia is that like
because they never get quarterbacks, Georgia.
Well, one, his primary recruiter at Georgia was Matt Luke, and Matt Luke quit after the season. He literally just quit. He was like, "I'm going to go spend time with my family. This is exhausting. I made like I was the head coach at Ole Miss for 4 years. He was like, I was the head coach at Ole Miss for a couple of years. They're still paying me. You paid me $900,000 a year for 3 years. I'm out."
That's a stressful ass job being a recruiter.
And so he left, and so now like the guy who was primarily recruiting Arch is gone, and then like so when you lose that relationship, and then you
shit like that, most people don't even know about, like the little shit, like your recruiter, like someone you've been talking to at the school.
Well, and then you sit down with them, and it's like, okay, well, show me the quarterbacks you've developed for the NFL. Like, what you throwing on the Aaron Murray?
That's another thing too. Georgia hasn't developed any quarterbacks. Like,
and like Texas,
the quarterback they had went to freaking Ohio State.
Texas hasn't either, and
but Sark can throw on tape of tape of Mac Jones and be like, I was the offensive.
Yeah, I developed him. Yeah.
Mac Jones is the only Alabama quarterback that's been worth a flip.
I mean, bro, they've got 3 starting in the NFL right now.
Well, Tua.
Sark was on staff for all of them.
Who's the other one?
Tua, Jalen, and Mac.
Oh, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
If you want to count Jalen Hurts as an Oklahoma boy.
Nah, I think
he went to Alabama for 3 years, right?
He's mostly Bama.
He gets drafted regardless. He gets drafted regardless, like because like
and I think Bryce Young's going to be what, top 3 this year?
Oh, for sure.
He's going to be a giant quarterback. So
Sark helps develop him, man. Like I mean, like he's not going to get a ton of the credit, but Sark helped develop that kid. Sark was there for his freshman and sophomore years, or his freshman year, and helped progress him to what he was his sophomore year when Sark was at Texas. It is going to be a bloodbath though, because Texas has to play at Alabama this year, like week 2.
They're going to get killed.
Yeah, I think Texas.
It's going to be like when Miami played Bama last year.
I think Texas is going to go. I think Texas is going to go like 9-3 this year, but that week 2 game is going to be a bloodbath. Like it's going to be
neutral. Is it neutral?
No, it's in Tuscaloosa.
They're gonna get. It's gonna be worse than when Miami. At least Miami played neutral with the.
I'll say this, dude. I've been to Tuscaloosa. I went to Tuscaloosa last year when Ole Miss played them. Like I was scared. I was sitting there. They've got this giant ass elephant noise coming out of the scoreboard all the time, and you're just sitting there. There's like 95,000 people in there.
I really hate that living in like the Northeast. Right, like, college football is not really a thing here, so like we don't have like 100,000, seat arena. Like the closest thing here is that we have is Rutgers, and that's not even that close. Like, that's nothing. Like. So, like, college football is not really big over here. Like, I love college football. That's why I gravitated to the Miami for college football, because we don't have college football here.
And Bama, man, I was sitting in the press box for that game, and, like, when Bama ran out, like, it was shaking.
Yeah.
The food they served us was so Alabama, man.
I want to go to one of these big SEC schools and and experience that, like, because.
Yeah, you need to do it, man. It's a whole different breed. Like I'd say,
one of these summers coming up, I gotta get down there.
If you go somewhere, I'd go. So Tuscaloosa's cool. Georgia
too. I
haven't been, but Georgia's is what I've heard has been.
They're all got 100,000 seat arenas. These SEC schools, like even the shitty, like how much is Ole Miss seat?
Like 65.
65, and Ole Miss is like in like the middle, like what about Vandy?
I think Vandy's actually their attendance. Let me look it up, but I'm pretty sure theirs is like north of 62.
Like they all got like NFL stadium arenas, like, and even like like the small schools, like
Vandy plays in the Titans stadium sometimes. So
like, that's crazy.
Oh no, Vandy's is only 40.
Vandy is like these arenas, man. Like,
hey, you could come down to Tallahassee and go to an FSU game. We go together.
Oh, that's where you live?
Yeah. I literally live 5 minutes from Doak Campbell Stadium.
Oh, word? That's dope. Yeah,
I'm
that's down my bucket list is a Miami, Florida State game. I have to, before I die, I have to go to
How many seats does Doak Campbell Stadium have?
it's probably like 70K, right? They got a full fucking
Doak Campbell.
75.
Present 79,560.
That's fucking college football. Just think about that. That's for college, not even pro, college football. That's
Oh, hold on, Walker. I'm getting there.
it's
I
crazy.
clicked the wrong X there.
Like he just said Doak Walker holds 79. He's not too far. I got to get down there. I need to go to a Miami fucking Florida State game before I die. Like it's like a must.
Oh, Miami came here this year too.
Yeah, we lost. Yeah, we ended our little streak against Florida State.
Our quarterbacks suck.
I
Jordan
think
Travis-
all the Florida teams are going to bounce back finally.
All right,
Jordan
Prez.
Travis is dog shit.
All right, Prez. So, hold on a second. Let me get this up. So, the largest stadium in the SEC is Tennessee, and that's 102,455. Bama's is 101,821.
That's nuts.
Georgia's is like 93,000. LSU's is like 93,000.
LSU, okay.
Florida's is like 90,000. Auburn's is like 90,000.
Crazy.
These numbers aren't updated because they have Texas A&M at 82,000, and that's not right. Texas A&M's is over 100,000 now.
I was to say I could have remembered that I was over 100K. Imagine, that's why I got to get because imagine being the
A&M is an out-of-body
100,000 people. Like
I've heard A&M is an out-of-body experience because of all like the chants and stuff, and like they do like I've heard it's like an out.
This is a make or break season for them. This is right. This is Jimbo might be on the hot seat if he don't.
I think it's a big year. I think it's a big year. Well, I had someone tell me that they're recruiting so good and their NIL is so good that no matter what they do over the next 5 years, it's going to be impossible for them not to win. No matter how hard they try, they're going to win eventually because they're going to have so many good players.
I don't think Jimbo Fisher's that good of a coach.
I mean, he's a good coach. He's a very good coach. It's an A&M thing, man. Like they've had issues no matter who the head coach has been.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I was always like, I know they have the money and all that, but it was always weird that I know Florida State was going down to shitter when they left, but like, and they still are because they're paying like 4 coaches right now.
Yeah, our
Prez,
fucking
this is from
quarterback is
2021. Prez, this is from 2021. Vandy's is 41,000, which is the smallest stadium in the SEC. Kentucky's is the second smallest at 61,000. Mississippi State's third at like 61.5. 62.5 is Missouri's. Ole Miss's seat 64. And then Arkansas's, and then after that, it's a big jump. Arkansas's is the ninth biggest stadium at 76,000. Williams-Brice is 8th, and I've been there. I've been to Williams-Brice, and they seat 81,000.
SEC, bro, it's crazy.
Yep.
How much? What's Clemson?
Auburn seats 87.5, and that's the seventh
even
biggest
stadium. Like the top who's the top? Doak Walker's probably the most, right?
Clemson seats 81,000, and that would be like 8th in the SEC. Yeah.
Even like the top SEC school is like 8th in the SEC. Like as far as that's crazy.
That'd be 8th, that would be 8th in the SEC. It's a little bit bigger than South Carolina's.
People bitch about the SEC and all that, but look at the fucking money they generate.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like
Alabama seats 102,000, and it's the 4th biggest stadium in the conference.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Kyle Field with standing room and everything accounted in seats close to 110.
That's nuts.
Yeah. That's like that's probably like 2 Doak Walkers. That's probably like 3 of Duke stadiums.
Duke has a stadium. It feels like they got like a regular bowl, like a high school bowl. Like it feels like they've never up like.
Yeah, like Doak Walker is 79.5. Like the ACC doesn't have a stadium that the SEC like. That's why like I hate like people will bitch at the SEC and be like, "Hey, come play in our stadiums," and it's like, why? Like we would make so much more money if you would just come here.
Yeah.
And, but like then other teams are like, "Nah, we don't want to come there because because they don't want to play in that atmosphere and they don't want the true road game against teams that are
probably embarrassed."
Yeah, like people. That's why the neutral site games happen so much because other teams don't want to come to SEC.
Because imagine if Miami we got
Miami had come to
last year, Alabama last year. Imagine if that was at Tuscaloosa. It might have been a 70 to 3. It would have been a
Tuscaloosa, dude. Tuscaloosa is like at least
we're not ready for that.
I'm an Ole Miss fan.
I'm
an Ole Miss fan. So like Tuscaloosa is an auto L. Like you just write it down as an L. You don't even consider winning.
Like the only thing unless you're already in the SEC school or you're Georgia or you have no shot. Like if you're not an out of conference team going to Bama, you have no.
Ohio State might have
had an out of conference loss at home in maybe ever.
Bro, and I'm telling you, there has only been one time in my entire lifetime where I have actually Ole Miss has played Alabama in Tuscaloosa where I've considered winning. Like where I've been like, oh, we might win, and we won.
Yeah. But that's a crazy home. That's true home field advantage.
Yeah. We played there in 2015, and that was when we had Chad Kelly, and then we had Treadwell and Laramie Tunsil and all those dogs, and they were in their junior years, and we were coming off having beat them the year prior. And I was like, I think we can beat them. I think we're the best team in the country. And we went over there and the final was 43-37, but it was not that close. Like Alabama, we had Alabama fans leaving with 12 minutes left in the game. It was wild. We were up 3 touchdowns. I was like, holy shit, this is not real life.
Especially if you blow them out at their place, that's
yeah. And then they came back to Oxford the next year, and we had I guess Chad Kelly was back again because he had torn his ACL late that 2015 season. And then I want to say I was at that game too. That was AJ Brown and DK's early years. And we were up. Oh, yeah, because that 2016 season was a season from hell. Because we opened with Florida State and got up 28-10, and we blew the lead and lost. And then came back, won our next couple games, and then played Bama and got up 31-14 and lost. And then they just blew leads. They were the Atlanta Falcons of college football, for an entire season. They finished that season as 7-5 or something. And I stand by it that it was one of the best 7-5 teams I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because I was they literally went toe-to-toe with the team that ended up winning a national title and a Florida State team that was good. They went toe-to-toe with all those teams and they blew massive leads. Because they couldn't play they stopped recruiting defense. That's where Hugh Freeze fell off at Ole Miss. He stopped recruiting defense. And so their defense just got they were so not deep and so bad on defense that when the offense had dry spells in the second half, it was automatic teams were back in games. Mm-hmm. They were yeah, we're about to run up and down the field on you.
Yeah, you need bodies on defense, especially in college.
Well, now Ole Miss is getting some of those dudes. They're getting some freaks up there. Because Ole Miss is doing what programs who don't have Miami levels of money need to do. It's kind of crazy. And this can't be said for all college football teams. I think with Ole Miss, we're watching an experiment in real time as to how viable it is to build a program through the transfer portal. Because Ole Miss had the number one transfer recruiting class in 2020, and then they had it again this year. And they signed more transfers than high school kids.
Yeah.
Miami's
doing the same thing
They went in and signed all these kids in high school that they out of the transfer portal that they finished second for, that were all 4- and 5-star kids, and then they signed them when they used their one-time free transfer, and now they're stuck at Ole Miss and yeah, and so now they've got 3 or 4 years of eligibility.
You got the quarterback from SC, right?
Yeah, and he may not even start.
You got a few guys.
They got 2 dudes. They got 2 dudes. Yeah, man, and they got they got 2 running backs. And they're not even done yet. They're getting LSU's best wide receiver.
Yeah.
They pulled dudes. Like they got a ton of dudes. They got an all conference tackle from Western Kentucky. They have both the Big 12 Freshman of the Year on defense. Both the dudes who won it. Got one from Iowa State that played safety, and then they got another one that was an edge rusher.
Man, you got to take advantage of that portal, man. That's what Miami's doing.
Mm-hmm. I think that's why, but I think Miami can be elite in high school recruiting because they're going to have the money to do it.
I think this year they kind of had to do the portal because we didn't,
Mario just
Manny Diaz just didn't recruit big guys, and Mario likes big dudes. He likes big offensive linemen, big defensive linemen, and that was the complete opposite of what Manny Diaz kind of built. So he kind of has to fix in order to be competitive this year. He kind of had to go through the portal to get guys, and then obviously we'll see his blueprint next year when he starts.
Almost signed a D lineman last year that was 6'7.5", 365, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty average here. Like I was like, that's pretty average for an SEC D lineman. It was Jordan Davis levels of size, and I was like, yeah,
that's a massive human being.
Yeah,
like no, you shouldn't be that big. Like that's dude. Like
it's all bad weight, but it's all bad weight when you get him out of high school. Like you see the weight and the size, and you're like, that's great. But then you think about it, and you're like, yeah, but that kid's not getting that weight because he's in the weight room on this like insane like nutritional plan. He's getting that weight because that cat's going to Taco Bell 5 times a day.
Well, you can turn that weight into some massive muscle.
Yeah, he did. That's like I saw. There was another kid that was like 6'4", 360 out of a small town in Mississippi. And
if I was to be 360 pounds, I wouldn't even get off my couch.
I can't even get to 180.
Nah, bro. And this guy
I'm already shot now, and I'm 220.
Ole Miss lost out on this guy to Bama, and like we were like, it's fine. He's got a ton of work to do. He's got to get his body back in shape. All this other stuff. No, my bad. He was 6'4", 370. And so, and then we saw.
Them boys down South Walker, them guys, man, they different, man.
You're telling me that me and those guys are both human?
Walker, the high school kids over here are like not even close. Like if you just go on 24/7 and you look at like the New York, and you'd be like, that kid wouldn't even sniff.
You want to hear something crazy?
Vanderbilt.
That 6'4", 370 kid played D tackle, but he also played kicker.
Well, there we go, man.
Bro. I'll go back and find the video, but there's a video that was like very public of him like kicking it deep and then like taking off and just absolutely laying out a kick returner. I'm talking like sliding across the ground like. It was bad, like into a bench and he was just like, yeah. But he went to Bama, and I saw a picture of him 2 days ago, and his body's completely different now, completely shredded. And I was like, this is bullshit. I was like, that sucks.
That's great. They built different down there, man. That's for sure. Yeah, I got some big boys down there.
Yeah, that's just how it goes.
I don't know how it over here that not guys like that, but down, I don't know what y'all feed them boys. They gotta be.
That barbecue, baby.
Bro, it's the fried. No, we don't even eat barbecue down here. It's more like fried food down here. Like you get like fried chicken, you get like a lot of that type of stuff. It's like it's a lot more country, like Southern home style cooking and stuff. Ole Miss is a cool game day experience, but I don't know that like if I was like recommending SEC games, that Ole Miss would probably.
That was the next thing I was gonna ask you is how's the tailgating?
Well, I mean, it's the best tailgate in the country.
Ole Miss?
Yeah, man. Like if you Google your top 10 tailgate list, Ole Miss is on every single one of them. Every single one of them.
That's why I want to experience the college football experience.
Bro, have you not heard of
the thing? I want the tailgate.
You need to go Google the Grove at Ole Miss. It's literally this grass like field, like sort of in the middle of campus where they so landscaping takes care of it, so it's not really a field. But they have like 1,000-year-old oak trees like all over the place.
Yeah, I've heard about
and then they just like it's literally just covered in tents. And then there's like a big stage out there, and then everybody just tailgates for hours. It's walking distance to the stadium. So
that's how it is here.
Yeah, it's different though. I'm just telling you.
No, I'm just saying. I was talking about like the way you said it was like a field type thing. That's what we have here.
That's We don't got shit. I don't got shit over here. There's literally no state that we don't have. There's not. Is there a New York? Do we have any stadiums?
You may have like a Syracuse.
That don't count.
Prez, go Google.
That's more Canada. We don't consider Syracuse like a part of, like, I live in New York City. Syracuse is a part of New York State, but it's like 9 hours up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not like
I've never been that
that's
far.
why, like, with college, like, when people like, how are you a Miami Hurricanes fan? It's like, I didn't have a team to like root for over here.
Prez, go Google.
Rutgers when I was trying to pick a team, Rutgers was not. Yeah, I wasn't
not a
gonna
viable option.
I'm not buying. And like St. John's doesn't have a football team.
Y'all are all basketball schools up there.
All basketball, like even basketball. There's not even heavy basketball.
Oh yeah,
St. John's wasn't really good when I was becoming a fan of college sports. So like,
They were good back
a Duke fan. I became Duke. So I couldn't have one school to pick. Like, I couldn't just be Ohio State because they were good at both. It's like I had to pick one of us. So I said I'm a Duke fan, basketball, and I'm a Miami fan for football. So because we don't got shit over here.
Dude, go Google on your go Google the Grove at Ole Miss on your thing and just click on the images and like look through it. It's kind of wild. Like it's wild as fuck. It's definitely something.
I've heard of it, but I've never.
It's something. There's so many people every weekend.
Oh yeah, all I see is people on these. That's a shitload of people. It looks like a fucking inauguration.
I know.
That's crazy. That's like,
well, and the team walks through there before the game. It's on the way.
Yeah. I've seen that. I've seen them walk.
I know a girl that goes to Ole Miss. I think she just graduated.
Did you guys poison the Auburn?
No, that was the Bama guy.
Bama.
That was one of the guys that called it fine. Yeah, no, we're not that important, to be honest. We don't hate
tree over a football game.
I know.
That's how you know college football is like so great that people get so mad after a loss that they're gonna go to the opposing team's like this famous tree and poison it. Like, yo, fuck your tree.
And then call into the SEC network radio show and like, hey man, I poisoned that damn tree.
Yeah, no, I poisoned the tree. Like, not even like poison the players. Like, I'm gonna poison the tree. Like, that's crazy. That's how you
dead. You know he died. You know the guy who did that died.
Oh,
he's dead now.
He probably got poisoned by like a.
He probably did. He probably died of like food poisoning.
Like a doctor or something. Like, they just like, oh, that's what you get for poisoning.
You need to. If you ever come to an Ole Miss game, though, you have to come down for the Egg Bowl. If you want to see hate, the hate between the two schools here is like insane. Because like Ole Miss was the original flagship at the University of Mississippi. Mm-hmm. And Mississippi State is literally like, and I hate saying this because I have friends at State and I don't like saying this. They were literally the agricultural school that Ole Miss did not want to build on top of it.
So like when you like, I always get curious to like when you got state school versus like Florida versus Florida State, like who claims what? Like how is that with Mississippi and
Mississippi State doesn't try to proclaim like being like the school in
the state school.
No, they don't try to claim that because they know they're not that. And like, but they do try to claim like they try to do this thing like, oh, like if you mark this point in time, we've been the better athletic department for the last so and so years, and then Ole Miss is like, yeah, but we got 3 national championships. like I mean, we've won the thing.
We won championships. Yeah.
We won championships, and Mississippi State, up until they won the baseball national championship last year, was the only school in the SEC to never have won a national championship in
any sport.
In any sport. And then they won baseball last year, and they finally ended that drought. So like and honestly, if you think football is crazy here, you'd be more shook by the baseball stuff because like with football, you kind of expect it, but when you get down here in the SEC baseball stadiums are like literal major league stadiums, and they're seating 20,000.
SEC is just fucking. That's why Texas and Oklahoma like, yo, Big 12.
Well, and like all this stuff because we were ahead of our time, man. We cut that TV network deal. And now it's like one of ESPN's like 3 biggest networks.
I wonder if they'll dip into the ACC.
I've heard that. I heard that Florida State and Clemson both called and were like, "Can we come?" And the SEC was like, "Not right now."
You're on the waiting list.
They're like, "Yeah, you're not getting in."
We
You know
would
what's
get
crazy?
absolutely demolished in the SEC.
You make more money though.
They'd make more money, which would lead to them being more competitive again, and that's really what matters. And like that's why, like, I remember too, like, because the SEC is probably going to go, like I say this, they're probably going to go for like global expansion the next time they expand.
Global.
Like, I mean, like, no, I'm talking like I heard
Elon
like
Musk.
someone told me, and someone
is going to run the SEC.
someone I trust told me like, don't be surprised if USC gets pissed off and joins the SEC.
That's nuts.
And like if USC joins the SEC, you're not the SEC anymore. You're just the global college football conference.
Fuck it at this point.
Because they're going to 16 now, but I heard that they want to like ultimately try to go to 20. So I think they'll try to pull like
4 more teams.
Bro, and I heard Ohio State tied for a minute, and I didn't want to say anything to Mo, but I was like, I heard Ohio State tied.
Mo would flip. If they.
He would flip, and they would do.
But they would have to bring Michigan. They can't lose that rivalry.
See, I know that, and I think they want to like. I think they've like. There's a lot of names out there, but like I think they've thought about bringing.
I think every team. Like, why wouldn't you want to?
I know, but like I think they're thinking about trying to bring Notre Dame, and like that type of
ACC should just figure out how to get Ace because the SEC is fucking losing steam. They need to go get Notre Dame, make that full time.
See, but Notre Dame doesn't want to join the ACC. Like if
Notre Dame doesn't want to join any conference, really.
Notre Dame, they're kind of softening on that because they kind of realize what's going on, and they realize their NBC deal is not lucrative enough to hold them.
Yeah, I'm about to say like it's
the NBC deals, and I think the contract actually ends pretty soon. I think that they want to go into the Big Ten because I think they want to like try to get back into some of those rivalries, like the Michigan rivalry and some of that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they want to come to the SEC and then try to be like fake rivals.
Yeah, because I think that would be disaster. Because I'm going to SEC because I don't think they can compete because they're just the academics and all that. Like it's tough to get
just the standard of what you would have to do to like kids in it would be very hard. Yeah, and then like also you get into And then you get into the thing where then you have to win games in order to sign good players, and they're probably not better than like an 8-win team in the SEC most years.
Yeah,
that's why I say like I hate Big Ten fans. Like I hate Ohio State fans. I hate Mo and Jeff and those guys. Like those guys, they'd be like, "Oh, well, we're going to college football play." Okay, I don't care. A 10-win SEC team's like a 14-win Big Ten team.
It really is, bro.
Like, bro, like I'm telling you, like Ole Miss went last year, went 10-2. 10-2 and like did it with injuries and everything, and they still found a way. And the only 2 games they lost were on the road at Auburn and on the road at Alabama. And to me, that is 10 times more impressive than anything anybody else.
But what sucks for a Ole Miss, like your team, like you're always gonna get lost in the shuffle, even though you're probably better than like an 8-9 team. And if you were in the ACC or in the Big Ten,
this is why playoff expansion helps Ole Miss so much because like. You can be because Ole Miss, like, think about the last, and you know this, like, people always joke, like, well, you know, Ole Miss isn't winning a national title, and it's like, but like, if you got Ole Miss into a 12-team playoff, like, think about how many years over the last like 8 years that Ole Miss would have been in a 12-team playoff, probably like 5 of them, and like it gives them a chance, and like then it's just about getting hot, and as good as Ole Miss has been, and as much talent as they've had on offense, like, they would at least be able to compete, and like with the 4-team playoff though, you can't. The only way you compete in a 4-team playoff and get to the playoff is you have to go straight through Bama. And you can't, and that's hard to do. And if you go straight through Bama, you still have to go straight through Georgia when you get to Atlanta.
Yeah, I've been against the whole expansion, but like I've kind of eased down on it because it's like if you lose to Bama in the first round, people are like, oh, I never want to see that team again in the playoff. Yeah. Like, if you're Oklahoma, like, you never like, oh, they shouldn't be in there. Well, I'm losing the fucking.
Think about this.
Like,
think about
Oklahoma
the TV.
Doesn't play defense.
Yeah, but think about the TV rating.
I lose the Bama every year. People are gonna be like, oh, I don't want to see that team. But if you expand it, you know, I guess they can make it.
But think about the TV rating. Think about the TV ratings that, based on the final college football playoff rankings. Think about the TV ratings that an Ole Miss Oklahoma State college football playoff game would have done with the winner playing Georgia, and it would have been on campus. Like you play that game in Oxford or in Stillwater or wherever on campus, and you'd be like, all right, like we're gonna play the first round on campus, and then we'll move to the neutral sites or whatever. And
that's the thing that they have to figure out if they do expand. Is it all neutral? Is it gonna be all neutral field, or are you gonna have the first round?
if they put him on campus,
home
man,
field advantage,
I think you give home field advantage, and then maybe when you get to the semis, then you just go back to the
the
old
Final
first
Four,
season.
like the semifinals, like the Final Four is at like the Sugar Bowl and all that, the Rose Bowl and all that.
And that's why that's kind of how I like it. But I think about that a lot because Ole Miss in 2023, and Ole Miss, this is going to be after all these transfers have had a year in the system and they progressed a little on him. So I started looking at the 2023 schedule the other day because I was like, man, like I wonder if we have a chance. We play Auburn on the road, Bama on the road, and Georgia on the road, all in the regular season.
You guys can beat Auburn though.
Doesn't matter. You can't win the other two.
Yeah, but Georgia and
I don't know. Georgia.
You could maybe.
You could. I mean, you have a chance to beat Georgia.
Maybe win one of them. Maybe
you have a chance to beat Georgia.
You are 14+ point underdogs in 2 out of 3 of those games, and you're definitely you're probably not an underdog against Auburn. They're kind of a train wreck, but they're gonna have a new head coach next year, so like that's a little bit different. But then that's not even including the fact that you still have to host Arkansas and Mississippi State.
Arkansas is a lot better.
Yeah,
I
can't remember exactly what it is, but I remember looking at it and being like, "Holy shit, we may win 6 games and still be like a top 15 team."
Bro, you brought up Mississippi State and it made me think about this. When Dak Prescott went, this has nothing to do with football, by the way. When Dak Prescott was going to Mississippi State, he came to my hometown, which is like 2 hours from here. It's called Panama City Beach. He went there. Him and his entire offensive line got their asses beat during spring break. Like
I heard, that's the one he got fucked up. Is that?
Yes, bro. He got him and his entire offensive line got stomped out in a parking lot. It was I was like,
that's the fight that he I think that went viral, right?
Yeah.
That
was in my hometown.
Guys, you want to hear this? You want to hear this shit? So 2023, Ole Miss plays Mercer, and then they play a road game against Tulane. So they have to go to New Orleans to play Tulane.
You got to go to New Orleans to play Tulane? Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
You paid them? How much did they pay Tulane?
I have no idea. But then they play Georgia Tech at home, and then they play Louisiana Monroe. And then on your SEC schedule, you have at Alabama, at Auburn, at Georgia, at Mississippi State, and then Arkansas, LSU, A&M, and Vandy.
That's that to play like cupcakes. Like you probably be 4-0, right? Most likely. And
you're
then
4-0 in the non-con, but then
and then guess what, guys? We're on a hot streak. We're playing good football. We got to go to Tuscaloosa. Fucking Bama. So that wood streak that we feel good. We're probably winning games by 50.
It just sucks because Ole Miss, the one year it felt like they could have been a playoff team last year. We had to go to Tuscaloosa because the year before we were not that good, or we were not that good on defense. We went COVID year we went I think 5-5, but we pushed Bama. We pushed Bama to the brink in Oxford. They came here and we lost. I think we ended up losing by 15. But I think it was because Najee Harris broke a last-second touchdown with 30 seconds left to put it away. We didn't trail by more than 7 until there was less than 3 minutes left in the game. And so, and then this year, we're kind of in a minor soft rebuild after losing Corral, and now we get Bama in Oxford. And then once we progress for a year again,
you don't even have it's not like you have an experienced quarterback playing.
No, we don't even it sucks. It sucks.
And they got their whole squad back. Yeah, you might get your ass kicked.
Well, it's here though. And it being here, at least I feel maybe I just feel the only goal when a team like Bama comes to Oxford is don't
get blown out.
Yourself.
Yeah, but that's a machine that's a machine.
Well, and Saban hates.
You guys have experience, so you probably won't get like I said, when Miami played them last year, it looked like it was a professional football
and we have SEC
going against a high school football team. It was clearly a mismatch among mismatch. It was
we have SEC level athletes.
You got SEC level guys, maybe not Alabama dudes, but you got some if Ole Miss played Miami last year, you guys would dismantle us. You guys maybe not by as much as Bama did, but
no, but they beat them probably they probably beat them 38-24.
You kick our ass for sure. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. For Miami to be back, and every year it's
it's gonna take a minute.
it's gonna take a while. Like it's this year, that's not gonna happen. Like
Bro, it took, and I don't think people understand how much
It's
Texas and
tough.
Oklahoma are gonna struggle when they come in the conference. Because,
It's gonna
like,
be tough.
dude, it doesn't matter how much money they have. It took A&M, and A&M's been paying recruits. I don't like, even though they've been paying recruits since before.
Yeah, I mean, look at Manziel.
took them
They have
10
Manziel and them boys. Yeah,
They've been in the league now for a decade and still have not made an SEC championship game. And I know that they're in the division with Bama, but they've never even come close. Like, it's been like they still do not have enough athletes to compete against this level.
Miami has only made one ACC championship since we went to the ACC.
Wasn't it like 2 years ago?
And that was 2 years ago when we played Clemson, and
Because I thought they were going to win that game.
they whooped our ass.
Did they whoop y'all's
No,
ass?
Was that a Trevor Lawrence quarterback?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, Trevor. Then we went.
But it was early, Trev.
Then like four. I think we've been there twice, right? I think what was 1 year we were like. I think the first year of the playoff, like there was one point we were fourth.
Deshaun
And we lost to Pitt. We lost to Pitt and to lose and then we lost in the ACC championship, and then we lost to Wisconsin.
I think, did Miami beat Pitt this past year with Pickett? Or did Pitt beat them?
Yeah, we beat Pitt, yeah.
I think, I had Miami like plus 10 in that game. I remember watching that with like just joy. Like, because Miami never came close to like not covering that game.
No, everything was close in Miami. Like everything was
I had Miami like plus. I took, because a lot of times what would happen is, bro, I'd work my ass off so hard on Fridays that a lot of times I'd miss the 11 a.m. kicks because I slept too late.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I'd wake up and be like, fuck, I got to live bet some of these games. And I got Miami like after Pitt had scored their first touchdown, and then I just sat back and like giggled the whole time because it never came close to the live line.
Yeah.
But it's this year's gonna be. I think we'll miss the wide open this year.
ACC is wide open this year. Like there's like Clemson.
Miami's like second. Miami's like second in the odds.
Yeah, but
like plus 750 to win.
It all comes down to Tyler.
I really don't even think it's that. I really think it more comes down to how does DJ Ungole, does that guy get back to
Mon says his name perfect. But
isn't it like
DJ Ungole?
I just call him DJ.
Isn't it Ungole?
Ungole, something like that. Yeah. If he lives up to his potential, then they'll be all right. But
nobody knows this, but they were like trying to replace him in the portal. Loki.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm kind of like.
They have another 5-star. They recruited. Yeah. They had another 5-star that came in last year, right? That they tried. I think they were trying.
Well, Cade Klubnik's on campus now, and but yeah, if he's not good again this year, then they're not going to be good.
Might be down. They're not good on offense. Down again because if Clemson's not.
If they're down, if they're down.
It's winnable, but I don't think Miami has enough.
But if Clemson's down and Jordan Addison left Pitt, like Slovis now has nobody to throw to, then who the fuck's going to win the conference? I think NC State's going to be raw as fuck again this year, but
that's what I like to hear, baby. That's what I like to hear.
I think NC State's going to be good again this year. I saw last year when college football win totals started getting posted in Vegas, and they had NC State's win total at over 6, and I bet more money than I had in my account on that over. I was like, holy shit, they're going to win like 8. I was like, they're going to win like 10 games. I was like, this is going to hit by like week 8, and it hit in like week 8. They started like 6-0 or like 6-1, and then they beat Clemson, and I was like, this is wrapped.
Devin Leary was go.
All right, yeah, they beat Clemson.
They beat Clemson at NC State in like double overtime, and I was like, shit. Well, they're 6-1 now, so I can't lose. Yeah, I'm really good at college football futures. Like I had Georgia preseason last year, and then
what futures you like this year? Because I need to.
I haven't gotten into them yet, but I'll have win totals and stuff in like June, and I'll start like picking stuff. I've had a couple. I think whatever Utah's win total is, you take the over. I think whatever Utah's, because I think it's going to be like 8.5, but they bring back their whole Rose Bowl team from last year, and you're going to get a number a little bit lower because they open the season at Florida in the Swamp. But Utah's favored in that game. And then you get USC is kind of on the bounce back. Like USC is, I think, a 3-point favorite against Utah on the road right now. But I don't think when we get to that point of the season that's going to be the line.
Mm-hmm.
I really, outside of that in the Pac-12 and Oregon's going to be breaking in a new quarterback and an SEC transfer at that's not very good. But granted, SEC going down a level could be problematic. But even still, you're talking about really only like 3 teams on that schedule, I think, that have the talent to beat them. And and this is a veteran Utah team that they lose Devin Lloyd off that defense, but that's really it. Like, they bring back all the rest of that roster. They're going to be really good. I put somebody tweeted something like, tweet your college football hot takes. And I tweeted that I think Utah's going 12-0.
Undefeated?
I think they'll go undefeated, yeah. I don't know if they'll win the Pac-12 championship because they really hate winning that game. Because I had Utah to make the college football playoff a couple years ago at like 48-1. And that was when they were 7-point favorites against Justin Herbert's Oregon team. And all they had to do was win the game. And I hit the thing, and they lost the game by like 35.
All right, I remember that.
Yeah, because I didn't hedge it. I literally just let it ride. I was so confident that team was going to win that game, and they just got killed. I was so mad. I'm not even mad, dude. I was like upset. Like, I like cried. I was upset.
I'm not a betting expert by any means, but all last season I was hammering Cincinnati to make the college football playoff.
See, I knew I kind of like things broke right for them, but that's going to be an interesting game early in the year that I'm watching from a betting line perspective. And I think the line's like 9.5 right now, is when Cincy goes to Arkansas. Because Cincy goes to Arkansas, and that's like
good too, man. They
yeah.
had a good team.
Arkansas, I think Arkansas is going to be a team that I try to bet against a good bit this year, because people have been doing the Arkansas thing for a couple of years now and beating that drum. Because Sam Pittman's never had an under, like from a win total perspective, and I just don't think they're that good. So Miami's a 9-point underdog against Texas A&M. That's
right. I forgot we played them week 1.
2, yeah. I think I'm gonna bet. I think I'm gonna take Miami in that game.
What the?
If I can find that, I know I'll probably take the money line on the side too. I tweeted early in the year that I was like, yeah, I don't think they're gonna win that game, but now that I'm like kind of looking at rosters, I'm kind of like, well, shit, I think they might win that game. I'm like drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm like drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit with Miami this year.
I feel like we're a year away.
And I'm reading an article right now about like bets that you should make. Like early on in the year, like these game of the year bets. And one of the guys that I read about is he wrote about Utah USC, that game where I told you USC was -3.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, yeah, you need to take Utah now because I make Utah -21. He was like, USC's not going to be good. He's like, if you can take Utah as a dog, so I don't know what it's like in New York, but if you can legally go in and find Utah +3, like that's play of the year type stuff. They're going to win that game, I think. And it sucks betting that type of stuff now because of injuries.
You really think USC's not going to be good?
They're just not going to be able to stop anybody.
This year, yeah. Okay. It's going to take Lincoln's going to.
But, I mean, he didn't stop anybody in Oklahoma either, and he has no incentive to stop anybody in the Pac-12.
Yeah, he's just going to try to just
outscore
the shit out of you.
Just like he did at Oklahoma.
Yeah,
and I mean,
with more finesse because it's fucking LA now.
Exactly. And if he can get all those LA guys.
How much they paying Caleb? 10?
Shit, I don't know, but it was a lot.
They may not even have to.
Ole Miss sniffed around in those waters.
Yeah,
and as
big
soon as
man on campus already.
The dad was like, here's what it's going to take. And they're like, okay.
That sucks for Oklahoma. Oklahoma lost their 2 top.
Well, and you know what sucks is Lincoln knew like 2 weeks before the end of the season that he was going to USC, and he was literally in the locker room and would be like pulling guys aside. And
bro, it's grimy.
Yeah, he was literally. He'd be like, "Hey man, like, what you think of SoCal? You want to go to SoCal? Let's go to SoCal. I'm going to coach at USC."
But like, even as like a player, I'd be like, "Yo, coach."
Yo, coach, we play Oklahoma State this week.
I can't blame you for going. Just keep it a buck, bro. Like,
yeah.
You getting how much money to go to California? and not Oklahoma, I can't blame you. Just keep it real. You don't gotta lie. Like you already got the deal done.
Even though he's gonna lose half that money to taxes.
Yeah, but he's good. He's chilling. You know.
I mean, he
He'll
chose.
make it up. He'll make
He
it up.
chose. He
Endorsement.
chose USC over LSU. I mean,
That is wild to me.
No, I don't think it's not as well. I think it's about the living too. Like where you want to live. Like, do you want to live
well,
in
and it's about the
Louisiana
pressure,
or do you want to live in SoCal, California?
but it's also about the pressure. I think if you're talking about, USC, if you return USC to a constant 9-10 win state, and like really the only team he's competing with there against is Oregon.
And they just lost Cristobal.
Yeah, and so like
you're actually
you're competing with a team that's kind of an unknown.
They're in the same phase as Miami, as far as just getting that relevance back, and you just need that one guy to just get in. They paid a shitload of money. Both teams paid a shitload of money to get that guy, and I think the first year, I don't think either team is expected to do much the first year. As far as you're not expected to get to a maybe USC different, maybe because they have they're a little better in the easier conference, but there's not big expectations year one for those teams at all, for Miami or USC. I think year two is when we're going to see the Mario.
You're gonna see what LSU's fan base is really like.
LSU too.
You're gonna see what LSU's fan base and what that pressure of that job is really like when Brian Kelly goes 5-7 this year.
I was about to say, I don't think Brian Kelly's going to do good at all.
Oh, I think he'll be fine there. The dude's done nothing but win his entire life. He will eventually,
at a school where it's tough to recruit.
Yes, he's done nothing but win for his entire life.
I think he'll be fine.
He's gonna win eventually, but like that LSU fans don't care about eventually. LSU fans want to win tomorrow.
But I think the pressure of winning right away, because like maybe I don't know shit about shit, but like maybe because Jimbo, if Jimbo had the fan base at Texas A&M that they have at LSU, maybe there would be more
Jimbo turned down LSU. Jimbo had the opportunity to.
Jimbo coach there, right?
He coached there under Saban.
There with Saban, right?
Yeah. He had the chance to be the head coach at LSU. LSU asked him like 4 times before they moved on to Brian Kelly. They were like, please, dear God.
Oh, you're talking about this cycle.
Yeah, this cycle.
Yeah.
No, like all the cycles. They had wanted him before Ed Orgeron too. And he wouldn't take it.
Imagine him with that. I mean, they did good.
He clearly doesn't want that though. He clearly doesn't want that. But also, Jimbo's a great fit at A&M because he loves to hunt. He loves to take his kids to shoot deer and all sorts.
That's what I'm saying. There's more aspects to like that shit like that he probably wanted. Like, and that's what Lincoln feels like a West Coast guy.
No, Lincoln belongs in LA. That brand will play really well.
Yeah. I think his brand is that. Like the LSU, I never thought that was him.
This might be because I grew up on a beach where you couldn't pay me enough money to go.
Like Mario Cristobal feels like Miami. Like that's why like the rumors when they started swirling, I was like, oh, we got him. It's just a matter of getting the money.
Lane felt like Miami.
Who?
Lane felt like Miami.
Lane too. Lane is because he coached at FAU.
Yeah.
Like, and he did good there. Like,
he would have come. I was pretty hell bent on saying he wouldn't have come for a while because I didn't want him to leave. But if he had gotten offered that job, he was coming.
If Mario didn't come, it had to be Lane, right? It had to be Lane.
And if Lane had not been the choice after Mario, it was because Miami didn't want him. It wasn't because Lane didn't want it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Miami.
I think that would have been silly for Miami at this point, of everything, that if Mario didn't come, that they would turn down, because then who the hell is going to be the coach? Like
for the longest time,
they're going to take to get Dion.
Dion.
And really,
he will be a D1 head coach next year.
It's guaranteed. It's a guarantee.
FSU didn't want him.
Over this,
they didn't want him. That blows my mind.
He got like 4 interviews. He got like 4 interviews the past year
to go to a Jacksonville.
Yeah, he's talking 5 stars. He's talking 5 stars to Jackson State. That guy's going to be in FBS soon.
any corner that's a top recruit is if Dion gets a hold of them, they're
they're stick to their stomach when they saw that he made him.
Bro, but low key, I don't know if he can coach.
But you know what? Just recruit.
I know, man. I know.
Recruit. You surround yourself with a good. Hey, you want me? Okay, I'm gonna bring the recruiter.
But you know what?
He's gonna put money into my staff, so I'm gonna get a dope staff.
But then say a mid-level SEC program hires him, and that's what he goes to do. He's like, I don't need to coach these cats that much. I just need to recruit. You know, everybody else is recruiting too, right? Everybody else in the SEC signs 5 stars.
But not everybody else is Deion Sanders.
But you know what?
It doesn't matter though.
I think he needs.
I think it matters more than people realize.
I don't think it does.
Deion knows what it takes to go to the NFL and be a superstar in the NFL.
So does Nick Saban. So does Kirby Smart. They're putting them in the league every year.
They didn't actually do it. That's the difference.
But do kids care?
I think they do.
Because the kids you're recruiting didn't even see Deion play.
But they know who. I agree with that. Because Saban puts guys in the NFL, so it's like.
So, dude, Kirby had 15 guys drafted this year. You think they're gonna like? If you're sitting down and you're listening to a pitch from Deion, and then you're listening to a pitch from Georgia, Georgia's like, "Hey, man, we'll give you." And I know this was the pitch because there was a kid from Mississippi that I talked to about this that was signed with Georgia, and got drafted in the 3rd round this year, and he was like. Yeah, like Georgia came in and sat down and was like, yeah, man, hey, we put 15 kids in the draft this year and we'll give you $450,000 in a truck if you want to sign. Deion walks in and is like, hey, man, like I played, like, yeah. But like when Georgia walks in is like, yeah, man, we'll give you money up front. We'll give you a car. We'll put your parents in a nice house. And we also had
I think with Deion, if you give him the money, you give him that, I think he can recruit the shit out of kids.
You give Deion
I think he can get kids, man. But like, I think it's all about program stature, and the only way you build program stature is by winning. And in order to win, he's going to have to coach some of these 3- and 4-star kids. I know he's getting 5-star kids to Jackson State
he put a couple kids. He got a couple kids drafted this year.
He got one kid put in like the 7th round this year.
No, there was one in like the 6th.
I think they had. I'd have to go back and look it up. But
and he had a kid go undrafted and get signed too.
They need to swallow their pride or whatever.
Oh, I think Florida State burned that bridge already. I think signing whatever the fuck his name is. I don't even remember the coach's name right now. I think he's not. Right? Yeah, Norvell. There you go.
They had one kid drafted.
Paying 4 coaches already, right? How many coaches they're paying right now? Taggart. They're still paying Taggart. That was a disaster.
They had one kid drafted in the 6th round, by the way. It was the first HBCU kid drafted, or the first Jackson State kid drafted since 2008.
Okay, and then they had another kid sign an undrafted free agent.
I know, I get that though, man. But like,
I was just adding. I
think.
That's my thing.
Another year or 2 before someone for a school.
Well, he interviewed with TCU when they hired their coach because he's from Fort Worth. He coached high school ball there because they came and played a high school in Mississippi. And they got waxed.
Mm-hmm.
And like Mississippi high school football is good, but it's not that good. Like you should not be at a big Texas private school and coming over here and getting waxed. Like that shouldn't happen. And so that's why and then I don't know. I think Deion will have like success getting some kids, but like I think part of what's making him successful at Jackson State is kind of the culture in America right now, where like it's a really cool thing to go play for an HBCU right now. Like when you don't have that pitch anymore, and that's not what you're selling.
I think
or are you selling kids to come to like Missouri?
Yeah,
because like you can't sell that they're doing anything different anymore. You're just you're joining.
I think for HBCUs, the worst thing to happen would be him leaving. But I mean, they got some other coaches.
And like there's people around here that swear he's not leaving, and Steven was like this, fucking Steven. And I'm like, dude. He interviewed for like 4 jobs, and he's like putting his he's like putting his name out there publicly, like, "Hey guys, like I'm winning at fucking Jackson State. Like I can win at your school." And like, it's
gonna take one school to be like, "Fuck this. We need to do something."
Well, someone's gonna take a shot because like some school like a Northwestern type, like really.
If he's smart though, he won't take that shitty job.
No, he will take
a big job,
and then he'll win, and he'll win a lot because no big school is hiring him straight from Jackson State. They shouldn't at least. Florida State's not a big school.
It doesn't even have to be like a big school, but like a Power 5.
I'm saying Power 5, but I'm talking like mid-tier, bottom tier of conference. Power 5 is going to hire him, and then he's going to have to win and rebuild the program to a point where he can leave.
And then get like the elite of the elite job.
And then and maybe not even that, because how often do those jobs don't really come open, man. Like this was the first year in a long time where we saw those jobs really come open.
Yeah, there was some high profile jobs.
Yeah, and like how those high profile jobs, like you may get like
USC and Miami never really open up at the same time.
You may get some like second tier jobs where he could pop into like a really good like
Florida, right? Florida too. Like
Florida was open, LSU was open, USC was open, Miami was open. Hell, Michigan almost opened.
Notre Dame was
open. Yeah, so like you had a shit ton of
a lot of fucking schools.
Yeah. And like there's a reason Dion was not on any of those lists. Like and he tried to get on those lists. He could not get on those lists. Like, I mean, he's gonna have to win somewhere else before nobody's
gonna have to go for like the TCUs and those.
He's gonna have to go to like TCU and then recruit really well. And that's why like TCU would have been a perfect job for him, because he was a high school coach there. He still has a house there. Like he could have gone in there. He already knows everybody around there. He could have recruited well there, and they probably would have won. But like now, like if he has to go somewhere else, like I'm trying to think of some SEC jobs that would open up like in the near future. No, see the SEC is pretty stable right now because they had 6 jobs open up last year, and like A&M's not hiring him right away. And if Jimbo left, they're not hiring Dion.
Nah.
God, I bet FSU is killing themselves right now.
See, and I don't think if FSU fires Norvell, I think he'll get interviewed, but I don't know that he's getting hired right away.
They should have hired him last year, in my opinion.
They didn't have the money.
They're a wreck, man. They're gonna fire Norvell because they're already like it felt like the minute they hired Norvell there was issues.
We sucked,
and they're gonna fire Norvell and they're gonna have another. That's gonna be what 3 coaches in a matter of like 5 years, and
they competed.
The can't be happy.
FSU competed
Miami, and now Miami has got new money, and you got Florida, dude.
And I'm telling you, like, and as a Miami fan, you don't want to hear this. Florida's about to be a problem.
Yeah, no.
They're going to be.
I'm not worried about Florida State. I'm worried about Florida.
Everybody I've ever talked to has said that of every single assistant that Nick Saban has ever had, Billy Napier is the closest thing to actually beating him. From an organization standpoint, from a maturity standpoint, like from that type of regard, from a program running standpoint, there's a reason that he turned down like every job in human existence because he was waiting on the right job, because he knows wherever he goes, he's going to win. So he didn't want to waste his time. He turned down Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't even answer the phone. Like he didn't even turn him down. He just didn't answer the phone.
He might do work at Florida. Like
Archie Manning
is like, yo, he might be the dude.
Archie Manning tried to call Billy Napier to get him to come to Ole Miss, and he ghosted Archie Manning. That's how confident he was that he was winning somewhere else.
That's crazy.
And like he turned down Mississippi State, he turned down South Carolina, he turned down a whole bunch of places to get to a place like Florida, and they're gonna win. He'll probably win. They won't win this year. They'll struggle this year, but they won't
this year. Yeah, that's like most of the first year.
Yeah,
schools.
It's like it's just crazy, man. Like it's wild, and they'll. I think that's a problem for a lot of schools. Like that's a problem for Ole Miss because like. Miami and Florida's ascension is bad because Ole Miss goes into Florida a lot to recruit. Mm-hmm. And, like, a lot of those dudes they probably would have gotten in the past.
Yeah, like DK and all them boys, yeah.
Yeah. No, DK's from Mississippi.
No, not DK. Who's the other guy I'm thinking about? Forgot it was. But, yeah, they go into
They pulled a kid out of IMG last year that was really good. Braylon Brown. And they've pulled a couple of receivers out of Florida, man. A couple of them went back to Florida and transferred, but
bro, South Florida's fucking.
It's a hotbed, bro.
Bro, everybody plays football.
Although I'll say this, man, like the one thing I've heard about Lane is like he will always recruit well in Miami because like Lane has no problem walking in and like showing his face in Miami. Like he has no problem.
And that's why I think Lane would have been a good fit in Miami because he's got that like, all right, I got to go to Dade County or whatever. Like, all right, I'll go there. Like, I'm not scared to go there. Like, he's down. Like he's kind of got that culture,
Yeah.
and I think that vibes well with those kids.
Bro,
So-
his culture, like, there's some people that believe they're badasses and act like they're badasses, and then there's some people that intimidate you because they come off as a badass. They erode badassness, and Lane just like he feels like a badass watching him, and then he like trolls you so much on social media, and you're just kind of like, all right, like it kind of makes you anxious if you're another fan base. You're kind of like, this dude kind of just like annoys me and scares me.
Are you afraid he's gonna dip on you guys?
I mean, not really. I was worried about Miami, and then I was worried about UCLA. But then I kind of I had some sourcing tell me that UCLA was not. It wasn't really the right time for him to move to Cali.
That's another school. I feel like they should be better than what they are.
They don't have any money. They don't like. They were going to come in really low, offering Lane if that was what they were going to do, and then his kids moved to Oxford, and like because he got divorced, so like his kids like get split custody or whatever, and but now his kids are in Oxford, and so like the whole thing about Cali was that his kids were out there, and so like he was going to move out there and be closer to his kids, but now that they're in Oxford, like his daughter's enrolled at Oxford High School. Because she's really good friends with my sister. And I was just like, yeah, like, I mean, if they're all here now, like, I mean, where are you, like, what are you, this was and everybody I've talked to said that this offseason, it felt like he was trying to get out. But then when he didn't get any of the jobs he wanted, it felt like he dug in and got pissed off and was like, all right, I'm about to just win where my feet are at, and I'm going to beat everybody's ass. And so now it feels like he's more locked in than he's previously been at Ole Miss. And, it's easy to say that with Lane, and then you kind of worry about it in the future. But, like, right now it feels like he's more locked in than he's been in a long time here.
I hope for y'all's sake, because it seems like he
Ole Miss also
he's looking to find his next move.
Ole Miss has given him everything he's ever wanted. They gave him a massive raise. He's making $8 million a year at Ole Miss, man. Like, that's not – like, they've never done that for a coach before. And he's making $8 million a year here. They give him unlimited miles on the university's private jet. Like, so he goes off and takes off.
That's the first thing I'm asking for. If I ever get a head coaching job in college, it's like, I don't care about the pay.
They completely don't pay attention.
Here's my jet.
They completely ignore his activity with the university's co-eds. Like, all of that type of shit.
That man is banging half the sororities over there.
No, he was dating the same girl that was 24 years old for like the longest time because she was the daughter of one of the big law professors here, like the dean of this law school. And because she graduated from my high school, and they she was posting pictures because they'd fly on the private jet and they would go to like some crazy ass Caribbean country because he loves to fish. Like, he's an ocean guy, and he loves to fish. He wants to be on a boat. And he goes and catches these damn, marlins on a boat.
Barracudas?
Yeah. All this crazy shit. Like, do you not follow him on Twitter?
No, I should probably.
Bro, he's fucking hilarious.
I know he's always tweeting and
he goes and literally, he'll go and just tweet, and he'll be like, he'll catch a fish, and he'll just be talking about the fish, but just to, rile the fan base up. He'll be like, hey, look at this. I caught a 5-star. And it'll just be like fish. He's super – and also he's super subtle. Like, he retweets all the recruits he's recruiting. Like, he'll just have random stuff like Jaden Rashada today tweeted hard work pays off and God is great about his brother getting an offer from Ole Miss. And, Lane went and retweeted it.
There's not a lot of head coaches to do it. I don't think Nick Saban's retweeting his recruits.
I'm about to send you this thing that his daughter posted on TikTok because it's all over Twitter today. And shit's funny as hell. They show him a picture of this baby, and he goes, "What is that?" He's all over the place, man. He's so funny.
That's crazy. Bro, college football's crazy in general. Fucking wild. But I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm fixing to hop on and
this was fun.
This was very fun.
I mean, I've been on here for 5 hours. I need to especially too because I've already committed to doing 365 with Milligan tomorrow.
Yeah. I gotta take care of a little human, so
yeah.
It's gonna be fun waking up in 3 hours.
I appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all, man. This is fun.
Later.
Peace out, brother.